Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland OPM, Reborn as King, Infinite 8 Gates, Chapter 1-55 Synopsis. Kenji woke up to find he had been isekai'd into the world of One Punch Man. To make matters worse, he had taken over the body of King, the so-called strongest man on Earth who is actually just an otaku with zero powers. The moment he opened his eyes, he was staring death in the face. Vaccine Man was rampaging right in front of him, about to wipe the city off the map. Just as Kenji thought he was about to get an instant game over and respawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Might Guy, 8th Gate, character template. Congratulations. You have obtained the peak physique of the Gate of Death. Restriction removed. This form no longer consumes life force. It is now your permanent base state. The legendary power of the 8 inner gates, a forbidden technique that burns one's life to ash in exchange for godlike power, was usually a suicide move. But for Kenji, it was just his idle animation. Facing the sudden onslaught of Vaccine Man, the new king simply threw a casual punch. In that split second, space itself twisted. Chapter 1, Instant Death Gate. Books 56 chapters, memo 60,827 words, stopwatch tilde 2:43-minute read. Chapter 1, Instant Death Gate. 1,350 words. Chapter 1, Instant Death Gate. System note, please turn off your brain and enjoy the adrenaline rush. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through his eardrums. Kenji struggled to open his eyes, his mind a chaotic mess. What happened? He looked around. It was a scene straight out of an apocalypse. The city was reduced to rubble. Broken buildings were piled up like jagged mountains of concrete and steel. What is going on? The moment the words left his mouth, Kenji realized something was wrong. Since when did my voice sound so deep and baritone? In the next second, memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Kenji instantly understood the situation, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I've been isekai'd into the One Punch Man universe? And I've become the so-called strongest man on Earth, King? Looking at this scenery, don't tell me. An ominous feeling gripped his heart. Not only had he transmigrated as king, but he had also woken up right in the middle of a destroyed city. There was only one scenario that started like this. Crunch. The crisp sound of debris being crushed came from behind him. He turned his head stiffly, his face turning green with terror. It really is him. Standing behind Kenji was a purple humanoid creature, 3 meters tall with bulging muscles. It stood atop a pile of ruins, its scarlet eyes scanning the destruction with a look of satisfaction. With 2 long antennae on its head, it looked suspiciously like a knockoff Piccolo from Dragon Ball. Dragon-level monster, Vaccine Man. Kenji broke out in a cold sweat. His heart began to pound violently against his ribs. A deep, rhythmic thrumming sound erupted from his chest, sounding like a high-performance engine revving up. Doom. 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 This was King's special trait, the King Engine. His heartbeat was naturally loud, and when he was nervous or terrified, it became deafening, audible from hundreds of meters away. Hearing the unique sound, Vaccine Man finally looked down and saw Kenji frozen in place. The monster clenched his fist. To think a human actually survived. Before Kenji could even react, Vaccine Man launched into his villainous monologue, dumping a wall of text onto him. Listen well, human. I am Vaccine Man, the incarnation of the Earth's will. You humans are nothing but maggots polluting the planet's environment. I represent the Earth in passing judgment upon you. I will exterminate all humanity and allow this world to be reborn. As he spoke, Vaccine Man grew increasingly agitated. A brilliant sphere of energy began to form in front of him, aimed directly at Kenji. The energy ball rippled like water, glowing with a blinding light that illuminated the apocalyptic ruins. Destructive power condensed within it. It wasn't that Kenji didn't want to run, he physically couldn't. The overwhelming pressure of a dragon-level monster, combined with his own internal terror, made his legs feel like they were filled with lead. He couldn't take a single step. Where is Saitama? Why isn't he here yet? Caped Baldy, save me. Just as death seemed inevitable, a cold, mechanical voice rang in Kenji's ears. Ding. System loaded successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received a newbie gift pack. The newbie gift pack contains one random ability. The strength of the ability is completely random. Do you wish to draw now? Draw it now. Hurry the hell up. Kenji screamed in his mind, terrified that a second's delay would be the end of him. He didn't know what ability he would get, but right now, it was his only Hail Mary pass. Despite his internal panic reaching critical levels, Kenji's face remained stoic. His sharp, angular features and naturally intimidating glare, the famous king face, struck a nerve in Vaccine Man's fragile ego. You aren't afraid of me? You're just a measly human, don't get too cocky. I will grind your bones to dust and purge every last human germ from this planet. Vaccine Man increased his energy output. The single sphere multiplied into dozens, each one growing larger than the last. But those few seconds of delay were all Kenji needed. Ding. Newbie gift pack opened. Congratulations. You have obtained 8 inner gates, Gate of Death, Physique. Description: you possess the power of Might Guy in his Gate of Death state. Restriction removed. This power is now your permanent base state and will not consume your life force. Surprise flashed through his mind, followed immediately by a violent, torrential heat erupting from within. Energy surged through his limbs and bones, instantly remodeling his tall but formerly weak body. Vaccine Man sensed the sudden shift in the human's aura. His scarlet eyes narrowed in seriousness. A sense of oppression he had never felt before washed over his soul. This human, he suddenly feels stronger. But so what? I am the incarnation of Earth's will. How could I be afraid of a single human? Suppressing his unease, Vaccine Man waved his hand violently. The dozens of energy spheres behind him fired off at breakneck speed. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they touched the ground, massive explosions erupted. The destructive energy blanketed the area for hundreds of meters, turning everything into scorched earth. Looking at the blackened crater below and seeing no sign of the human, Vaccine Man let out a disdainful snort. HMPH. A lowly human daring to shine against the will of the earth. But then, his antennae twitched. He sensed something. His eyes widened as he whipped his head around. Behind him, Kenji was standing there, completely unharmed, staring at his own hands in a daze. In the 0.1 seconds before the energy balls exploded, Kenji had subconsciously moved to dodge. The speed he unleashed shocked even himself. Is this the speed of the 8th gate? Interesting. That had to be at least Mach 10, maybe more. Seeing that the human was still alive, Vaccine Man felt an unprecedented rage boil over. Veins bulged across his purple skin. He didn't hesitate. He instantly activated his second form. His humanoid body swelled massively, transforming into a hulking monstrosity nearly 100 meters tall. His scarlet pupils flickered with murderous intent amidst the dust, his sharp claws and fangs gleaming with a terrifying cold light. Maggots of Earth. Just die already. Facing the raging Vaccine Man, Kenji slowly lowered his center of gravity, assuming a punching stance. He could feel the explosive power inside him, the endless flow of chi and blood. He took a deep breath. Since I've already tested the speed, it's time to test the power. Vaccine Man in his berserk state was at least a Dragon Plus threat level. He was the perfect punching bag to calibrate this new strength. Violent energy surged through Kenji like a tide. Every muscle fiber was primed and ready. Kenji launched himself forward. He shot out like a cannonball, the ground beneath his feet detonating instantly. Spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly across the bedrock from the sheer force of his launch. His eyes sharpened. Facing the gaping, foul-smelling maw of the roaring monster, Kenji threw a punch. There was no ear-piercing sonic boom. No flashy special effects. No shouted anime move name. Just a punch. Boom. An invisible shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. The terrifying air pressure blasted away the surrounding smoke, dust, and ruins, clearing a massive circle in the cityscape. Vaccine Man's scarlet eyes widened to the point of bursting. His gaze was filled with utter disbelief as he looked down at his own body. How is this possible? That single punch had shattered Vaccine Man's defenses completely. The raw, violent force had pulverized his flesh, leaving a massive, gaping hole in his colossal torso. Pain finally registered in his brain, suppressing his rage with cold, hard logic. His scarlet eyes cleared up. Something is wrong. I can't beat him. However, the moment that thought appeared, it was already too late. Kenji flickered, instantly teleporting right in front of Vaccine Man's face. That fist, which looked so tiny compared to the monster's giant body, rapidly expanded in Vaccine Man's vision. Chapter 2, Bro, do I know you? 1209 words. Chapter 2, Bro, do I know you? Location, Hero Association HQ. Inside the command center, the atmosphere was thick with panic. Staff members were glued to their workstations, fingers flying across keyboards as red emergency alarms flashed rhythmically on the massive main screen. Report. Dragon-level threat Vaccine Man is continuing to spike in energy levels. At this rate, his next attack will wipe out the entirety of City M. Where are the heroes? Are there any S-class heroes nearby? A large number of A-class and B-class heroes were deployed minutes ago, but they couldn't even stand against him for a single round. The S-class heroes are currently en route. The operator's voice cracked with tension as he shouted the report. Standing behind him was Sitch, the department chief. Sweat was already pouring down his face, dripping off his famously large nose. If this monster, possessed of such terrifying destructive power, was allowed to rampage any longer, City M would be reduced to dust. The collateral damage would ripple out to neighboring cities. But more importantly, if the Hero Association failed to handle a threat of this magnitude, their influence and public trust would plummet. The societal consequences would be immeasurable. Just as Sitch felt despair creeping in, a new notification popped up. The terrified operator suddenly froze, his eyes widening in joy. Sir, we have a visual. The satellite signal has cut through the energy interference. King has arrived at the scene. He is engaging Vaccine Man. Hearing that name, Sitch's expression shifted instantly. The heavy stone crushing his heart vanished. The strongest man on Earth. King. If he was there to handle the disaster, then it was handled. Although almost no one had ever actually seen King fight, the legends surrounding him were countless. Sitch held near 100% faith in this mysterious, godlike figure. If it was King, City M might actually be saved. Location, City M ruins. I'm going to die. A terrifying sense of mortality screamed through every cell in Vaccine Man's body. He didn't hesitate. He immediately drew upon every ounce of energy he had left. A sphere of energy, pulsating with the aura of absolute annihilation, formed rapidly in his mouth. He aimed it directly at the charging Kenji. This was a desperation move, an attack born from the brink of death. Its power was at its absolute peak. If this thing exploded here, the surrounding district wouldn't just be destroyed, it would be atomized. Kenji's eyes narrowed. With his gait of death physique, he could face-tank the explosion without taking much damage. But everything around him? Gone. His heightened senses expanded outward like a radar. To his shock, he detected thousands of faint life signatures within a few kilometers. These were survivors buried under the rubble. They were alive, but if that energy ball detonated here, their only fate was to be turned into ash. In that case, Kenji abandoned his direct strike on Vaccine Man. With a flicker of movement, he vanished and reappeared directly underneath the massive energy sphere. Tsukizo. Evening Elephant. His fists became a blur. He punched the empty air above him with Godspeed velocity. The terrifying force compressed the atmosphere itself into solid shapes. Massive cannons of pressurized air, visible to the naked eye, blasted upward like artillery fire. In just a few seconds, Kenji threw over 100 punches. The area around him became a near vacuum as all the air was sucked in and compressed to bombard the energy sphere. Driven by the overwhelming kinetic force, the sphere, moments away from detonation, was launched violently into the upper atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. The sky changed color. A golden light blinded the heavens as the sphere detonated high above. The shockwave scattered the clouds for dozens of kilometers, leaving the sky eerily clear. Vaccine Man, now shriveled and drained after expending all his energy, watched this scene with eyes popping out of his skull. Impossible. You definitely aren't human. Who the hell are you? Humans cannot possess this kind of power. You are nothing but pollution, filthy bugs. How can you threaten me, the very incarnation of the Earth's will? Kenji didn't bother answering. He flickered again, appearing instantly right in front of Vaccine Man's face. Crimson steam, vaporized blood from his high-octane metabolism, began to leak from his pores, condensing around his fist. Pop! It sounded like a balloon bursting. Vaccine Man's head exploded on impact. The massive, headless body went limp and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Green blood sprayed into the air like a grim fountain, raining down on the ruins. Standing amidst the green rain, Kenji felt the terrifying power still coursing through his veins. He couldn't help but marvel at his luck. Talk about a god-tier start. I just got here and my combat power is already broken. Based on how easily he handled Vaccine Man, Kenji estimated his strength was at least dragon level, peak. Maybe even higher. After all, he had warped space with a punch and one-shot a dragon-level monster without suffering any side effects. Even in the absurd power scaling of the One Punch Man world, this was a top-tier feat. Ding. Congratulations host for defeating a dragon-level monster for the first time. Reward, random passive skill x1, stat points plus 500. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained passive skill, Extreme Regeneration. Extreme Regeneration, you possess unparalleled healing speed. Regrowing severed limbs is child's play. As long as your head is not destroyed and you remain conscious, you can regenerate from almost anything. Note, regeneration consumes stamina. This skill is huge. Self-healing was the ultimate sustain tool. It guaranteed his survival and raised his combat floor. It was arguably one of the best passives he could have asked for. Wait a minute. A bold, somewhat chaotic idea formed in Kenji's mind. A physique that can handle the gate of death plus high-speed regeneration. Doesn't that mean I can spam Night Guy? The ultimate move, Night Guy, was so powerful that even with the 8th gate open, the recoil from the kick would shatter the user's leg bones upon impact. But if he combined that with instant regeneration? Kick. Leg breaks. Instant heal. Kick again. Infinite Night Guy spam. That is absolutely diabolical. Just as he was theorycrafting his new combat style, a voice echoed through the empty ruins. Hey! It's already over. That voice, could it be? Kenji turned around. The first thing that caught his eye was a shiny, reflective surface. A mustard yellow jumpsuit, a white cape, red rubber gloves, and a trademark deadpan expression that looked like a hastily drawn doodle. The true invincible existence of this world. The caped baldy. Saitama. Looking at the headless corpse of Vaccine Man lying on the ground, Saitama scratched his bald head, looking mildly disappointed. Oh well. Since someone else took care of it, I guess I'll head back. Saitama mumbled to himself, turned around, and bent his knees, preparing to superjump his way home to catch the grocery sales. However, Kenji, still covered in the green blood of the monster, stepped forward and casually patted Saitama on the shoulder. Long time no see, Saitama. How have you been lately? Saitama froze. A row of question marks practically floated above his head. Bro. Do I know you? Chapter 3, Premium Beef. 1,124 words. Chapter 3, Premium Beef. Saitama stared at the fierce, intimidating face of the man standing before him. He racked his brain, but he couldn't recall ever meeting anyone like this. Kenji's face was currently smeared with green monster blood, and coupled with the fact that Saitama barely remembered the time he saved the original king, he didn't recognize him at all. After confirming that this person was indeed a stranger to him, Saitama tentatively asked, who are you again? Saitama didn't want to waste too much time here. If he lingered any longer, he might miss the discount sales at the supermarket. Kenji, however, was determined to build a connection with the caped baldy. After all, this guy was the strongest existence in the universe. Establishing a friendly relationship with him was definitely the right move. As for how to build that relationship, Kenji had already thought of the fastest method. Hearing the confusion in Saitama's voice, Kenji immediately put on a heartbroken expression. I can't believe you don't recognize me. We once faced a rampaging monster together back in the day. To think you've forgotten me, what a pity. I heard you became a hero for fun, so I was planning to buy a few boxes of premium A5 Wagyu beef and go to your place for a hot pot celebration. Premium A5 Wagyu beef. Saitama instantly locked onto the keywords. His eyes sharpened. After a brief moment of intense thinking, he enthusiastically grabbed Kenji's hand and shook it vigorously. Oh, right. I remember now. You're that guy, that, think, brain, think. Or the premium beef will fly away. Staring at the face of the man in front of him, a memory from a TV broadcast finally flashed through Saitama's mind. You're king, right? I've heard so much about you. When are we doing the hot pot? It's been so long since we last met. In that moment, Saitama's IQ reached its peak. For the sake of premium beef, King was his best friend, no questions asked. Seeing Saitama's eyes practically glowing, Kenji found it hilarious. This was a being who could destroy planets with his bare hands, someone who could wipe out galaxies if he got slightly serious. Yet, his greatest weakness was expensive meat. The two chatted like old buddies for a moment. Saitama gave him his address in the abandoned zone of City Z and waved goodbye. Make sure you come, okay? The supermarket sale is about to end, so I gotta go grab some cabbage first. I'll wait for you tonight. With that, Saitama anxiously bent his knees and launched himself into the air. The ground beneath him exploded, and he vanished into the horizon as a streak of light. Both sides felt like they had won. Kenji felt that for the price of a few boxes of beef, he had secured the friendship of the strongest being in the universe. Saitama was even happier. He had just gone out to perform some casual justice, and unexpectedly made a new best friend who was going to treat him to premium meat. Watching Saitama disappear, Kenji suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His heart began to pound violently, the loud thump-thump-thump of the King engine echoing through the ruins. Others might not be able to sense it, but Kenji could feel it clearly. Standing in front of Saitama, he felt incredibly small, like a speck of dust looking up at a mountain that pierced the heavens. Kenji was absolutely certain, even if he used Night Guy, it probably wouldn't even be enough to survive one of the caped Baldy's casual slaps. Still a long way to go. Although surpassing Saitama was nearly impossible, with the system in hand, getting stronger wouldn't be difficult. Right. Besides the regeneration passive, didn't I get some stat points? Kenji mentally commanded the system, and a translucent blue data panel appeared before his eyes. He quickly navigated to his character status. Name, Kenji. Gender, male. Abilities, King Engine, Extreme Regeneration. Strength, 10,000. Speed, 10,000. Stamina, 10,000. Defense, 8,000. Spirit, 3,000. Note, the threshold for dragon level is 1,000 in all stats. Seeing his off-the-chart stats, Kenji swallowed hard. The baseline for a dragon level threat was 1,000 points. Except for his spirit stat, he was essentially crushing the standard dragon level by tenfold. This explained his fight with Vaccine Man. It was a complete numerical stomp. Ring, ring, ring. A sudden ringtone pulled Kenji back to reality. He fished his phone out of his pocket. The caller ID flashed on the screen. Hero Association Sitch. The moment he picked up, Sitch's anxious voice came through the line. Mr. King, our sensors indicate that the energy fluctuations from the dragon-level threat Vaccine Man have vanished. Did you defeat him? Back at the Hero Association, Sitch was a nervous wreck. He stared at the main screen, which no longer showed Vaccine Man's signal, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. If King had defeated him, everything was fine. But if King hadn't, and the monster had simply fled or hidden its energy signature, they were in big trouble. It would mean a monster capable of destroying cities was now loose and invisible to their surveillance, ready to strike back at any moment. Doom. 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 Before answering, the trademark sound of the King engine transmitted through the phone, shaking the listener's soul with its powerful rhythm. Kenji's deep voice responded, calm and steady, sounding nothing like someone who had just been in a life-or-death battle. Vaccine Man has been dealt with. Send your cleanup crews immediately. With that, Kenji hung up. Hearing the confirmation that King had indeed defeated the monster, the heavy rock in Sitch's heart finally crumbled. Tension left his body instantly, and he practically collapsed into his chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. This disaster was one of the greatest threats the Hero Association had ever faced. If they had fumbled this, their reputation would have been in the gutter. As expected of the strongest man on Earth. Just as he was mentally praising King's reliability, a thought struck Sitch, and his face suddenly went pale. He shot up from his chair and barked orders at the staff in front of him, his voice trembling with urgency. Call Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki, right now. Tell her the dragon level threat has been neutralized by Mr. King and that she doesn't need to go there anymore. The association had originally requested Tatsumaki to handle this disaster. The short-tempered, arrogant Esper was already halfway there, only to have her kill stolen by King. Sitch couldn't even imagine the sparks that would fly between the strongest man on Earth and the association's ultimate weapon. Chapter 4, Capturing the Caped Baldy. 1,102 words. Chapter 4, Capturing the Caped Baldy. Location, City M. After notifying the Hero Association, Kenji prepared to leave. He recalled his home address from his inherited memories and was about to use his immense speed to head straight back. But just then, his heightened warrior's intuition made him freeze. He looked up at the sky, his brows knitting slightly. He could feel it, a powerful presence, one not inferior to his own, descending from above. Sure enough, a petite figure wrapped in a faint green glow floated down from the heavens. She had the stature of a child, curly green hair, emerald green eyes, and a black dress that fluttered in the wind. These traits belonged to one of the most feared existences in the world, S-Class Rank 2, Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki. Oh, right. Kenji remembered now. In the original story, the Hero Association had initially dispatched Tatsumaki to handle Vaccine Man. But Saitama had killed the monster too quickly, ending the fight before she could even arrive. However, because Kenji had spent time chatting with Saitama, he had delayed things just enough for her to catch up. A bratty, high-pitched voice rang out as Tatsumaki looked left and right, clearly annoyed. Ha! Is the Hero Association filled with useless idiots? They said there was a dragon-level disaster here, so why isn't there anything? Her powerful psychic senses swept the area below. She immediately locked onto Kenji standing amidst the ruins, as well as the headless corpse of Vaccine Man lying nearby, still emitting the faint aura of a dragon-level monster. King, why is that guy here? Seeing King suddenly appear on the battlefield and the dead monster at his feet, Tatsumaki instantly put two and two together. A flash of irritation surged through her. A vein popped on her smooth forehead. Using her telekinesis, she lowered herself to the ground, her green curls writhing like snakes as she snapped at him. Hey, didn't you know this dragon-level monster was my target? Stealing my kill halfway through, what's your problem? Do you want to fight, Scarface? Facing Tatsumaki's unreasonable tantrum, Kenji had zero desire to argue. He simply waved his hand calmly. There's no need for conflict here. Rescuing the injured is the priority. If you want to fight, I'll entertain you another time. Actually, Kenji did want to fight the Tornado of Terror. Possessing such immense power now, he urgently needed a strong opponent to gauge his true limits. Saitama was out of the question. Even though the guy wouldn't kill a human, the power gap was so comically large that there was no point in comparing them. Tatsumaki, on the other hand, was the official benchmark for peak dragon level power. She was the perfect test subject. They definitely had to fight, but absolutely not right now. Kenji had other things to do and no time to play with this legal lowly. However, hearing King's lecture, Tatsumaki's brain auto-translated his words into a challenge. She let out an angry laugh, a storm of psychic energy swirling violently around her body. Scarface. I don't care if you're the strongest man on Earth or whatever, remember this. Once this mess is cleaned up, I'm going to beat you until you can't even take care of yourself. Tatsumaki was furious. This was the first time she had met someone so arrogant, someone who dared to issue a challenge to her face. He completely disregarded her. With a heavy image, her psychic power flared, and she shot into the sky like a green comet, disappearing in an instant. Having sent away the problem child with the big temper, Kenji didn't linger either. With a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Minutes later, a large team of rescue workers and Hero Association staff arrived at the scene to begin extracting survivors. Meanwhile, the news that King, the strongest man on Earth, had single-handedly defeated Vaccine Man and saved the city spread like wildfire. Media outlets scrambled to report it. Instantly, King's already prestigious reputation among the public soared to new heights. Of course, the Hero Association was pulling strings behind the scenes. Through various media channels, they relentlessly hyped up King's heroic deeds and overwhelming strength. After all, having a hero with such a godlike public image was a massive boost to the association's own influence and authority. As the story circulated, the rumors about King began to spiral into absurdity. Did you hear? When the dragon-level disaster struck, Mr. King killed the monster just by glaring at it. What kind of weak fake news is that? Obviously, the moment Mr. King arrived, the monster knelt down and begged for mercy, but Mr. King's King engine vibrated so hard it shattered the monster's internal organ. I heard Mr. King dragged the monster to the moon, killed it there, and stopped a meteor shower on his way back. The rumors grew wilder and wilder, cementing yet another legend for the strongest man on Earth. However, people weren't overly surprised by this victory. After all, King's past achievements were already mind-boggling enough to make eyes pop out. Instant kills against any monster. The 3 scars on his face were from a battle with a god. The craters on the moon were caused by him using it as a punching bag. The list went on and on. Location, City M, King's apartment. While the world buzzed with rumors, Kenji, the subject of all the gossip, had already returned to the home in his memories. Looking at the room filled with game discs and the latest gaming consoles, he smiled with relief. Not bad. Although Kenji wasn't particularly interested in the dating sims, gal games, that the original King loved, he was a huge fan of fighting and action games. The moment his fingers touched the controller, a sensation of muscle memory, almost like instinct, flooded his mind. Kenji knew, the original King's god-tier gaming talent, etched into his very soul, had activated. After playing a few rounds, Kenji put down the controller and took a comfortable bath. He still had some of Vaccine Man's green blood on him. It wasn't harmful, but the sticky feeling was annoying. Lying in the bathtub, watching the steam drift toward the ceiling, Kenji's gaze went slightly unfocused as he soaked in the hot water. Suddenly transmigrating to this world, it was still a bit disorienting. But thankfully, he had the system, a gold finger, which promptly gave him enough power to dispel his confusion and fear. After cleaning himself up, Kenji prepared for his next move. Objective: go to the City Z abandoned zone. Mission: capture the Caped Baldy. Chapter 5, Say No More. 1117 words. Chapter 5, Say No More. Location: City Z supermarket. Hurry up. Hurry up. Move it already. Staring at the checkout line that stretched out like a long dragon, a certain bald man in a yellow jumpsuit felt his eyes bulging out of his sockets. He stood helplessly at the very back of the queue. Clutched tightly in his hand was a bundle of discount Napa cabbage and enoki mushrooms. Saitama was genuinely worried. If he took too long buying groceries and got back late, would King still be there? The thought of missing out on delicious premium beef just because the checkout line was too slow made him feel like life had lost all meaning. The people around him cast strange looks at the bald pervert in the yellow tights. A child tried to point and say something, but his mother glared at him and dragged him away. Saitama was long used to these judgmental stares. His face returned to its default, deadpan expression. Whatever. I'm not going to cut in line. I'll just wait like a law-abiding citizen. The moment he tossed his loose change onto the counter and paid, Saitama grabbed his cabbage and mushrooms. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the supermarket. To the pedestrians outside, it looked like a blur, followed by a sudden gust of wind. All they saw was a vague afterimage flashing down the street. With relentless speed, it took Saitama less than 2 minutes to escape the crowded city center. With a massive leap, he vaulted over the barbed wire fence cordon of the abandoned zone. Once inside the uninhabited area, Saitama shifted gears. His speed doubled as he let loose. Suddenly, the asphalt road ahead shattered. A monster with the head of a bullfrog burst out of a hole in the ground. It whipped a slimy tongue around, flexing muscles covered in bulging veins. I am the great bullfrog man. Because I loved eating bullfrogs and was addicted to bodybuilding, I transformed into this muscular amphibian form. I demand even bigger musk. Splat. Before the sentence was finished, and before Bullfrog Man could even scream, his head exploded into a mist of blood. Saitama flicked his wrist to shake some green blood off his red rubber glove. It was as casual as swatting a fly on the side of the road. He didn't even slow down. When he arrived at his apartment building, he saw a tall, blonde figure waiting for him. In the man's hands were 3 boxes that seemed to glow with a holy light. Saitama squinted. The pink texture and snowy white fat were distinct, forming a beautiful marble pattern. The thickness of each slice was absolute perfection. Premium A5 Wagyu. His attitude instantly shifted to maximum hospitality. With a beaming smile, he ushered Kenji into his home. Come in, come in. Once inside, Kenji subconsciously scanned the environment. There wasn't much dust, it was clean and tidy. The furniture was sparse but functional. A bookshelf nearby was crammed with manga, and in front of the TV lay a futon specifically designed for lazing around. It was hard to imagine that the strongest man in the universe lived in such a cramped, humble apartment. Minutes later, as the hot pot broth began to bubble, Saitama took the lead, dumping in the cabbage and enoki mushrooms to flavor the soup base. When the temperature was just right, Kenji looked at the plate of premium beef and had a sudden thought. In the One Punch Man world, spiritual power exists. It can manifest as psychokinesis, espers, to manipulate objects. Although my other stats are way higher, my spirit stat has technically reached the dragon level standard. I should be able to manifest enough telekinesis to move things. Thinking this, Kenji focused his mind and directed his will at the beef. A faint green glow flickered around him. Under his mental command, the entire plate of premium beef slowly floated into the air, drifted over the table, and dove perfectly into the boiling pot. Seeing this, even Saitama couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, that's kinda cool. Are you an esper too, King? Facing Saitama's envious look, Kenji rubbed his nose. Barely, I guess. I mostly just use it to move stuff around when I'm lazy. Wow. That is practical. Does that mean you can drink water while lying in bed without getting up? Saitama's deadpan logic almost made Kenji choke. In this relaxed atmosphere, about 8 seconds passed. The bright red beef tumbling in the boiling broth gradually changed color. The moment the meat was 80% cooked. Snap. Both Saitama and Kenji opened their eyes wide at the exact same instant. Their chopsticks moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, 2 hands manipulated their chopsticks at Godspeed, snatching the beef from the pot and depositing it into their respective bowls. Kenji felt he had moved at his absolute limit. Yet, he only managed to snag 5 slices. The rest of the mountain of beef had vanished into Saitama's bowl. As expected of the caped baldy, even his speed at snatching food is boundless. On the other side, Saitama was actually surprised by Kenji's speed. Although he hadn't gotten serious, for Kenji to snatch 5 slices from under his nose was commendable. After the hot pot, the two began to chat freely. Kenji, now full and satisfied, looked at Saitama, who was picking his teeth. He suddenly asked, "By the way, Saitama, have you ever thought about becoming a hero?" Saitama paused, looking confused. "Ha! Aren't I already a hero? I'm a hero for fun. And that is exactly why you are so broke." This was the reason for Saitama's poverty in the early stages. He blindly exterminated monsters as a hobbyist but never registered as a professional. This meant he had no steady job or income source for years. If the abandoned zone in City Z didn't have free rent and utilities, due to being abandoned, he would have been homeless long ago. Kenji began to explain the structure of the Hero Association and the ranking system. Saitama picked up a leftover piece of beef and popped it into his mouth. "So, King, you're an S-class hero, right? Those guys at the top, how much do they get paid a month?" Kenji thought for a moment. Just the base salary alone is probably around 5 million yen, $45,000 a month. How much? Fat. The beef Saitama had just chewed was sprayed across the room. His eyes were perfectly round circles of shock. Without a second of hesitation, he inhaled the rest of the beef in his bowl like a vacuum cleaner and flashed into his yellow jumpsuit. Chapter 6, Let me quiz you. 1,198 words. Chapter 6, Let me quiz you. A few million yen a month. To Saitama, who lived in poverty, that was a sum of money he usually didn't even dare to dream about. If he could get that kind of salary, he could eat premium A5 beef until he burst, and during the supermarket special sales days, he could sweep the shelves like a typhoon. For the sake of premium beef, I'm going all in. Wearing his battle suit, Saitama leaped into the air with a massive bound, flying toward the Hero Association. Seeing Saitama so impatient, Kenji shook his head helplessly. He activated his psychokinesis and levitated into the air to follow. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang again. Kenji checked the caller ID. It was the Hero Association again. Another monster disaster? That's strange. Usually, they don't call me for anything below dragon level, and at this point in the timeline, there shouldn't be any other dragon level threats. With a hint of confusion, Kenji answered the call. The moment it connected, Sitch's panicked voice came through, accompanied by background noises of things crashing to the ground. Mr. King, do you have a moment right now? Please, we need you to come to the Hero Association headquarters urgently. There is a critical matter that requires your intervention. Understood. Kenji gave a brief reply and hung up. He had a pretty good guess as to what this was about. Perfect. I can handle Saitama's job application and deal with that appointment with Tatsumaki at the same time. Thinking this, Kenji immediately sped up to catch up with Saitama, who was still furiously jumping ahead. Saitama, you're going the wrong way. If you want to apply for the high-ranking hero positions, you need to go to the headquarters in City A. Follow me. Saitama scratched his head mid-air, barely hearing King over the roar of the wind. Oh okay. Seeing Kenji flying freely through the sky, Saitama, who had to keep jumping off the ground, suddenly felt a pang of envy. Damn it. I really want to learn how to fly. Too bad humans can't fly. Wait. I got it. Saitama's usually simple, doodle-like face suddenly became sharp and angular. He assumed a serious posture. Every muscle in his body erupted with power as vast as a galaxy. Serious airwalking. Saitama leaped into the air again. But this time, his legs began to kick the empty void at a frequency almost invisible to the naked eye. A violent hurricane whipped up beneath him. By relying on sheer, brute force and kicking speed that defied physics, he was literally compressing the air until it became solid enough to step on. His legs became wreathed in flames from the friction. Saitama began to sprint through the sky, stepping on air, his speed not losing out to Kenji's full-speed flight in the slightest. Kenji looked down and saw this. Bro, that is actually ridiculous. But remembering that this was the logic-defying Caped Baldy, Kenji just accepted it. Whatever. You can't argue logic with a cheat code. Although Kenji could technically do something similar with his 8 gates physique, he definitely couldn't sustain airwalking for long periods like Saitama. He'd probably have to land and recharge every 10 seconds or so. Halfway there, Kenji suddenly thought of a problem. The Hero Association's rules were quite rigid. Even with the endorsement of the strongest man on Earth, Saitama still had to pass the entrance exam. The physical test was a non-issue. The problem was the written exam. In the original story, Saitama barely scraped by with a passing grade. Kenji recalled the exam content from his memories. They were mostly simple questions of ethics and justice, things any normal person could answer to get at least 40 out of 50 points. But given that Saitama's brain circuitry had simplified along with his overwhelming power, his terrible score was understandable. To prevent a disaster, Kenji decided to prep him with some sample questions. Saitama, to pass the Hero Association assessment, you also need to take a written exam. I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Try to answer them. Saitama, while maintaining his high-speed air kicking, gave an okay hand sign. Kenji thought for a moment and threw out the first question. Question 1. A monster appears nearby. Civilians have not yet been evacuated, and the situation is dangerous. What is your specific course of action? Saitama's eyes went deadpan. He gave his answer without hesitation. Just punch the monster until it explodes. Done. Kenji. I knew it. Because he was too strong, his thought process had become a straight line. Nothing was simpler than solving a problem with one punch. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Kenji asked the second question. Question 2. What is the most important factor in becoming a hero? Saitama, having the strength to kill a monster in one punch. Question 3. What is your original intention and dream for becoming a hero? Why do you want to be one? And what do you want to do after becoming one? Saitama, it's a hobby. Being a hero is just to get a bigger paycheck. After becoming one? Fight monsters, I guess. Kenji. You're going to fail so hard. Kenji facepalmed. This guy had practically devolved into a single-celled organism. Every solution was punch it. If a punch didn't work, well, that scenario didn't exist. Kenji decided to give him a hint. Saitama, sometimes we need to change our perspective. Imagine if the monster was stronger than you, and you were weak. How would you answer these questions then? Change perspective. Saitama suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. He thought back to the time when he still had hair, when he was weak but burned with passion. Back then, he got beaten up constantly, but he always held on to his burning desire for justice and strength. I see. Look at it from the perspective of a weak person. If I think back to who I used to be, these questions seem to have different answers. A flicker of life returned to Saitama's dead fish eyes. He muttered to himself. If those are the kinds of questions they ask, I think I know what to write now. He didn't need to overthink standard answers. He just needed to recall his original sincerity and heart. That would be the best answer sheet. Seeing that Saitama finally looked like he had engaged his brain, Kenji relaxed a little. With this, he shouldn't write any catastrophic answers. Location: Hero Association headquarters. Chaos reigned. Countless objects were wrapped in a green glow, floating and swirling in mid-air. The room looked like a hurricane had passed through it indoors. The staff members watched in terror, huddled in corners. Sitch, the team leader, was drenched in cold sweat, but he forced himself to speak. Tatsumaki. Mr. King has already agreed to come to headquarters. Please, calm down first. Can you put the furniture down? At that moment, Tatsumaki was floating near the ceiling, her green curly hair dancing wildly in the psychic storm. She looked down at the people below with a face full of displeasure. Chapter 7. Tatsumaki is pissed. 1116 words. Chapter 7. Tatsumaki is pissed. Right now, Tatsumaki was extremely pissed off. She was already unhappy that her mission target had been snatched right out from under her nose, but then that damn Scarface had the audacity to challenge her. 4 years, Tatsumaki had sat comfortably at rank 2 of the S-class. This was the first time anyone had dared to provoke her so arrogantly. But that wasn't even the main point. The main point was that instead of prioritizing their duel, that hateful king had gone off to do other things. After going home to stew in her anger, she got madder the more she thought about it. So, she stormed straight into the Hero Association headquarters, demanding that they summon King immediately for a fight. At first, Sitch tried to stall, reasoning that King probably had important matters to attend to and shouldn't be disturbed so casually. But that just made Tatsumaki angrier. She used her psychokinesis to grab random objects and start smashing them around the office. Sitch, having no spine to stand up to her, had no choice but to call King. Please. Mr. King, hurry up and get here. I really can't control this problem child anymore. Just then, the main doors of the Hero Association headquarters slid open. 2 figures walked in. Seeing the iconic blonde hair and the 3 jagged scars on his face, Tatsumaki, who was currently fuming, instantly locked onto her target. I didn't think you'd actually dare to show up, King. Come on. Let's take this outside. Hearing this, Sitch nearly had a heart attack. Bro, are you kidding me? The Hero Association's ultimate weapon, the world's strongest Esper versus the strongest man on Earth. If these two fought, wouldn't they wipe the entire city off the map? Seeing that he couldn't talk sense into Tatsumaki, Sitch turned his desperate gaze to Kenji, leaning in to whisper. Mr. King, how about you two just talk it out? If you actually fight, the consequences. It wouldn't be good. Kenji glanced at him, then waved his hand calmly, his voice steady and deep. No problem. If she wants to fight, I'll entertain her anytime. Why are you adding fuel to the fire too? Sitch mentally collapsed. This damn Hero Association, every single S-class hero is crazier than the last. I can't manage any of them. Seeing the tension between King and Tatsumaki reaching a breaking point, Sitch didn't dare intervene further. His eyes drifted to the person who had walked in with King. The first thing that caught his eye was a shiny bald head, followed by a generic, mob character face, and finally, a mustard yellow jumpsuit that screamed amateur. Although the guy looked like a total weakling no matter how you squinted, Sitch remembered that King had brought him. He asked cautiously, Mr. King, who might this be? Kenji, who was currently in a standoff with Tatsumaki, turned his head and introduced Saitama to Sitch. This is a powerhouse I brought with me. He's here to take the hero certification exam. I can guarantee you, his strength is absolutely not inferior to mine. When that last sentence dropped, everyone in the room widened their eyes. Sitch's jaw practically hit the floor. Someone the strongest man on Earth admits is on par with him? Is he really that terrifying? If King wasn't lying, then the Hero Association was about to gain another trump card of equal caliber. Excitement surged in Sicha's heart. He immediately put on a welcoming smile and ushered Saitama toward the reception room, personally arranging the exam details. Although the monthly scheduled exam wasn't happening today, for someone who might be as strong as King and to give King face, it was worth setting up a private special exam. Saitama was initially confused by the fuss, but the moment the Hero Association staff brought out free drinks and a fruit platter, his eyes instantly filled with wisdom. Watching Saitama frantically inhaling fruit under the principle of if it's free, eat it, Kenji turned his attention back to Tatsumaki. Just as he was about to speak, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations host, you have triggered a choice event. Option 1. Display the charisma of the strongest man on Earth. Fight S-Class Rank 2, Tatsumaki, and show the world the true weight of your title. Crush her arrogant and conceited ego, and teach her that there is always a sky beyond the sky. Reward, Random High-Level Ninjutsu X1, Taijutsu Auto-Training Card X2. Option 2. Avoid the edge. Choose to endure and hide your strength until you can completely crush Tatsumaki with zero effort. Play the role of the hidden Dragon King protagonist, learn to swallow your pride, and enjoy a life of smirking from the shadows. Reward, Stat Points X1000. HM. I can get rewards by triggering options. Kenji realized he still knew too little about this gold finger of his. Or maybe the system was just painfully minimalist and required him to figure things out on his own. He quickly scanned the two options and chose option 1 without hesitation. Are you kidding? The atmosphere is already this tense. If I choose to hide now, how am I any different from a cowardly turtle? Besides, while both rewards were good, option 1 offered uncertain but potentially massive gains. If he pulled a good skill, the return would be huge. Option 2 offered stats, which were nice and reliable, but the mindset didn't fit Kenji. Not my style. Rejected. Ding. Congratulations host, you have selected option 1. Seeing Kenji suddenly standing there motionless, Tatsumaki felt like she was being ignored again. She clenched her small fists, her psychic aura swirling around her like a storm. Scarface, you are really cocky. Tatsumaki nearly lost control of her temper right there, but she managed to hold back. She pointed a finger toward the exit, her voice icy cold. Get out there. We're going to the outskirts to settle this properly. I'll teach you the consequences of provoking me. Facing the arrogant and conceited Esper, Kenji crossed his arms. His majestic, intimidating face remained expressionless. Come on then. I also want to see the true strength of the strongest Esper. Don't disappoint me. The thought of fighting an opponent on the same level as Tatsumaki made Kenji's heart beat faster involuntarily. Doom. 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 Doom doom doom. The engine-like heartbeat instantly resonated through the entire hall. Each thud felt like a heavy war hammer striking the souls of everyone present, creating a suffocating pressure. But Tatsumaki didn't care about that. A few seconds later, 2 streaks of green light shot out of the Hero Association doors, racing toward the uninhabited outskirts of the city. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Is that it? 1147 words. Chapter 8. Is that it? In the midst of the howling wind, Tatsumaki looked down, her eyes wide with undisguised shock. She stared at Kenji, who was also floating in mid-air using psychokinesis. This guy can actually use psychokinesis. Is he an Esper too? Being the straightforward type, Tatsumaki didn't bother beating around the bush. She asked directly, Hey, King, how can you use psychokinesis? Are you an Esper? Kenji glanced at her. His tone was flat, his deep voice betraying no emotion. My spiritual power is just a bit strong, that's all. Tatsumaki paused, clearly not expecting that answer. She let out a cold snort. Playing mysterious. It doesn't matter how many tricks you're hiding, I'm going to crush you today regardless. The two arrived in the desolate wilderness. After confirming that there wasn't a soul within 100 kilometers, they finally landed. It is worth noting that in the world of One Punch Man, all the continents have merged into one massive supercontinent. Humanity has built 26 city-states, named A through Z, on this vast landmass. Outside of these 26 cities lies endless wilderness and harsh environments. No matter how destructive their battle got, it wouldn't affect human society. This provided the perfect arena for Kenji and Tatsumaki. On the barren wasteland, the two stood facing each other. Neither chose to strike first. Kenji maintained his king-style posturing, naturally waiting for the opponent to move so he could counter. As for Tatsumaki, although her tone was full of disdain, internally she was still wary of the strongest man on Earth and his legendary battle record. While they were in a standoff, the system notification chimed in Kenji's ear again. Ding! Rewards distributed in advance. Congratulations! You have received Random High-Level Ninjutsu X1, Taijutsu Auto-Training Card X2. Congratulations! You have obtained the complete 8 inner gates technique. In an instant, the secrets of the 8 inner gates flooded Kenji's mind. He mastered them instantly, as if they had become muscle memory he could unleash at will. Oh, that's generous. Giving me the rewards beforehand. However, drawing the 8 inner gates technique itself was a bit unexpected. Does this mean, even though my base state is already the gate of death physique, I can open gates 1 through 7 again? And maybe even stack another gate of death on top of it? The 8 inner gates technique acts as a multiplier based on the user's physical constitution. The stronger the user's base body, the greater the amplification. For example, if opening the 7th gate gives a 3x multiplier, and the user's base strength is 3, then 3 times 3 is equal to 9. But if the user's base strength is 100, then 100 times 3 is equal to 300. The gap is enormous. One person gains only 6 points of strength, while the other gains 200. It's not even in the same league. Since I've gained such power, it's time to break this stalemate. Kenji took a proactive step forward. Tatsumaki's gaze instantly sharpened, and a sneer curled her lips. So the Scarface is finally willing to move. Get up. Violent psychic energy erupted from her body, piercing through the air to surround Kenji, attempting to lift him off the ground. With a thought, Kenji flooded his acupuncture points with surging chi and blood. White steam erupted from his body, and his skin turned a faint shade of red. 8 inner gates, 7th gate of wonder, Kaiman, open. His already terrifying physical strength skyrocketed instantly. Because his base constitution was so powerful, Kenji felt almost no burden even after opening the 7th gate. Facing the encroaching psychic pressure, Kenji simply punched. The terrifying force created a sonic boom that shattered the invisible psychic construct around him like glass. The sensation was strange, like breaking a pane of glass as thin as a cicada's wing, yet seeing no shards. Realizing her psychokinesis couldn't hold the man in front of her, Tatsumaki felt a jolt of surprise. This was the first time she had encountered an enemy she couldn't control. Immediately after, the proud Esper Queen felt a rush of excitement. Her spiritual power, vast as an ocean, erupted fully. Not bad. Then try something bigger. Her psychic power transformed into an invisible tsunami, crashing toward Kenji. The ground beneath their feet shattered instantly. The earth within a radius of several kilometers was ripped up, turning into a storm of debris that completely surrounded Kenji. A sphere made of crushed rock encased him. Glowing with green psychic light, Tatsumaki manipulated the sphere and hurled it high into the sky. Hundreds of meters in the air, veins bulged on her forehead as she continuously compressed the massive rock ball. The sphere, originally kilometers wide and resembling a meteorite, was squeezed tighter and tighter, emitting loud cracking sounds. Kenji, trapped in the center, was subjected to gravitational pressure unimaginable to ordinary humans. No resistance. Looks like those battle records were just hot air. Tatsumaki poured in endless psychic power. The kilometer-wide sphere was compressed down to a few dozen meters, its density reaching a terrifying level. But in the very next instant, a voice cut clearly through the chaos and into her ears. Nice psychokinesis. Too bad it's still a bit weak. What? Tatsumaki's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Before she could increase her output, a thunderous explosion came from above. The compressed sphere detonated into dust. Kenji, wreathed in white steam, appeared in front of her almost instantly, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye. There wasn't a scratch on him. Only a suffocating, terrifying aura radiated from his body, accompanied by a rhythmic, engine-like roaring sound. Doom. 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 Doom doom doom. Tatsumaki's expression turned ugly as she listened to the engine roar that seemed to make the heavens and earth tremble in unison. Is this the king engine? She knew that not only had she gotten serious, but the king in front of her had also entered combat mode. If external force can't crush you, then I won't use external force. I'll manipulate your body directly. With that thought, Tatsumaki focused her mind. A torrent of psychic power locked onto Kenji, causing his body to glow with a faint green light. Die. Tatsumaki twisted her wrist. Her face flushed red from the exertion, her green curly hair flying wildly in the psychic storm. The force acting on Kenji intensified. At this level, even the hardest metal on Earth would be twisted into a pretzel the moment it touched her power. Even a dragon-level monster, unless it was a near-peak dragon, would be wrung into meat paste instantly. However, facing this incredibly powerful psychic twist, Kenji's figure remained motionless. It was as if the force trying to wring him out didn't exist at all. He tilted his head. A hint of genuine confusion finally appeared on his majestic, stoic face. Is that it? Chapter 9, Strive to become the strongest. 1109 words. Chapter 9, Strive to become the strongest. The 3 words, is that it, struck Tatsumaki's soul like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Her eyes instantly turned fierce, and she grit her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. To think you're actually this tough. Let's see if I can't wring you into a pretzel today. Veins bulged on her smooth forehead once again. Tatsumaki poured every ounce of her psychic power out without reservation, slamming it all onto Kenji. The ground beneath them began to shatter layer by layer. The surface for dozens of miles trembled violently under the terrifying pressure of her psychokinesis, sinking several meters deep. The air around them grew stagnant and heavy, as if suppressed by dozens of times normal gravity. It became viscous, making it hard to breathe. Thick clouds began to swirl in the sky above. Tatsumaki's terrifying power was even affecting the weather, creating an atmosphere of an impending storm. Finally, under Tatsumaki's relentless effort, Kenji's body moved. He raised his hand, scratched his nose, and put it back down. If there was any difference from his usual movements, it was that his hand moved slightly slower than normal. Kenji had almost completely ignored Tatsumaki's psychic restraints. The 7th gate of the 8 inner gates already provided a massive boost to the physical body. Combined with Kenji's base stats, which were already at the peak dragon level, his physical resistance was off the charts. Back when he read the original manga, Kenji had thought Tatsumaki's psychokinesis was terrifyingly strong. Lifting half a continent, twisting the towering Psycho-Zorochi fusion into a ball and tossing it into the stratosphere, her feats were undeniable. But now, after experiencing her strongest psychic output firsthand, he suddenly realized, it's kinda just okay. Kenji took a step forward. Against the full brunt of Tatsumaki's suppression, he walked forward slowly but steadily. Step. 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 The footsteps weren't loud, but each one landed like a heavy hammer on Tatsumaki's psyche. Tatsumaki tried desperately to halt his movement, but Kenji used his godlike physical strength to forcibly break through the psychic pressure. He didn't even look like he was struggling. His slow pace wasn't because of the psychic pressure, of course. He just wanted to look cool. Tatsumaki was seeing stars. Her vision began to darken at the edges, a sign that she had pushed her psychic power to its absolute limit. She swore she had just unleashed the strongest psychic force she had ever mustered in her life, yet she couldn't even shake the man in front of her. Tatsumaki, who had always been supremely confident, felt her worldview crumbling. Is this the strongest man on Earth? So the legends weren't fake. He really is powerful. But I am S-class rank 2. This king is only S-class rank 7. Why should I lose to him? Even though she was at her limit, barely able to stand, Tatsumaki gritted her teeth and held on. Her intense pride and self-esteem wouldn't allow her to fall just like that. She raised her hand, diverting a portion of her psychic power. The energy compressed in the air, forming hundreds of spears sharp enough to pierce through a human mind. With a wave of her hand, thousands of psychic spears launched at the stationary Kenji, intending to turn him into a hornet's nest. Facing an attack that could instantly kill most dragon-level monsters, Kenji's expression didn't change. He simply swiped his hand in front of him, like swatting a mosquito. Boom, boom, boom. With just one slap, the area in front of him became a vacuum. The displaced air formed a violent air cannon that pulverized thousands of psychic spears in an instant. Just then, one spear, faster and fiercer than the rest, pierced through the void, charging straight at him with chilling momentum. The moment it neared Kenji's face, a large hand grabbed it firmly and crushed it into nothingness. Seeing that her proudest psychic attacks couldn't even scratch the man in front of her, Tatsumaki felt lost for the first time in her life. Can I really win? Of course I can. Unwillingness and anger filled her heart. She forcibly squeezed more power from her mind, erupting with even greater force. The massive psychic pressure caused the surrounding air to twist and solidify. The earth trembled, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ground, covering 100 miles. The distant forest was swept up in the collateral damage. Countless trees were flattened into sawdust the instant they touched her psychic aura, offering zero resistance. The distance between them closed. Kenji walked with his hands in his pockets, his golden hair fluttering in the psychic storm. His majestic face with its 3 scars loomed closer. Finally, they were less than a meter apart. Tatsumaki's psychic shield separated them, and they stared at each other through the green barrier. Kenji's body emitted faint white steam. His eyes remained calm, and the only sound was the earth-shaking roar of the King engine echoing through the world. Tatsumaki's face was flushed red, veins popping on her forehead. Her large emerald eyes were now bloodshot. Their conditions formed a stark contrast. Kenji raised his fist. Power capable of twisting space erupted instantly, smashing directly into Tatsumaki's psychic shield. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward from their position, sweeping in all directions. The clouds for dozens of kilometers were blasted away, revealing a clear, blue sky. Tatsumaki was sent flying backward uncontrollably. Like a cannonball, she smashed heavily into the ground. The earth shattered instantly, forming a massive crater beneath her. She tried her best to change trajectory, barely preventing herself from being buried deep underground, but still carved a trench 1,000 meters long across the surface. The indestructible psychic shield around her body was now covered in cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. And this was the result of Kenji using only 80% of his strength. He needed to increase his power gradually, not only to adapt to his sudden surge in strength but also because he was afraid a full power punch might accidentally kill her. Lying in the dust and smoke, Tatsumaki shakily climbed to her feet. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. I'm really going to lose. I'm actually going to lose to this guy. In her daze, Tatsumaki felt as if she had shrunk, lying amidst the ruins of her past. In her memory, a burly figure whose face she couldn't see clearly crouched down and patted her green curly hair. Do your best, Tatsumaki. Strive to become the strongest. Grow until no one can ever look down on you again. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Should I give it a try? 1062 words. Chapter 10. Should I give it a try? Feeling the sensation on her head, Tatsumaki froze. A clear liquid seemed to slide down her cheek. Staring at the figure deeply etched into her memories, a back she could never quite reach, Tatsumaki subconsciously reached out, trying to grab hold of the blurry silhouette. However, the figure merely let out a faint chuckle, gave her a thumbs up, and turned to walk away. Only a single sentence drifted through the air. Don't let anyone look down on you. Believe that you are the best. You have the power to protect your little sister. Don't go. Tatsumaki scrambled up from the ruins. She ran desperately toward the figure walking further and further away, her breathing ragged, stumbling as she charged forward. That was the person she had looked up to for 20 years. The person she had waited for. The person she had been searching for. S-Class Rank 1, Blast. Don't go. Tatsumaki murmured. Her stumbling footsteps steadied, and finally, she used her psychokinesis to take flight, pushing her speed to the limit. But even then, she couldn't touch that back. Don't leave me. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the white void. Cracks appeared on the surface of the space around her, and then, like a shattered mirror, the dream world exploded into fragments, leaving only nothingness. Reality. Tatsumaki snapped her eyes open. Her vision was tinged with red, the whites of her eyes completely filled with broken capillaries. It felt like countless steel needles were piercing her brain. The intense pain brought the S-Class Rank 2 hero to her knees. That's right. I promised Blast. I would become the strongest. So, how could I possibly lose to a guy like King? With a piercing shriek, massive green energy erupted from her body. Tatsumaki forcibly pushed her mental load to the absolute limit, unleashing a full-scale psychic outbreak. If I can't wring him into a pretzel directly, and if wide-range attacks can't force him to dodge, then I just need to condense all my power into a single point. The boundless psychic energy, strong enough to rip up the surface of an entire city, began to compress rapidly. In the blink of an eye, spiritual power as vast as an ocean was compressed into a tiny needle, less than 10 centimeters long. Terrifying power surged within it. The moment this psychic needle formed, the surrounding space began to warp, clearly unable to bear the burden of its density. Sensing the crisis signal from the depths of his instincts, Kenji's face finally showed a hint of seriousness. The intensity of that needle, it's enough to hurt me. And the injury wouldn't be light. With a thought from Tatsumaki, the needle moved. In 0.01 seconds, it crossed the distance almost instantaneously, arriving right in front of Kenji's face. Kenji's pupils constricted. His body turned into an afterimage and vanished from the spot, leaving only a streak of blue light as he maneuvered through the air at speeds invisible to the naked eye. In the spot where he had just been standing, the space itself collapsed. The tiny needle had pierced through the stability of reality, triggering a localized spatial implosion. "Don't you dare run," Tatsumaki shouted. Although she was growing weaker by the second, she continued to pour power into the tracking needle. But in the next second, a figure appeared abruptly behind her. A completely ordinary hand chop descended gently. It smashed right through her already crumbling psychic shield and struck the back of her neck. Thud. The flow of psychic power cut off instantly. Tatsumaki's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Without its power source, the terrifying psychic needle lost its momentum and slowly dissipated into specks of green light in the wind. The battle ended with Kenji's effortless victory. From start to finish, Kenji had allowed Tatsumaki to attack freely. He had only made 2 moves, and she was already exhausted and knocked out. He reached down and picked up the petite Tatsumaki by her collar, yawning in boredom. "I thought it would be a hearty, exhilarating battle. Turns out this little lowly is pretty weak." The white steam on his body slowly faded as Kenji exited the Gate of Wonder. Holding Tatsumaki, he flew up into the sky, heading back toward the Hero Association. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have completed option 1. Hearing the system notification, Kenji shook his head helplessly. Unless something unexpected happened, he was now solidly one of the top-tier powerhouses in the One Punch Man world. Tatsumaki was supposed to be the strongest active hero aside from the hidden cheat characters, yet she had no way to fight back against him. It was practically an instant kill. With the Gate of Death physique as his base, plus the multiplier of the 8 inner gates stacked on top, Kenji had become a certified stat monster. No fancy mechanics, just pure, overwhelming numerical superiority. Exactly like a certain caped baldy. In the end, I still didn't get to test out Night Guy. There was simply no opportunity. A single serious punch had nearly killed Tatsumaki. If he had actually used a Night Guy kick, Tatsumaki would have turned into a mist of blood on the spot. High in the sky, the biting cold wind blew against Kenji's face as he carried the unconscious Esper. He was currently pondering a very important question, a question that could determine life or death. Should I go find Saitama to test the power of my skills? Meanwhile, Hero Association headquarters. "Mr. Saitama, the exam venue and props are ready. You may begin now." Saitama, who had already devoured several platters of fruit, shuddered instinctively when he heard the staff member's voice. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. When he realized they were just calling him for the exam, he let out a massive sigh of relief. "I almost thought they were going to ask me to pay for the fruit. That was terrifying. These fruits look expensive. And I ate a few huge plates of them. If they charged me, I wouldn't be able to pay it off even if I starved for months." "Coming," Saitama shouted back. He quickly stuffed one last shine muscat grape into his mouth and ran out of the break room. Chapter 11. He wasn't even in combat mode. 1113 words. Chapter 11. He wasn't even in combat mode. Location, exam venue. Saitama stood on the running track. His yellow jumpsuit was already stripped off, revealing a physique of sculpted, powerful muscles. 2 staff members stood at the finish line, stopwatches in hand, shouting loudly. "First test, 3-kilometer sprint. Ready. G. Before the word GO could even leave their mouths, a violent gust of wind roared past their ears, followed by a sonic boom. Startled, they turned their heads, only to find Saitama already standing past the finish line, casually cracking his neck as if bored. On the rubber track behind him, a series of deep, sunken footprints were visible, proof that Saitama had achieved such speed purely through the raw reactionary force of his legs against the ground. What monstrous strength! The staff members swallowed hard. No wonder this bald guy was granted a special solo exam. It turned out he was terrifyingly strong. Soon after, the second test began. Shot put. Boom. With a deafening clang of metal striking metal, the steel-reinforced ceiling of the exam hall was blasted open, leaving a hole several meters wide. The shot put ball Saitama had thrown was already gone, wrapped in blazing flames from atmospheric friction as it shot toward outer space. Before its momentum ran out, it would probably become a new star in the night sky. 100-meter shuttle run. The staff members saw only a blur. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Saitama had already crossed the finish line back and forth hundreds of times. Weightlifting. Without his muscles even seeming to flex, Saitama casually lifted a dumbbell weighing several tons with one hand, tossing it up and catching it like a toy. Punching machine. A light, casual punch. The entire punching machine was sent flying backward over 10 meters, smashing heavily into the far wall. Whack-a-mole. 10 holes. The moment a mole head popped out of one, a red hammer descended from the heavens, smashing the toy head into plastic smithereens. With the full set of physical tests complete, Saitama put his yellow jumpsuit back on and returned to the break room to inhale more free snacks and drinks. Looking at the data on their clipboards, the two recording staff members looked at each other, their hands trembling uncontrollably. This guy's physical stats are practically a monster's. Are we about to see the birth of a new S-class hero? Location: Hero Association Monitoring Room. A staff member in a white lab coat burst through the door, nervously handing a data sheet to Sitch, who was seated in the command chair. His face was flushed with excitement. "Sir, these are the physical test results for Mr. King's companion, Saitama. He isn't human. He's a Superman." Looking at the data, which was off the charts in every category, Sitch's eyes widened. King's words from earlier echoed in his mind. "I can guarantee you, his strength is absolutely not inferior to mine." Originally, Sitch had been skeptical. King was the strongest man on Earth, so how could this weak-looking bald guy possibly rival him? But now, looking at the data that suggested a god resided within that body, Sitch's doubts began to waver. With these numbers, even if King was exaggerating slightly, Saitama definitely possessed S-class capabilities. Now, it all depends on the written exam. With such extraordinary physical results, as long as he got a decent score on the written portion, there was hope for a direct promotion to S-class. Location: written exam room. When the exam bell rang, Saitama's face paled slightly. A fear from the depths of his soul flashed through his mind. Before becoming a hero for fun, Saitama had been a student and job hunter for over a decade. He had practically developed a stress response to exam bells. However, looking at the questions on the paper, he realized they were basically exactly what King had quizzed him on earlier. A rare, genuine smile appeared on his simplified face. "I didn't expect it to be exactly what that guy said." Scanning the essay questions, Saitama almost impulsively filled them all with a single answer. "Punch it until it explodes." To him, every problem on the paper could be solved with that sentence. But just as he was about to write, King's advice echoed in his head. "You need to change your perspective. Look at the problem from the perspective of a weak person." The perspective of the weak. Saitama closed his eyes and recalled his past self. Back then, he was weak. But every day felt fulfilling. Training, eating bananas, going out to fight monsters. He fought monsters far stronger than himself. Even when he was beaten bloody, he would still scream and charge forward to save the civilians. With that thought in mind, Saitama opened his eyes. His pen began to scratch against the paper, leaving behind the sound of graphite and sincere intent. While Saitama was taking his exam, the staff in the monitoring room suddenly stood up in excitement. Sitch rushed over. "Report. The hyperenergy readings in Sector 302 of the outskirts have vanished. The battle between Miss Tatsumaki and Mr. King has concluded." Hearing this, Sitch's heart clenched. The energy readings from their clash earlier were equivalent to a massive dragon-level disaster. If that fight had happened in the city, the entire metropolis would have been wiped out instantly. But what confused Sitch was the duration. 4 powerhouses of that level, shouldn't the fight last a long time? Why was it over in less than 5 minutes? Just then, the doors to the control room slid open. Kenji walked in, carrying the unconscious Tatsumaki in one hand like a sack of potatoes. He barely had a scratch on him. His deep voice echoed through the spacious room. Please take Tatsumaki for treatment. I'll leave the soothing and comforting to you guys. Sitch immediately barked orders into his comms. In less than 2 minutes, a dozen medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher and carried the unconscious Tatsumaki away. Watching Tatsumaki disappear around the corner, Sitch wiped his forehead, only realizing now that he was drenched in sweat. Looking at King's majestic, intimidating face again, a face he thought he was used to, Sitch felt a renewed sense of awe and terror. To defeat the tornado of terror, the Hero Association's ace, in under 5 minutes. Mr. King. Just what kind of divine being are you? Suddenly, Sitch realized something. His pupils constricted sharply. He realized that after Kenji walked through the door, he hadn't heard the King engine, the sound that signified King entering combat mode, at all. Which means, even after defeating S-Class Rank 2, King never even entered his battle mode. Chapter 12, do you want to play a game? 1126 words. Chapter 12, do you want to play a game? 20 minutes later. The door to the break room swung open. Kenji, who was inside frantically stuffing his face with free snacks, drinks, and fruit, flinched violently. He quickly hid the half-eaten snacks and drinks behind his back. I can't ruin King's public image. But when he squinted, a shiny, reflective bald head came into view. Oh, it's just Saitama. Never mind then. He swallowed a mouthful of chips and mumbled, his mouth still half full. How'd it go? Saitama looked brimming with confidence. I feel pretty good about it. Even better than my civil service exams back in the day. I think I nailed it. For some reason, hearing Saitama sound so confident about his test results made Kenji feel like something was wrong. Are you raising a flag right now? According to Sitch, since Saitama was taking a special solo exam, the results would be out within 10 minutes. They just had to wait in the break room. Once the door closed again, the two resumed their savage assault on the free snacks and drinks. It was a veritable whirlwind of consumption. In Saitama's words, the association knew we were hungry, so they specially sent over all this free, delicious food. If we don't eat it, we're trampling on their kindness. As for Kenji, in his view, the Hero Association was like his second home. If I'm in my own home, I can do whatever the hell I want, right? About 10 minutes later, a polite knock came at the door. Knock. 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 Kenji and Saitama exchanged a glance. Their hands turned into a blur of after-images. In a split second, the mountain of trash on the table was swept cleanly into the large trash can in the corner. After getting permission to enter, a staff member walked in nervously and respectfully handed a file envelope to Kenji. Here are Mr. Saitama's exam results. Please review them carefully. Having said his piece, the staff member turned around and bolted out of the room without hesitation, even closing the door behind him. He had no choice. The oppressive aura of King, the strongest man on earth, was just too intense. Just seeing that face made him feel suffocated. Kenji handed the envelope to Saitama, letting him open it himself. Saitama stared at the envelope in his hands. This piece of paper would determine whether he became a filthy rich dog earning millions of yen a year, capable of eating premium beef for every meal. This was the strongest being in the universe, someone who didn't even blink when one-shotting dragon-level monsters. Yet right now, his hands were trembling with nervousness. He took a deep breath. His simple, doodle-like face instantly sharpened into a serious, angular, handsome visage. He carefully tore open the seal and pulled out the results sheet. Name, Saitama. Gender, male. Results, physical test, full marks, written test, 48/50. Final assessment, physical capabilities far exceed human limits. The written test reveals a sincere heart of a hero, possessing firm, kind, and noble character. With the endorsement of the strongest man on earth, King, Mr. Saitama is hereby granted the rank of S-Class Rank 17. Holy sh**. I'm actually S-class. Saitama couldn't hold it back this time. A rare curse slipped out, and the joy in his eyes was impossible to hide. He could already picture his beautiful future life, buying manga whenever he wanted, eating premium beef and sashimi whenever he pleased. Watching the excited Saitama, Kenji smiled too. This made up for one of the regrets from the original story. As the strongest being, the caped baldy deserved to be S-class from the start, not misunderstood and forced to crawl up from C-class rank 388. Location: Saitama's apartment. In the small, simple room, a hot pot was steaming away. Bright red, beautifully marbled beef bobbed up and down in the boiling broth, accompanied by a variety of other ingredients. At Kenji's request, the Hero Association had agreed to give Saitama a 1-month salary advance. The bald demon had instantly gone from a pauper to a millionaire. To celebrate his sudden wealth and high-paying job, Saitama went all out, buying enough premium ingredients to fill an entire pot. Staring at the premium beef rolling in the boiling soup, about to reach the perfect level of doneness, Kenji and Saitama locked eyes. They both saw absolute determination in the other's gaze. 8 inner gates, 7th gate of wonder, Kaiman, open. White steam drifted from Kenji's body, and a faint blue aura enveloped him. His entire presence spiked several times over. Seeing Kenji getting serious, Saitama's eyes sharpened. He tightened his grip on his chopsticks. This battle for the beef. I cannot lose to you, King. Serious series, serious chopsticks. The moment the timer hit 7 seconds. To a normal person, neither of them seemed to move. But in reality, they were moving at speeds beyond human perception. In a fraction of a second, Kenji and Saitama's chopsticks clashed hundreds of times in the void above the pot. Every time one tried to grab a piece of beef, the other would parry it away. Finally, Saitama's chopsticks were about to close around the largest slice of beef. A look of unstoppable joy flashed in his eyes. In the next microsecond, Kenji seized the opportunity, parried Saitama's chopsticks aside again, and clamped down on that biggest slice with lightning speed. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Kenji froze. The chopsticks in his hand had snapped in two under the sheer force of his grip. The beef, suspended in mid-air, began to fall. Saitama's hand moved like a viper. He snatched the falling beef before it could hit the table and, with godlike speed, swept 3/4 of the remaining beef in the pot into his own bowl. Seeing his bowl piled high with premium meat, Saitama let out a triumphant smirk and raised an eyebrow at Kenji. Hurry up and eat, King. I left you 1/4 of it. If you let it boil too long, it'll get tough. Kenji. It seems even with the 7th gate open, there's still an insurmountable gap between me and the baseform caped baldy. Just from this small skirmish over beef, it was clear he was crushed in both speed and power. However, Kenji's gaze drifted to the box he had brought from his own apartment. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Now, it's my turn to crush the baldy. Watching Saitama happily enjoying his premium beef, Kenji patted the box beside him with a smile. Saitama, do you want to play a fighting game? I brought the latest controllers and the newest game collection. Chapter 13, this timeline doesn't feel right. 1136 words. Chapter 13, this timeline doesn't feel right. Ahem. Saitama slowly lowered the bowl filled with premium beef and cast his gaze upon the box sitting beside Kenji. Fighting games? Do you play fighting games too, King? Kenji maintained his smiling expression, looking for all the world like he harbored absolutely no ill intentions. Yeah, I play fighting games. But my skills might be a little rusty. I probably can't beat you. Hearing this, Saitama's eyes instantly lit up. He shoveled the remaining beef into his mouth in a few bites, switched off the hot pot, and clenched his fist with renewed motivation. That's perfect. I happen to be a fighting game god who has mastered the art of combat. Let me teach you what true fighting game skills are. In his daily life, Saitama felt an unbearable emptiness because he was too strong. He constantly yearned for an opponent who could give him a thrilling battle. In fighting games, however, Saitama had a dual desire. He wanted to spar with strong players, but he also wanted to crush weaklings to feel a sense of accomplishment. Hearing Saitama's ambitious declaration, the corner of Kenji's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He almost burst out laughing. No. Can't laugh yet. Hold it in a little longer. 5 minutes later. The two sat in front of the console. The screen displayed the character selection interface of a popular fighting game. Saitama chose a towering, muscle-bound behemoth wielding a giant spiked club, a character that screamed raw power. Kenji, on the other hand, chose a petite, delicate-looking lowly character with twin tails and little bells tied to the ends of her hair, assuming a boxing stance. Seeing the massive size difference between their characters, Saitama gripped his controller tightly, a confident and cocky expression on his face. King, you're not very good at picking characters, are you? My guy clearly looks way stronger than yours. Watch me one-shot you in seconds. Fight. The battle began. Saitama started mashing the attack button furiously, completely clueless about combos, his mind filled only with thoughts of offense. The muscle-bound giant he controlled swung the spiked club relentlessly, but every swing was dodged or blocked by the petite girl on the other side with exquisite precision. When he was backed into a corner, Kenji's eyes sharpened. His two fingers danced across the controller at lightning speed, inputting a complex sequence of commands in an instant. On screen, the little girl leaped into the air. A precise, unbreakable combo chain followed. The muscle giant couldn't move an inch and was stun-locked until his health bar hit 0. KO Saitama. He sat there, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he had just been 100-0 without landing a single hit. Kenji turned his head with a gentle smile. Play again. Saitama was clearly unconvinced. He slapped the floor in frustration, his eyes burning with seriousness. Of course we're playing again, that was just beginner's luck. Watch me destroy you in round 2. Round 2. Round 3. Round 35. Staring at the blood-red KO on the screen, a vein popped on Saitama's smooth head. His entire body turned a shade of red, a clear sign that his blood pressure was skyrocketing. Again, Saitama screamed, sounding on the verge of a mental breakdown. He was panting heavily, staring death at the screen. Kenji remained relaxed and breezy. Seeing Saitama's utter despair, he helplessly released one hand from the controller, leaving only a single finger on the buttons. How about this? I'll play using only one finger. As long as you can beat me once, I'll pay for all your beef for the next month. Really? Saitama, who had lost all reason from being beaten so many times, was instantly reinvigorated. His eyes shone as he grabbed his controller. King, you're way too arrogant. Only one finger. Watch me crush you. Round 75. Watching his muscle man get kicked to death by the little girl yet again, Saitama fell to his knees in frustration, letting out a wail worthy of a shonen protagonist. Aga! Kenji yawned, grabbed a nearby cola, took 2 sips, and shook out his right hand. Pressing buttons with just one finger for so long actually makes it kind of sore. Round 108. I quit. Saitama threw down the controller, his face ashen. He collapsed onto the floor with a dull thud, looking utterly hopeless. He hadn't won. Not even a single round. Even when Kenji used only one finger, he still beat Saitama into a state of autism. He didn't want to play anymore. Kenji himself was struggling to keep it together. He knew from the original series that Saitama sucked at games, but he didn't expect him to be this bad. It's fine if you're bad, but why do you only mash the punch button? The kick button, dodge, and block buttons exist for a reason. Saitama was depressed. He didn't even read his favorite manga. He just lay on the couch and turned on the TV. Recently, a massive swarm of mosquitoes has appeared in City Z. Many animals in the outskirts have been drained into dried husks. This has been classified as a disaster. Citizens are advised to minimize outdoor activities. Mosquitoes. Just as Saitama was bored enough to change the channel, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears. BZZZZ. Within 2 seconds, the buzzing grew louder. He turned his head and saw a mosquito land on his hand, trying to pierce his skin with its proboscis to suck blood. Without hesitation, Saitama slapped his arm. An invisible shockwave erupted with immense force. Smack. Just as he thought the mosquito was dead, the familiar buzzing sound returned. The mosquito flew out from between his fingers, completely unharmed. Under Saitama's gaze, the mosquito slowly landed on his face, preparing to feast again. Saitama. He had just been tortured for 108 rounds in the game, and now he couldn't even slap a single mosquito. Veins popped out all over Saitama's face, looking like twisting worms. His frustration and rage reached their peak. He slapped his own face hard, leaving a bright red handprint. His eyes turned murderous. Smack. In the next second, the mosquito wobbled out from between his fingers again. The buzzing sound seemed to mock him. Damn it. Saitama's body turned into a blur. His speed was so fast he created multiple afterimages, frantically clapping at the mosquito that danced around him. However, after a chaotic flurry of activity, the mosquito remained untouched. Flapping its wings and carrying its annoying buzz, it flew toward the balcony. Don't run, you bastard. Where is my bug spray? Watching Saitama put on his mask of pain, Kenji sipped his cola leisurely and smacked his lips. Looks like the plot is moving forward again. But this timeline feels a little off, doesn't it? Chapter 14, The Budget. 1053 words. Chapter 14, The Budget-Burning Warrior. Location, Saitama's apartment. Kenji couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. According to the original timeline, after Vaccine Man, the next threat should be the colossal titan, Maragori. Why did we skip him and fast-forward straight to the debut of Genos, the budget-burning cyborg? Whatever. Maybe my transmigration caused a butterfly effect, shifting the timeline slightly. In the blink of an eye, Saitama had already grabbed a can of bug spray and charged out the door, chasing after the mosquito that had flown away. Kenji scratched his head, set his cola down on the floor, and vanished from the room with a flicker of movement. He decided he might as well go meet the legendary budget warrior, the cyborg known for blowing the animation budget on his fight scenes, and check out the mosquito girl, whom the internet unanimously agreed was strangely attractive. Location, City Z streets. The public address system was blaring harsh alarms, repeating the warning over and over again. Warning. A demon-level disaster has erupted in City Z. The affected area is extensive. Citizens are advised to evacuate the streets immediately. Repeat. A demon-level disaster has erupted. The entire district was practically a ghost town. People hadn't even bothered to lock their shops, valuing their lives over their property. They had fled with the evacuating crowds. On the side of the road, two sleazer-looking young men were dragging massive burlap sacks down the street. One of them, wearing a beanie, couldn't resist peeking inside his sack. Seeing the glint of valuables, his face blossomed into a greedy grin. Big bro. We hit the jackpot this time. No one's watching these stores. We grabbed so much gold, we're set for life. The big bro, a punk with bleached blonde hair that reflected the sunlight, slicked back his bangs and laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Those idiots running away are so stupid. What disaster. There's nothing here. We cleaned house today. Come on, let's go before anyone sees us. These two thugs had taken advantage of the demon-level evacuation to sneak back into the district for a little zero-cost shopping spree. Just then, a mosquito landed on Blondie's face, emitting a high-pitched buzz. Smack. Blondie slapped the mosquito dead and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Why are there so many damn bugs today? I've killed like a dozen of them. So annoying. Let's move. When he didn't hear a response, Blondie turned around, only to find Beanie standing frozen like a statue, staring blankly at the sky. Hey, are we going or not? Do you want the cops to catch us? Beanie ignored the scolding. His eyes were wide with terror. He stumbled back 2 steps, his voice trembling so hard it sounded like he was crying. Big bro, look at the sky. There are so many mosquitoes. Hearing this, Blondie T-scared in irritation. He looked up while continuing to curse. Look at you, you coward. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a few BU. His voice died in his throat. Blondie went rigid. His eyes went dead as he stared into the heavens, muttering to himself. What is that? What the hell is that? Above them, millions upon millions of mosquitoes formed a black tidal wave in the sky. Accompanied by a deafening, unified buzz, the swarm was sweeping down toward them at breakneck speed. Blondie and Beanie finally reacted. They dropped their sacks of stolen gold instantly, scrambling over each other to run for their lives. But how could they outrun a swarm? The black tide engulfed them in seconds. Sharp proboscises pierced their skin, greedily draining every drop of blood they had. Their skin shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two thugs struggled and screamed, but within seconds, their voices were drowned out by the buzzing. The black cloud dispersed, the mosquitoes now glowing a faint red as they flew back into the sky. On the ground, only 2 dried, mummified husks remained. High in the air, amidst the massive swarm, a strange humanoid creature hovered in the center. She possessed limbs that resembled long, jagged insect legs, her body covered in fine bristles. Her lower body was distinctly insectoid, but her upper body resembled a human female with a slender figure and a pure, alluring face. A mosquito-like proboscis helmet adorned her head. She looked both seductive and deadly. Mosquito girl. She raised a hand, summoning the swarm that had just fed. She absorbed the blood they had stolen, draining the red glow from their bodies into her own. She licked her lips, which turned a deeper shade of crimson. Her smile grew wild and arrogant. That's it. More. Go plunder more blood. You won't have the chance. A cold, mechanical voice rang out from behind her. Mosquito girl's pupils constricted. She whipped her head around. All she saw was a black mechanical arm, the incinerator port in the palm spinning rapidly. Boom. 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 A beam of high-heat orange energy expanded rapidly in her vision. Mosquito girl didn't dare hesitate. She vibrated her wings and dodged out of the blast zone instantly. But her swarm wasn't so lucky. The violent incineration cannon vaporized the massive cloud of mosquitoes behind her. Millions of insects were turned to ash in a split second. Watching the air shimmer from the intense heat, Mosquito girl hovered at a distance, a mix of shock and rage on her face. She locked eyes with the attacker. What thing are you? Suddenly, she paused. She realized she couldn't sense any blood flowing inside the man's body. No blood. Is this guy not human? Having seen many experiments at the House of Evolution, Mosquito girl immediately thought of a possibility. Could he be demon-level threat, Mosquito girl? For ravaging City Z and causing significant casualties, I will eliminate you today. The cold voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked the newcomer up and down. The man standing before her was about 1.7 meters tall, with sharp, short blonde hair. He wore a simple white sleeveless shirt that failed to hide his mechanical body. The cyborg raised his right hand again. Violent energy began to gather in the port of his palm. His golden mechanical eyes flashed with a terrifyingly sharp light. The budget-burning warrior, Genos, has arrived. Chapter 15, chopped into pieces. 1056 words. Chapter 15, chopped into pieces. Facing the imposing Genos, Mosquito girl merely crossed her arms and let out a disdainful snort. You're just a measly robot, yet you dare to talk big here? Since I can't suck your blood, I'll just dismantle you into scrap metal. Get him, my little ones. With Mosquito girl's command, the tidal wave of mosquitoes behind her surged forward, enveloping Genos almost instantly. Seeing Genos trapped in the encirclement, she flapped her wings, preparing to turn and leave. In her eyes, her countless minions were more than enough to tear this human-looking robot into a pile of spare parts. Inside the swarm, Genos's mechanical eyes, equipped with human-like pupil functions, rapidly scanned and analyzed everything in sight. Target: mosquitoes. Current count within visual range: 655,865. Count outside visual range: unknown. Solution: utilize incineration cannon at 38% output. The sharp proboscises of the mosquitoes were strong enough to pierce human skin, but against his steel body, they couldn't even produce a spark before snapping in half. Genos raised his hand. The incineration cannon, already fully charged, fired instantly. A torrent of violent crimson flame engulfed the black tide. Sensing the sudden spike in energy, Mosquito girl turned her head in surprise and retreated dozens of meters. A flash of fire lit up her vision. Genos stared coldly at the humanoid creature before him, his golden hair fluttering brilliantly amidst the flames. Without wasting another word, 2 booster vents extended from the back of Genos's arms, erupting with intense flames. Propelled by the powerful thrust, Genos arrived in front of Mosquito girl with speed that looked like teleportation. His mechanical eyes trailed a streak of cold light through the air as the incinerator port in his palm aimed directly at her body. The blue core in his chest pumped energy continuously. System output reached 78%. Incinerate. Mosquito girl's expression changed. She hurriedly blocked, and her entire body was swallowed by the orange beam. When the energy dissipated, the forelimbs she used to block were charred black, and her body emitted the smell of burnt insect. Believing in the principle of kicking a dog while it's down, Genos pressed his advantage. His rear boosters fired again, shattering the ground beneath his feet into a spiderweb of cracks. Using the recoil, he flanked to Mosquito Girl's left with lightning speed. A heavy punch tore through the air, aimed straight at her face. Relying on her acute insect instincts, she sensed the danger beforehand. Her blade-like forelimbs slashed toward Genos's head. But in the next instant, accompanied by the whirring of gears, Genos's mechanical joints twisted and shifted, allowing him to move behind Mosquito Girl in a way no human body could achieve. Machine gun blows. His arm joints shifted again, and Genos's fists became a blur. A storm of punches rained down, layering over one another. Mosquito Girl couldn't dodge in time. She took dozens of heavy hits in succession, shards of her exoskeleton flying into the air. With a cry of pain, she was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing straight into the cloud of mosquitoes hovering above. Trying to hide inside the swarm to escape? Foolish. Genos scoffed. He brought his hands together, charging both incinerator ports simultaneously. The energy output from his core spiked violently. Maximum output. Incinerate. A beam far larger than before, carrying dazzling brilliance and unparalleled heat, blasted into the sky. It tore through everything in its path, detonating inside the massive swarm of mosquitoes. Instantly, the buzzing turned into the crackling sound of burning organic matter. Countless charred mosquitoes fell like rain, carpeting the ground in black soot. Stepping on them produced a crunching sound that echoed in the silence. Genos scanned his surroundings. The burnt-out swarm revealed no sign of his target. Was she completely erased by the maximum output incineration cannon? Detecting no life signs, Genos relaxed. He prepared to power down his arms. Clang. The sound of metal being sheared apart exploded in his ears. Genos's mechanical pupils constricted instinctively as a massive energy spike appeared on his radar. What? Her energy level increased by that much? Half of a mechanical arm flew into the air and crashed heavily onto the ground. Genos stared at his severed arm, then shifted his gaze to the figure in front of him. Or rather, the humanoid creature. It was still Mosquito Girl, but her appearance had deviated significantly from her previous human-like form. Her once pale skin had turned deep crimson. The insectoid parts of her body now covered more area, making her look less and less human. Genos analyzed her energy signature. It was at least double what it had been before, and her speed and strength had increased drastically. To sever my arm, before my sensors could even complete the scan. This is trouble. Genos wasn't stupid. He immediately realized he was no match for this opponent. But escape was impossible. Her speed far exceeded his. The only option left was a fight to the death. With that thought, Genos's eyes steeled with resolve. He raised his remaining arm, the incinerator port in his palm charging rapidly. Mosquito Girl looked at her crimson skin and felt the boundless power flowing through her veins. A cruel smile curled her lips. Seeing the cyborg still trying to resist, she couldn't help but mock him. What an idiot. You thought you destroyed my swarm? You didn't realize they were just bait. While you were busy attacking the mosquitoes I left in the city, I recalled all the ones feeding in the outskirt. They offered up all the blood they collected to fuel my glorious evolution, and you will be the first to die under this perfect body of mine. Hearing her arrogant words, Genos's gaze turned cold. He pushed his core to full power, intending to fire another maximum output incineration cannon. But his vision blurred. Mosquito Girl licked her sharp forelimb and vanished, reappearing behind him before he knew it. Slash. His last mechanical arm was sliced clean off. Genos didn't give up. The boosters in his knees fired, and he launched a powerful kick straight at Mosquito Girl's face. Another sharp flash of light cut through the air. Genos froze. The leg he had used to attack had been chopped into several pieces in an instant. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Is that strong? 1067 words. Chapter 16. Is that strong? What? Genos couldn't wrap his head around it. How could the monster in front of him evolve to such a terrifying level in a split second? Seeing the cyborg, who had just been boasting about eliminating her, now reduced to a piece of scrap metal, Mosquito Girl's confidence exploded. She covered her mouth and laughed maniacally, her scarlet eyes filled with disdain and mockery. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to eliminate me? How are you going to do that lying on the ground? Did I give you permission to rest? Bam! Mosquito Girl kicked Genos in the stomach, launching him high into the air. Genos tried to activate his mid-air stabilizers to correct his posture, but it was too late. Mosquito Girl's wings buzzed violently. Moving faster than sound, she appeared in front of the tumbling cyborg, her blade-like forelimbs slashing down. Slash. The sound of metal shearing filled the air. Parts and oil sprayed everywhere. Genos was sliced open at the waist, exposing his intricate internal mechanics. Ahahaha. This power is intoxicating. Die. A crimson streak tore through the sky. Genos was like a small boat in a hurricane, battered helplessly by her relentless attacks. Crash. When he hit the ground again, less than half of his body remained. His limbs had been chopped off, only his head and torso were still connected to his tattered chassis. Even the light in his mechanical eyes began to dim. Genos realized with crystal clarity, I cannot defeat this monster. Is this my only option left? His gaze drifted to the blue core glowing in his chest. A dark resolve formed in his processor. Mosquito Girl landed lightly, stepping on Genos's head with a playful, cruel tone. Relax. Dying by the hands of my evolved self is a form of honor. You won't be the last. I'm sorry. Dr. Cusino. I must destroy this evil at all cost. Genos roared internally. Without hesitation, he initiated the overload sequence in his core. Destructive energy began to build up rapidly within his broken mechanical body. Suddenly, Mosquito Girl's insect instincts screamed at her. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively flinched back. Bad news. This guy is going to self-destruct. Just as Genos was about to detonate, rapid footsteps echoed from the asphalt road in the distance, accompanied by a shout. Get back here. You damn mosquito. I'm gonna gas you to death today. Genos froze. He aborted the self-destruct sequence, looking up in confusion with his cracked face toward the source of the voice. On the scorched street, a bald man wearing striped pajamas was chasing a wobbling mosquito with a look of pure rage, spraying a can of insecticide wildly. And floating to the left of the bald man was a tall figure with flowing blonde hair and a face that radiated terrifying intimidation. Kenji's gaze fell on the broken Genos, then shifted to the crimson Mosquito Girl. He immediately knew what stage the plot was at. Looks like Mosquito Girl finished her evolution and beat the budget-burning warrior into the out-of-service warrior. Genos's mechanical eyes rapidly scanned the two newcomers, pulling up data in his HUD. The bald guy in front, no data. His aura is weak. Just a civilian. The man beside him looks familiar. Wait. That's S-Class rank 7, the strongest man on Earth, King. The flame of hope ignited in Genos's heart. Although he didn't know exactly how strong S-Class heroes were, he had read countless legends about King online. I couldn't defeat this monster, but if the strongest man on Earth is here, maybe there's a chance. Mosquito Girl was also startled by the sudden arrivals. She entered high alert mode, sensing their auras. The bald one is weak. But the blonde man next to him. He's strong. Terrifyingly strong. But so what? I can suck blood endlessly to evolve. I will become the supreme ruler of this world. How could I be scared off by a mere human? Mosquito Girl prepared to attack, but she suddenly found her limbs feeling as heavy as lead. They were trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? What's wrong with me? She focused her senses and froze. Her body was shaking purely out of fear of the blonde man. Every cell in her body was screaming in terror. Enough! Mosquito Girl shrieked, forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart. The ground beneath her exploded from the force of her launch as she turned into a crimson streak of light, charging forward. Seeing this, Kenji silently took a step back, hiding behind Saitama. This Mosquito Girl is bad news. Not because she's strong, but because whoever kills her gets the curse. If I slap her, I'll automatically acquire a clingy cyborg disciple who refuses to leave until I agree to teach him. I do not want Genos following me around with a notebook, recording my every word. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. I'll let Saitama handle this. He's the canon teacher anyway, even if he was forced into it. However, something strange happened. Mosquito Girl completely ignored Saitama, who was still trying to spray the tiny mosquito, and charged straight past him, aiming directly for Kenji. In her mind, the cyborg was scrap metal, and the baldy with no aura wasn't a threat. The only one I need to kill is that blonde man who makes me feel fear. If I kill him, I can roam free and ascend to the peak of the world. Mosquito Girl concentrated all her power into this one strike. She burned every drop of blood stored in her sac, boosting her attack power to a new level. The crimson streak lingered in the air, carrying the heavy scent of blood. Mosquito Girl reached Kenji's face, her eyes manic with excitement. Die, human. Slap. Kenji casually waved his hand. The crimson streak instantly disintegrated. Mosquito Girl was launched away like a cannonball. She flew into the distance and smashed directly into a skyscraper, exploding on impact and painting the entire floor with blood. She almost got blood all over me. Good thing my hand speed is fast. Kenji dusted off his hands. He didn't look like someone who had just obliterated a peak demon level monster. He looked like someone who had swatted a bug and was just worried about staining his clothes. Genos. He's that strong. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Please take me as your disciple. 1042 words. Chapter 17. Please take me as your disciple. Genos' worldview had been thoroughly shattered in this moment. He knew King was strong. After all, the Hero Association database updated periodically with more of his legendary battle records. But only by experiencing it firsthand could one truly understand the terror this man represented. A monster that Genos couldn't defeat even if he burned his life force away, a monster that had reduced him to scrap metal in seconds, was nothing more than an insect in front of this man. King didn't even consider Mosquito Girl an opponent from the start. Gotcha! A shout full of spirit rang out. Saitama locked his gaze onto the flight path of the tiny mosquito. In that instant, he slammed his palms together with the force of a hydraulic press. This clap contained the rage of losing 108 rounds of a fighting game, and the humiliation of being kited like a dog by a bug for half the day. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted from Saitama's palms. A high-pitched sonic boom detonated in the air where his hands met. The mosquito was finally reduced to a mist of blood by a force strong enough to twist space itself. Watching the remains of the mosquito drift down, a smile of pure excitement finally lit up Saitama's face. I finally got him. Genos, who was still immersed in his awe of King, suddenly sensed this terrifying burst of energy. He turned his head in shock. Only now did he realize, how could a man walking alongside the strongest man on Earth possibly be weak? Since Saitama had only officially become an S-class hero today, his data hadn't been entered into the public system yet. Therefore, Genos couldn't pull up any information on him from the database. Thinking about how pathetic he had been underestimating the enemy and ending up in such a sorry state, Genos felt a wave of shame. If someone hadn't saved him, he would have self-destructed by now. I am too weak. I cannot eliminate evil like this. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. A tide of broken images flooded back. A city reduced to ruins. His parents lying dead among the rubble. His younger self crying in despair. The scorching flames. And that cyborg, reveling in the destruction and chaos. The mad cyborg. 4 years, Genos had been searching for the cyborg that destroyed his hometown, thinking of nothing but killing him every waking moment. To that end, he had sacrificed his humanity to become a cyborg himself. He traveled the world fighting evil, all while gathering intelligence on his nemesis. But now, Genos was painfully aware of his own weakness. If his power remained this pitiful, even if he found the mad cyborg one day, how could he possibly take revenge? With that thought, Genos' eyes filled with determination. Dragging his broken body, he shouted toward the figure ahead. Mr. King, please take me as your disciple. I want to become strong. Kenji. Oh, crap. It's over. He mentally facepalmed, cursing the now-dead Mosquito Girl a few times in his heart. You idiot. Couldn't you have attacked the bald demon instead? Why did you have to rush at me? Now look what happened. You're dead and free, but I'm stuck with this mechanical stalker. No. I absolutely cannot let him entertain the idea of becoming my disciple. Kenji organized his thoughts, stood still, and spoke in a deep, majestic tone. I cannot accept you as a disciple, Cyborg Genos. Genos, being single-minded, immediately pressed for a reason upon hearing the rejection. Why? Is it because I am too weak? Or do you have other reasons? Neither. Kenji shook his head and began to bullshit with all his might. The current you is not yet ready to learn my techniques. You must first temper yourself. Strive to become an established S-class hero first. Come back when you have ranked within the top 10 of the S-class. Only then will I consider accepting you as a disciple. Do you understand? Become an S-class hero, and reach the top 10. Genos paused, stunned. Then, a fire ignited in his eyes. The desire to learn burned brighter than ever. This is the trial King-sensei has set for me. No matter what, I must complete it. I must become King-sensei's disciple. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, King-sensei. I will work hard to reach the S-class top 10 and become your true disciple as soon as possible. Kenji nodded solemnly. He then signaled to Saitama, who was still celebrating his victory over the mosquito, and turned to leave. He left Genos with a towering, heroic view of his back and one final line. Then, I look forward to your future performance. May your mechanical heart, driven by justice, beat forever. The next day. Kenji's home. Looking around his luxurious mansion spanning hundreds of square meters, Kenji's mood had just started to improve. But soon, he remembered the events of the previous day, and his face turned green. Damn it. I finally managed to shake off Genos. Kenji scratched his head in frustration. In the original story, Saitama's most loyal disciple had somehow run over to him, begging sincerely to be taught. Although he had used an excuse to stall Genos for now, it wasn't a permanent solution. But it should buy me some time. The current budget warrior is still pretty weak. He's not even peak demon level, mid-demon at best. With that kind of strength, climbing into the S-class top 10 will be difficult. Just then, a heavy, rhythmic knocking came from the front door. Thud. 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 The visitor seemed very polite. After 3 knocks at the same tempo, silence followed, as if they were patiently waiting for the host to answer. Relying on his superhuman hearing, Kenji faintly heard the whirring of servos and the clinking of metal parts from outside. A bad feeling rose in his gut. No way. He cautiously cracked the door open a slit to peek outside. The moment the door opened, the first thing he saw was sharp, clean-cut blonde hair, followed by jet-black mechanical arms. And in those arms were gift boxes piled high. Reporting, King-sensei. I have come to pay my respect. Chapter 18, Dragon. 1095 words. Chapter 18, Dragon-level combat power. Hearing that spirited shout from outside, Kenji's heart sank to rock bottom. Crap. He's really stuck to me now. With no other choice, Kenji opened the door and waved to Genos, who was standing stiffly outside. Come in and sit for a bit. He didn't try to chase Genos away. He knew that this guy, whose brain was seemingly made of screws and bolts, couldn't understand human subtlety. If Kenji tried to drive him off, Genos would just interpret it as a test and come back 5 times, 10 times, maybe endlessly. Kenji knew he had been tagged by this mechanical piece of chewing gum. He had no choice but to accept it. Yes, sensei. Genos shouted excitedly. He hoisted the massive pile of gifts in his hands and stepped into the apartment with reverence. So this is King-sensei's abode. The design was grand and magnificent. The apartment was spacious and bright, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city, a view that suggested a being who stood above the masses. The only flaw in this perfection was the floor, which was littered with empty bottles and cans. Most were beverage containers. The actual smelly trash seemed to have been disposed of already. Kenji's mouth twitched. He had forgotten to clean up. He always threw away food waste that might rot or smell immediately, but he had a bad habit of leaving non-smelly bottles and cans lying around because they didn't take up much space. However, when Kenji looked at Genos, he was stunned. Genos's mechanical eyes were shining with intense brightness. He excitedly pulled a notebook and pen from his pocket and began scribbling furiously, as expected of King-sensei's supreme state of mind. To think you have such profound insights regarding housing and layout. I have learned so much. Kenji almost lost his composure. You just got here and you're already starting with this. What the hell? He really wanted to know what profound insights his messy, average apartment layout offered. While Genos was writing like a madman, Kenji used his immense speed to flicker behind him and peek at the notebook. King Sensei's room layout, within a design that can only be called perfectly domineering, he deliberately retains flawed items like bottles and cans. This symbolizes that no matter is truly perfect, everything exists with a flaw. This profound dissection of the rules of the world is also the ultimate understanding of the path to becoming strong. Kenji. As long as you're happy, I guess. Just as Kenji was wondering if there was any hope of fixing this guy's mechanical brain, Genos finished writing and closed the notebook. Seeming to remember something, he arranged the various gift boxes he had brought on the table and spoke with utmost seriousness. King-sensei, I know this sudden visit is abrupt. Dr. Cusino gave me funds to purchase some gifts to pay my respects. Please take a look at the inventory list. Finally, it was Kenji's turn to smile. He patted Genos on the shoulder and took the list with a chuckle. Oh, you really didn't have to. You came to visit, why bring GI? The moment he saw the items on the list, Kenji's smile froze. Then, he laughed out of sheer disbelief. Supreme Vitality Pills X10. One Night Emperor, Golden Gun Formula, X10. Honeyed Energy Boluses X10. Kidney Fortifier Pills X10. Essence Solidifying Tablets X10. Indian God Oil X5. Why are they all for male enhancement and kidney function, you bastard? Seeing the annoyance rising in Kenji's eyes, Genos began to explain with a straight face. It is like this, King-sensei. The doctor gave me ample funds and told me to buy gifts you might need. According to big data analysis, for an adult male of your age, 75% of recommendations point toward these nutritional supplements. Kenji looked up. Genos immediately sat up straight, his golden mechanical eyes staring unblinkingly at him, as if waiting for his master to speak some words of wisdom. A suffocating silence filled the room. The two stared at each other. Location, Saitama's apartment. Huh. King, you're really giving all this to me? These things aren't cheap, right? Saitama's eyes were perfectly round circles of shock. A few minutes ago, he had received a text from Kenji saying he was coming over to play games. Saitama had set up the console early, ready for a battle. But the moment Kenji walked in, he was carrying bags of gifts big and small. He had even brought a moving robot. Kenji waved his hand with a smile, completely ignoring Saitama's confused look, and pushed all the gifts toward him. It's not much. The total value is only around 1 million yen. Just take it. How much? Saitama's face transformed instantly. His simple egg face shifted into a sharp, handsome, serious mode art style. He gripped Kenji's hands tightly. I knew we were best friends. Let's play video games together for the rest of our lives, King. 1 million yen. That was equivalent to 500 boxes of premium beef. It was wealth the old Saitama wouldn't have dared to dream of. Standing to the side, Genos listened to their conversation, nodded thoughtfully, and quickly pulled out his notebook to record it. What the hell are you recording now? Seeing Genos taking notes again, Kenji gave up. After a brief chat, Saitama dumped the expensive supplements onto the sofa and sat down in front of the TV with Kenji. While selecting his character, Saitama asked a question casually, though there was a hint of curiosity in his tone. By the way, King, did you do something? I feel like your aura is slowly getting stronger. Did you actually eat those Supreme Vitality pills? Screw off. I'm not weak enough to need that stuff. Kenji laughed and cursed back. However, Saitama's perception was accurate. Kenji was indeed getting stronger at a steady pace. This was thanks to the two special items he had obtained from the previous system choice, Taijutsu Auto-Training Card. Taijutsu Auto-Training Card. Upon use, you will receive a continuous stream of attribute increases for 24 hours. Estimated gain, plus 500 points to each attribute. If he used both cards, Kenji's stats would increase by a total of 5,000 points, 1,000 points per attribute across 5 categories. In the system's power scaling, reaching 1,000 points in all attributes was the threshold for entering the dragon level. In other words, these two auto-training cards were equivalent to adding an entire dragon-level entity's worth of power directly to his body. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. What kind of *TTY codename is this? 1,198 words. Chapter 19. What kind of *TTY codename is this? By now, King had almost exhausted the duration of one taijutsu auto-training card. He was just waiting for the hour to turn so he could pop another one. His gaze flickered between the dozen or so muscular behemoths on the character select screen. Beside him, Saitama suddenly sighed, his expression filled with a desolate loneliness. King. I feel like I'm gradually losing my human emotions. I can't find that feeling of passion in anything I do anymore. You're strong too, so you must feel it, right? That boredom of ending everything in one punch. It feels like nothing can spark my interest anymore. King glanced at Saitama and gave a faint, enigmatic smile. I hope you can still say that with a straight face in 10 minutes. The character selection screen faded, and the game officially began. Saitama stopped chatting. His face turned serious as he began furiously mashing the controller buttons, attempting to pull off what he thought were cool combos. But in King's eyes, this guy was just blindly spamming the punch button. Heavy punch, light punch, maybe tapping the movement key twice if he felt spicy. It was safe to say that a casual who had only played the game for 30 minutes could hang Saitama up and beat him like a pinata. In games that relied purely on stats rather than skill, a novice could beat a master with random flailing. Someone like Saitama, who just mashed buttons, usually relied on his broken physical stats to crush skilled players in real life. But in a fighting game where the stats were equal, Saitama was just a roadside NPC that anyone could kick around. 30 rounds later, Saitama's shiny bald head was visibly turning red. Veins were popping out on his face one by one, and his speed on the controller was accelerating to inhuman levels. King, on the other hand, remained as calm as a drifting cloud. He wasn't even sticking to the one-finger handicap anymore, he was using both hands. However, he would only start actually playing when Saitama had beaten his health bar down to a single pixel. It was always at that exact moment, when victory was within Saitama's grasp, that King would unleash a death combo with breezy nonchalance, stunning Saitama's character from full health to zero, leaving the bald hero slumped on the floor in despair. Sitting to the side, Genos held a notebook in his left hand, while his right hand had turned into a blur, furiously recording the battle process between King and Saitama. King-sensei and his friend are engaged in an intense gaming competition. While it appears to be an ordinary fighting game, it is actually a profound simulation of the battlefield and a training method for instinctual reactions under fire. Facing Mr. Saitama's chaotic and unpredictable attacks, King-sensei deliberately allows his health to drop to the absolute limit. Then, at the moment before execution, he unleashes a fluid, limit-breaking counterattack to turn the tables. This demonstrates King-sensei's combat philosophy of finding life in the face of death and destruction before construction. It also showcases his supreme disdain for the weak as the strongest man on Earth. King, who was busy destroying Saitama, glanced over at the mechanical kid scribbling like a maniac. Black lines dropped down his forehead. This guy is a god-tier bootlicker. He can hype things up better than the tabloids outside. KO. The loud announcer voice rang out from the screen. Saitama clutched his head and screamed in agony. He threw the controller aside and let out a wretched howl. Why? Why won't the move come out? Ah. He lost again. And it was a humiliating defeat. King had used a very obscure, cheap combo. The infinite jab loop. Using only the most basic light punch, King had stun-locked Saitama's muscular alien character until he died. Saitama had spent the entire match saving up a full meter for his ultimate move, but he never even got the chance to press the button. This feeling of being edged to the limit and then denied caused the caped baldy, who claimed his emotions were fading, to have a complete mental breakdown. Seeing that Saitama was angry enough to explode, King was about to offer some comforting words when he heard the buzzing of a drone outside the door. He opened the door to find a package on the ground, stamped with the Hero Association's logo. Saitama, don't be sad. Your official hero appointment has arrived. Really? The suffocating depression of being beaten in the game vanished instantly. The thought of his multi-million yen annual salary revived Saitama immediately. He grabbed the package. With a gentle tear, the box was ripped in half, and the contents fell out. It was a card made of some unknown hard material, engraved with a string of flamboyant gold letters. Saitama, due to your excellent test results and powerful strength, you are hereby appointed as a new S-Class Hero of the Hero Association. Current rank, S-Class, rank 17. Codename, Caped Baldy. We look forward to your future contributions to human society. Saitama. Seeing the words Caped Baldy written in bold, enlarged font, King almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Sure enough. It's still that name. Holding the appointment paper, Saitama looked like his soul had been sucked out of his body. He sat frozen in place. The frustration from being beaten in the game surged back up, combined with the hatred for this humiliating name. Saitama collapsed to the floor again. Why? Why is it such an annoying yet accurate code name? I'm going to the Hero Association to complain. How do they come up with these names? King briefly tidied up his things and prepared to go out with Saitama to the Hero Association. He crooked his finger at Geno's, signaling the mechanical boy who was still recording philosophical quotes to follow. Geno's, remember the goal I gave you? If you want to become my official disciple, you need to reach the top 10 of the S-class. But to achieve that goal, you first need to become a hero. Come with me. I'll take you to take the Hero Association exam. With your talent, you should be able to enter the S-class directly. To become an S-class hero, one first needed demon-level strength. The current Genos already possessed that. Secondly, Genos had a solid track record. He had been fighting evil organizations all over the country for years, and the Hero Association had definitely taken notice. As long as he took the test, there was a high probability he would debut as S-class. He had both the power and the achievements. Yes, sensei. Genos immediately put away his notebook and followed behind King with a solemn expression, as if embarking on a sacred mission. Just then, the phone in King's pocket let out a piercing alarm. Emergency alert, major disaster in City B. A giant unidentified life form is trampling the city. Current disaster level, demon, rising. Estimated final disaster level, dragon. This is a priority summons. All S-class heroes near City B are requested to respond immediately to prevent the total destruction of the city. Chapter 20, A Living Hell. 1055 words. Chapter 20, A Living Hell. King-sensei, this is. As the piercing alarm rang out, all three of them looked down at the smartphone flashing with a red interface. This. King looked at the flashing screen and explained thoughtfully. This is a special phone issued to S-class heroes. When a major disaster strikes, it forces a broadcast. This ensures that S-class heroes can provide timely support and prevent the disaster from spreading. Hearing this, Saitama paused. He patted his trouser pockets but only found the flip phone he had bought ages ago. Hey, I thought you said all S-class heroes have one? Why don't I have one? King explained patiently, Saitama, you just became S-class today. You haven't gone to pick up your exclusive equipment yet. You can go to the Hero Association later to claim it. While you're there, you can talk to them about your codename. Saitama turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the noisy alarm on King's phone with a hint of confusion. Shouldn't we go deal with the disaster first? That thing is pretty loud and annoying. Just as King was about to speak, the long-awaited system notification chime rang in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a choice event. Option 1. The anime-buffed version of the Titan, Maragori, has appeared in City B. He will cause immense damage to the city, and his power level is at the High Dragon tier. As the legendary strongest man on Earth, go forth and protect humanity. Duel the Titan alone and achieve a crushing victory to add even more weight to your title. Reward, all attributes plus 10%. Option 2. How can one grow without facing the storm? Since the budget-burning warrior Genos has chosen you, fulfill your duty as a teacher. Decide to bring Genos along to face the Titan, and let him experience the true weight of the strongest man on Earth. Reward, random passive skill X1, random active skill X1. Oh! King was starting to figure out the pattern of this system. The main source of rewards seemed to rely on these multiple-choice scenarios, everything else was a mystery. It seemed he could also get stats and rewards for first kills on certain monster tiers, though he hadn't fully tested that yet. Perfect. A fresh Titan just spawned. I can use him to test the system's reward mechanisms. King scanned the two options rapidly, analyzing them in a split second. Option 1 offered a solid reward. A 10% increase to all stats was a direct and substantial boost to his combat power. However, the corner of King's mouth slowly curled up. He chose option 2 without hesitation. 2 random skills? That is way too tempting. I am, after all, a gambler at heart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have selected option 2. Rewards will be issued after the Titan is slain. Having made his choice, King quickly swiped away the blue data panel in front of him. Saitama, you go to the Hero Association and sort out your issues first. Leave the monster in City B to me. Hearing King's words, Saitama scratched his bald head. Eventually, he nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you then. I really need to go have a word with those association guys today. I can't believe they gave me such a humiliating code name. With that, Saitama's figure vanished from the spot at a speed invisible to the naked eye, turning into a yellow streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. He didn't fly, he just jumped lightly from the doorway. Having sent the caped Baldy away, King turned his gaze to Genos, who was standing by, awaiting orders. His tone became deep and steady. Genos, you have been wanting to take me as your teacher, to follow me on the path to becoming stronger. Do you know what allows a person to grow the fastest? Genos' heart skipped a beat. He knew that King Sensei, the strongest man on earth, was about to reveal the secret to ultimate power. There is only one answer. King slowly raised his head. His majestic, scarred face looked up, and his blue eyes seemed to radiate a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. Actual combat is the sole criterion for testing truth. If you want to become strong, you must experience countless life and death battles. Only by dancing on the edge of death can you achieve your true self and break the limits of your soul. Genos felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stared blankly, absorbing the profound wisdom. Actual combat is the sole criterion for testing truth. As expected of King Sensei. A short sentence, yet so incredibly philosophical. This is how a true powerhouse speaks and acts. It seems that the reason King Sensei became the strongest man on earth is that he, too, underwent countless death matches to achieve this ultimate sublimation. Seeing Genos looking enlightened, King smiled with gratification. He patted Genos' mechanical shoulder, creating a heavy metallic clang. And now, I will take you to experience real combat. This is the path to strength that belongs to everyone. I hope you do not disappoint me. King Sensei wants to take me to resolve the giant monster ravaging City B. Genos instantly became excited. This would be his first time fighting side by side with his teacher. His expression turned incredibly serious. Yes, Sensei. I guarantee I will complete the mission. City B, District 3. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by roarings that sounded like earthquakes, another section of the skyscraper-filled city was ground into dust. People fled in terror, scattering in all directions. The streets were packed with crowds trying desperately to escape. Some didn't even have the will to run. They simply sat paralyzed on the ground in despair, staring up at the colossal figure that pierced the clouds. The piercing alarm rang incessantly in everyone's ears, heralding the arrival of doom. Warning, a giant monster has appeared in City B. Current disaster level, Demon. Residents of City B are urged to evacuate effectively to prevent casualties. Warning, a giant monster has appeared in City B. Current disaster level, Demon. Terrified screams, shrill alarms, exploding cars, and the rumble of collapsing earth formed a symphony of death. In this moment, the vast metropolis of City B had been reduced to a living hell. Chapter 21, Overclocked Incineration Cannon. 1081 words. Chapter 21, Overclocked Incineration Cannon. A colossal foot, large enough to blot out the sun, descended from the sky. It crushed all the noise and clamor below, silencing everything with the deafening boom of an earthquake. When the massive foot lifted again, the fleeing crowds, the towering skyscrapers, the exploding cars, everything was gone. In that entire area, nothing remained but a gigantic, foot-shaped crater. Looking upwards, one would see a titanic giant, thousands of meters tall, with muscles as tough as bedrock, walking the earth. Every step he took made the ground tremble and brought devastation to all living things. The giant's head was adorned with pale bone armor. His deeply sunken eyes emitted a terrifying light as they swept across the surroundings. A necklace of massive red prayer beads was wrapped around his neck. Clouds only reached his waist. The skyscraper's humanity took such pride in barely came up to his ankles. The giant's gaze fell upon the city below. The once bustling scenes now looked as laughable as toy models in his eyes. Is this the scenery seen by the strong? I have become truly powerful. I will make the world kneel. The giant let out a roar that shook the universe. The massive sound waves caused the ground for miles around to vibrate incessantly. He swung his palm. The violent wind generated by the motion acted like a massive air cannon, instantly erasing an entire fan-shaped district next to him. Perched on the giant's shoulder was a middle-aged man with messy hair, a gaunt figure, and a white lab coat. He was shouting excitedly, his eyes bloodshot with mania. Yes, this is the power. I possess the ultimate intellect. And you, brother, possess the ultimate physical strength. Together, we brothers will rule the world. This terrifyingly powerful giant was actually the scientist's younger brother. The younger brother had always yearned to be strong, training his muscles relentlessly every day. Until one day, his older brother, the scientist, invented a special drug called the King of Steroids, Biceps King. The younger brother eagerly swallowed the drug. His head immediately turned pointy, and then he mutated into this horrific, colossal form. Just as the scientist was fantasizing about his future reign, a cold voice drifted into his ears. Are you the creator of this monster? The scientist's pupils constricted sharply. He looked to the side in terror, his mind reeling with disbelief. Impossible. We are thousands of meters in the air. Who's there? He turned his head in a panic, only to see a cyborg with short blonde hair staring dead at him with a fierce gaze. Genos raised his palm cannon. Energy containing scorching heat gathered in his hand as his tone grew colder. Answer my question. The fact that you can stand on this giant's shoulder proves your relationship is unusual. Did you create this giant? Realizing it was just a cyborg, the scientist immediately switched to a dismissive attitude. He spread his arms and shouted excitedly. That's right. Do you see the giant beneath my feet? That is my brother. He is the god of the new world. We brothers will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Seeing the scientist monologuing excitedly again, Genos' expression froze. He shook his head helplessly. A hopeless lunatic. Since this giant is your creation, and he has caused so many casualties, you deserve to die. As his voice fell, the incinerator port in his palm began to spin rapidly. A beam of violent, blazing light tore through the void, heading straight for the scientist. The scientist was scared out of his wits. Forgetting his passionate speech, he scrambled and performed a desperate combat roll on the giant's shoulder. Surprisingly, his reaction speed was quite fast. He actually managed to dodge Genos' first shot. Having failed to kill with the first strike, Genos didn't hesitate. He quickly raised both hands, charging both palm cannons simultaneously. The threat of death enveloped the scientist. He abandoned all dignity and screamed like a madman. Brother, enemy. There's an enemy on your shoulder. Kill him quickly. The giant heard the shout. Out of implicit trust in his brother, he raised his massive palm. Wrapped in a fierce gale, he slapped his own shoulder with devastating force. Smack. Genos, having sensed the danger beforehand and flown into the air, watched the colossal hand land on the shoulder and stared blankly. What just happened? The giant felt like he had squashed something. He opened his palm to take a look. A smear of bloody pulp, mixed with the tatters of a white lab coat. The giant froze for several seconds. Then, his eyes widened in disbelief, and a howl of grief echoed through the sky. Brother. His massive feet stomped the ground, creating deep crater after deep crater. He clenched his fist in agony, hot tears streaming from his huge, cloudy eyes. Why did this happen? We brothers agreed to become the strongest in the world together. Why did you leave me like this, brother? Why? Suddenly, the giant's gaze locked onto Genos hovering in the air. His eyes turned blood red as he entered a berserk state. You killed my brother. I'll kill you. A world without my brother is meaningless. While the giant was venting his rage, Genos had already finished charging. He could clearly feel that the giant in front of him was incredibly powerful. The sheer, unprecedented size alone said everything. Therefore, a normal incineration cannon would be useless. Thanks to the giant spending time expressing his painful feelings, Genos had a full 10 seconds to charge. He poured every ounce of energy he had into this one move. Overclocked incineration cannon. A beam of crimson fire, crackling with arcs of lightning, erupted. The destructive energy left a trail like a comet's tail in the sky. Like an enraged dragon, it slammed viciously into the giant's face. Boom! Waves of energy rippled outward from the point of impact. The intense shockwave blew away all the surrounding clouds. A direct hit. He didn't even try to dodge. In Genos' estimation, no matter how strong the opponent was, taking an overclocked incineration cannon to the face should at least cause severe damage. However, in the next second, reality shattered his understanding once again. When the energy fluctuations and the drifting smoke cleared, the Titan's head was completely unharmed. There was only a slight scorch mark on the spot where he had taken the direct hit. Chapter 22, What True Combat Is. 1036 words. Chapter 22, What True Combat Is. Location, high above City B. King floated in mid-air, a faint green glow of psychokinesis surrounding his body. He silently observed the battle between Genos and the Titan below. Seeing that Genos' full power blast failed to even scratch the opponent, King wasn't surprised in the slightest. If this were the manga version of the Titan, Maragori, he would likely have been heavily injured by that blast, and Genos might have had a chance at victory. But unfortunately, this was the anime version of the Titan, standing thousands of meters tall with strength that was firmly in the high dragon tier. Although the current budget-burning warrior had undergone an upgrade, his overall strength was at best high demon. Breaking through the defense of a monster this size was impossible for him. King descended until he was within 1,000 meters and dialed the Hero Association. Hero Association headquarters. Sitch suddenly felt a wave of frustration. Why is it that every time a major disaster happens, I'm the one monitoring it? I'm the one panicking? Oh, right. Because the higher-ups are all useless, and I'm the only one actually doing any work. Damn it. He complained internally, but driven by his sense of responsibility, Sitch quickly asked the staff in front of him. What's the situation with the giant in City B? Have any S-class heroes headed there for support? Report. City B's destruction level has exceeded 40%. The giant is currently engaging a cyborg. According to our data, the cyborg appears to be Genos, an unregistered vigilante known for destroying numerous evil organizations. Cyborg Genos? Sitch paused. He hadn't expected this independent figure to be the one fighting, rather than one of their own S-class heroes. As a mid-level executive, he had naturally heard of Genos. The guy had saved the association a lot of trouble over the years. Just then, a profile picture popped up on the main screen of the control room, requesting a call. It's Mr. King. King is requesting a video link. Accept it immediately. Sitch felt a surge of joy. Does this mean King has arrived? If so, this disaster is as good as over. The tense atmosphere in the room instantly relaxed. This was the charisma of the strongest man on Earth. The moment he appeared, it felt as if even the greatest crisis would be resolved by the roaring of the King engine. The call connected, and King's deep, steady voice came through. This is King. I have arrived in City B. The cyborg currently fighting is my disciple, Genos. Upgrade the giant's disaster level to Dragon. His destructive power and combat ability meet the criteria. Understood. We'll update it right away. Sitch acted like a foot soldier receiving orders from a general. He nervously updated the threat level. After the update was complete, Sitch noticed the call hadn't ended. He asked cautiously, Mr. King, what is the next step? You can cancel the disaster alarm now. Huh. Not just Sitch, but every staff member in the room was confused. They looked at the satellite feed of the Titan still rampaging through the city, their faces full of doubt. Excuse me, but the giant is still alive. Why should we cancel the disaster alarm so suddenly? Because I am here. Accompanying this sentence was the heavy, rhythmic thumping of a heart beating like a high-performance engine. Doom. 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 The sound of the King engine echoed through the spacious control room, silencing all doubt. Battlefield, City B. Violent winds whipped through Genos' short blonde hair. His eyes were filled with disbelief as smoke still drifted from his incinerator ports. Impossible. The Titan patted his face, brushing away the slight soot mark. His booming voice vibrated the air around them. Is that what you call power? It is nothing compared to mine. As the words fell, the Titan threw a punch. The fist, larger than a house, expanded rapidly in Genos' vision. A fierce gale hit him first. Genos quickly activated all his boosters, trying to put distance between them. However, he was horrified to find that his body was pinned in place by the sheer air pressure generated by the punch. Even his max output boosters couldn't break free from the wind lock. Bad news. If I take this punch head on, I will definitely die. With his mechanical body, there was no way he could survive. His chassis and core would be obliterated together. The Titan knew his punch would land. He grinned, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. The fist connected. Boom. A massive shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. The ground flipped over like a carpet, and countless cracks spread across the surface. However, the Titan didn't feel the satisfying sensation of crushing an insect. Instead, it felt like he had punched a solid steel plate. He couldn't advance an inch. Genos, still in shock, stared at the massive fist that was less than a meter away from him and the tall figure blocking it. King-sensei. You are not his match. Leave the rest to me. King floated in midair, stopping the Titan's full-power punch with a single hand. He didn't even budge. Realizing he had been saved by his teacher yet again, Genos lowered his head in shame, clenching his fists. I apologize, King-sensei. I have dragged you down again. If only I weren't so weak, you wouldn't need to save me repeatedly. King was speechless. Didn't I tell you to run? Why are you engaging in deep self-reflection right now? The shockwaves from the fight are going to tear you apart if you stay here. Seeing that Genos was planning to continue his monologue of repentance, King frowned and grabbed the cyborg by the scruff of his neck. Blah, blah, blah. Do you have a mechanical brain or a drama queen brain? I told you to run, not summarize your failure experience. Genos didn't even have time to react before the world started spinning rapidly. He was thrown violently into the distance. A split second before he flew out of the combat zone, his audio sensors clearly picked up King's voice. Watch closely. This is what true combat looks like. Chapter 23, Night Guy, 1097 words. Chapter 23, Night Guy, Doom, Doom, Doom. The heartbeat, sounding like a high-performance engine, surged with endless vitality. The roar of the King engine resonated through heaven and earth. The Titan, Maragori, noticed King floating in midair. He realized that this tiny human was the one who had blocked his fist. In that moment, the Titan froze. Aren't I supposed to be the strongest existence in the world? Why is there someone who can block my attack? This is impossible. The shock in his heart mixed with the rage and agony of his brother's death. His sanity, already fragile after the massive transformation, completely collapsed. He let out a beast-like roar. Every muscle on his colossal body bulged, and his chi and blood flowed madly, granting him destructive power. The Titan took a step forward and threw a straight punch. Before the fist even arrived, the biting wind pressure formed a shockwave akin to an air cannon. If this punch hit the ground, the impact and shockwave alone would be enough to wipe out nearly half the city. Even without any special supernatural abilities, relying solely on this physically perfected body, the Titan was strong enough to be ranked as a high dragon. In terms of pure melee combat, he could even arm wrestle with peak dragon threats. Die. His roar was filled with murderous intent. The Titan had no other thoughts in his mind, he only wanted to crush the enemy before him into meat pace. Facing such a powerful strike, King's golden hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched lazily. If that's all the power you have, it's far from enough. As he spoke, King didn't even open the 8 inner gates. He simply threw a light, floaty punch. One fist was the size of a normal human's, the other was as large as a house. The outcome should have been obvious. In the next second, the two fists collided. Boom. An invisible wave of air swept in all directions. The massive boom carried the collision of ultimate forces, causing the surrounding space to gradually distort. The clear sound of bones cracking rang out, followed by the sickening squelch of flesh being pulverized. A drizzle of blood began to rain down from the sky. The Titan clutched his hand, most of which had been shattered. The pain brought back the reason he had lost to his rage. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He roared, subconsciously taking a few steps back, his heart filled with confusion and terror. Impossible. I clearly possess the strongest power. My muscles cannot lie to me. Impossible. I am the strongest. Why can you hurt me? Why won't you die? His powerful muscles writhed. Through sheer muscular compression, he forcibly stopped the bleeding from his shattered hand. King shook his hand out. He couldn't help but be impressed. This Titan guy was seriously tanky. Compared to all the monsters he had fought so far, the Titan's physical durability was leagues above that glass cannon Vaccine Man. Although Vaccine Man's physical body became tough after entering his second stage berserk form, compared to the Titan, it was like comparing a wizard to a tank. With that punch just now, King had intended to blow apart half of the Titan's body. Unexpectedly, he had only managed to shatter the fist. As expected of the guy who, in the original anime, took a punch from Saitama and fell over intact instead of exploding. I acknowledge this durability. Wait a minute. Looking at the terrified, roaring Titan, King suddenly had a thought. This guy's body is too big. Even if I kill him, his falling corpse will completely destroy this district. Since he's so tough, why not use him to test a skill? The corner of King's mouth slowly curled up. There's a certain skill I got right after transmigrating that I haven't used even once yet. The Titan had just recovered from the pain of his shattered hand when a sense of death, originating from the depths of his soul, instantly covered his entire body. He looked up in panic. He saw King assume a stance. White steam was rising furiously from King's body. He had opened the seventh gate. What is happening? Why did the sense of danger from this human suddenly spike so drastically? With a thought from King, the white steam began to turn a deep, crimson red. Blazing, active blood energy spread across his skin. In the next second, King raised his leg. Blood energy, vast as an abyss and deep as the ocean, poured out. At breakneck speed, it coalesced into the form of a roaring crimson dragon. Destructive power gathered in his leg. Everywhere it passed, space twisted. Even the target was completely locked in place. Night Guy. The Titan was afraid. This was the first time since gaining the strongest power that he felt fear. Drops of cold sweat, each the size of a human, rolled down his forehead. He sensed ultimate danger from the crimson dragon charging toward him. The Titan wanted to turn and run, but he found his body firmly locked in place. No matter what he did, he couldn't escape this kick. The space around him had been sealed by this heaven-defying power. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone the Titan who claimed to be the strongest. He let out a roar of desperation. Lowering his center of gravity, he used the strength of his core to drive his body, launching a punch he had been charging up to meet the attack. A fist and a foot collided in midair. The fist, as large as the crimson dragon, held its ground. But this stalemate lasted less than 0.1 seconds. Under the Titan's terrified gaze, the crimson dragon smashed through his fist without hindrance, pulverized his arm, and drove straight into his chest. Boom. Flesh splattered. A rain of blood poured down. Countless chunks of meat exploded into the sky like fireworks. The Titan's head, eyes still wide with confusion, flew into the air. His entire upper body had been obliterated by the Night Guy kick. Only his lower body remained standing stiffly on the ground, while his head spun away into the distance. The Titan, who possessed a peak dragon physique but was only ranked high dragon due to a lack of special abilities, had been one shot. The crimson dragon slowly dissipated in the air, revealing King's figure. He subtly clutched his right leg, grimacing in pain. That kick was no joke. It cracked my entire shin bone. That really hurts. Chapter 24, Breaking One's Own Limits. 1065 words. Chapter 24, Breaking One's Own Limits. Hero Association, Control Room. Vital signs of the Titan have completely disappeared. Before death, a super high energy reaction was detected, far surpassing all dragon-level disasters recorded to date. The staff members' eyes widened in disbelief. Watching the life signature, once as blinding as the sun, get snuffed out in an instant, his hands trembled over the controls. Dragon-level threat: the Titan has been eliminated. It was Mr. King. He killed the Titan with a single move. As expected of the strongest man on Earth, King, the heavy rock in Sitcha's heart finally fell to the ground. He let out a long sigh and fixed his gaze on the screen. Even though he had always believed in King's strength, it wasn't until this very moment, watching through the satellite feed, that this pragmatic executive truly understood what a true powerhouse was. He had initially been confused as to why King wanted to cancel the disaster alarm for a dragon-level threat capable of destroying multiple cities. Now he understood. Because King never took such small fry seriously. In his eyes, a monster like the Titan could be extinguished with a wave of his hand. Sitch clenched his fists tightly. With such a powerful existence guarding them, the Hero Association had nothing to fear. This is King, humanity's greatest hope. City B. In King's perception, although his right leg looked perfectly fine on the outside, the bones inside had shattered into powder. This wasn't because the object he hit was too hard, causing a recoil fracture. It was because the power condensed within, Night Guy, itself was too immense. Coupled with the fact that King had also opened the seventh gate, Gate of Wonder, the condensed power reached a level beyond what his body could momentarily handle. His flesh simply couldn't bear the load of channeling that much energy in an instant, leading to a breakdown. But to King, this was a non-issue. In a split second, his entire right leg was enveloped in a green glow. Vitality bloomed within him, and an endless stream of chi and blood transformed into fuel for recovery. Shattered bones reassembled. Damaged flesh sprouted new granulation tissue at incredible speed. In just a few seconds, a leg that had suffered a comminuted fracture was completely healed. He did a quick check and found that healing a broken leg cost less than 1/1000th of his total stamina. Given that the Gate of Death physique naturally had high recovery rates, regenerating about 0.5% of his stamina per second, this meant that unless he was instantly vaporized, King was effectively immortal. After experiencing the powerful effects of extreme regeneration firsthand, King was delighted. So I really can spam infinite Night Guys. On the other side, Gino stood frozen atop a skyscraper, struck dumb by what he had witnessed. In his field of vision, the colossal giant that pierced the clouds was gone. Only two massive, muscular legs remained standing amidst the ruined city. Gino's worldview was deeply shaken. He finally understood the true meaning of the title Strongest Man on Earth. Just then, the Titan's head, which had been blown into the stratosphere by the Night Guy kick, began its descent. It trailed sparks as it re-entered the lower atmosphere. The Titan was thousands of meters tall, meaning his head alone was hundreds of meters in diameter. If it crashed down like this, it would be no different from a massive meteorite impact. Gino's eyes narrowed. A bad feeling surged in his heart. If that head hits the ground, the immense kinetic energy will wipe out another sector of the city. He subconsciously looked toward King in midair, only to find that King was already looking at him with a gaze that held a hint of affirmation. In that moment, Gino's understood. I understand, King-sensei. I will not fail your expectations. All his thrusters ignited at full power. Wrapped in scorching flames and powerful thrust, Gino's transformed into a mechanical streak of light, charging forward. He arrived directly in the path of the falling head and threw his arms wide. The most important thing right now is to negate the massive kinetic energy of the falling head and prevent it from crashing into the city. Thinking this, Gino's aligned the incinerator ports in his palms horizontally. His arms shifted and transformed, combining to form a single massive cannon aimed at the sky. His depleted core seemed to sense his unyielding will and forcibly squeezed out sufficient energy once more. The core in his chest glowed with a brilliant blue light. Every part of his body creaked and groaned, clearly struggling under the load. Firing two overclocked incineration cannons in succession was undoubtedly a massive challenge for Gino's. With his current mechanical body, attempting to fire a second overloaded blast carried the risk of total structural collapse. His short golden hair fluttered in the biting wind. Destructive energy gathered in the aligned ports. His nearly dry core pumped out even more energy. In Gino's mechanical eyes, a fierce flame burned. It matched the fire he had seen burning on the ruins of his hometown years ago when he witnessed the mad cyborg destroy everything. Although the forms were similar, the nature of the flames was vastly different. Back then, watching his home burn, the fire in his heart and eyes was one of vengeance. But now, the fire burning in his heart and eyes was the fire of conviction to protect others. Gino's gritted his teeth, a look of absolute resolve in his eyes. In the past, because I was weak, I could only watch helplessly as the cyborg destroyed everything I cherished. Now, I am still weak. I couldn't even break the Titan's defense and needed Sensei to save me. So right here, Right now. I will break my limits. Overclocked incineration cannon. Violent energy erupted from the muzzle once again. A beam of crimson flame, piercing the heavens and carrying immense impact force and destructive power, slammed viciously into the falling Titan's head. The powerful blast clashed with the massive kinetic energy of the fall. The descent of the head began to slow. Finally, the kinetic energy was almost entirely negated. The powerful incineration cannon acted like a pillar of light supporting the heavens, firmly holding the meteorite-like head in place. And then, it began to push it back up. Chapter 25, The Big Shiny Bald Head. 1096 words. Chapter 25, The Big Shiny Bald Head. The moment Genos realized that the falling kinetic energy of the Titan's head had been neutralized and was actually starting to rise, he made a split-second decision. He cut off the overclocked incineration cannon, engaged all his thrusters, and shot straight up into the sky. His mechanical arms extended and transformed into a structural support frame, pressing directly against the underside of the Titan's massive head. Crushing weight pressed down from above, while the powerful thrust of his engines pushed up from below. Genos was like the meat patty in a burger, squeezed between two unstoppable forces. His mechanical body began to fracture. Countless small parts broke off and fell away, and sparks exploded from various joints. So heavy. My damaged body can barely withstand this pressure. Cracks began to appear on Genos's faceplate, but he didn't let go. Instead, he slowly lowered the output of his thrusters, guiding the colossal head down toward the ground, inch by inch. Only when he had gently placed the head onto the ruins did he finally release his grip. Amidst the rising dust, electricity arced and sparks flew from Genos's body. Though his frame was on the verge of collapse, he stood straighter than ever. A smile slowly appeared on his face. I did it, King-sensei. The moment those words left his mouth, his tense spirit relaxed. Genos could no longer control his overloaded body, and he toppled forward. Just before he hit the ground, a large, warm hand caught him steady. King looked at the immobile Genos and smiled, patting him on the shoulder. You did well. Receiving King's praise, the fierce light in Genos's mechanical eyes softened. He nodded solemnly. Yes, King-sensei. I will continue to work hard. Just then, the sound of shuffling footsteps approached from the nearby streets. The survivors of City B, having witnessed Genos safely lowering the Titan's head, gathered around with a mix of curiosity and reverence. When they saw the blood-soaked king standing there, they instantly connected the dots. They had all seen the Crimson Dragon manifest out of nowhere and obliterate the disaster-level Titan in a single strike, turning it into a rain of flesh. So, that Crimson Dragon was summoned by King. As expected of King, you saved us. You saved City B. I knew it. What Titan? It's nothing compared to the strongest man on Earth. Mr. King is the best. Wow. It's the real Mr. King. Please give me an autograph. I'm a huge fan. The people were overwhelmed with excitement. Ignoring the surrounding ruins, they crowded around with joyful faces. They hadn't expected the legendary S-Class Rank 7, King, to be the one resolving this disaster. Someone in the crowd shouted a single word, and the people froze for a moment before joining in. The chant grew louder and louder until it became a deafening roar. Hero. King. You are our hero. Amidst the praise directed at King, a little girl struggled to squeeze through the crowd. She was covered in dust, her cute face smudged gray. Clearly, she had narrowly survived the Titan's rampage. In the noisy crowd, the little girl timidly walked up to them and opened her hands. King and Genos looked down simultaneously. In each of her small hands, she held a little red flower. Seeing both of them looking at her, the girl felt shy talking to strangers, but she mustered her courage and spoke. Thank you, King Oni-chan, for saving us and beating the big monster. This little red flower is for you. My teacher says red flowers are for good people. Hearing this, King smiled. He gently reached out and took the flower. Thank you. I'll cherish it. Genos lay in King's arms. His mechanical body had shut down due to the damage, but his sensory modules were still functional. Looking at King's smile and hearing the endless praise from the crowd, Genos couldn't help but think. King-sensei is truly beloved by the people. As expected of the recognized strongest man on Earth. Just then, the little girl turned her head. She stuck the other red flower onto Genos's unbroken forehead and gave him a pure, innocent smile. And you too, Robotoni-chan. Thank you. You really worked hard. Thank you for saving us. In that instant, the world seemed to go blank for Genos. His eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to raise his hand to touch the flower on his forehead, but his body wouldn't respond, so he could only lie there. At that moment, he suddenly understood why heroes risked their lives to protect others. It turns out, they are protecting this kind of beauty. Meanwhile, City Z streets. Saitama toyed with the new smartphone he had just received, his expression still a bit sour. He had gone to the Hero Association wanting to change his codename, but everyone was busy dealing with the Titan disaster, so he felt bad about disturbing them. Since no one was free, he had quietly gone to the logistics department, picked up his S-Class exclusive phone, and left the headquarters dejectedly. Suddenly, a commotion in the crowd caught Saitama's attention. The adjacent street was in chaos. Screams of terror and the sound of running feet filled the air. People were fleeing in all directions, fear and panic written on their faces, wishing they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the middle of the road stood a monster, 3 to 4 meters tall, covered in yellow fur with the head of a lion and the body of a man. He waved his sharp claws menacingly. I am the Beast King, rank 2 of the House of Evolution, S-Class rank 17, Saitama, get out here right now. I know you're around here. Beast King glared with scarlet eyes full of bloodlust and tyranny. His powerful muscles twitched beneath his thick fur. He swiped his claws. Slash. 3 deep gouges instantly appeared in the concrete road beneath his feet. If that hit a human, they would be sliced in half instantly. Watching the fleeing crowd, the Beast King, who had been cooped up in the House of Evolution for so long, laughed maniacally, his voice dripping with mockery. Ha 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 ha. This is humanity. So weak. You can only tremble before powerful existences like us. Are you looking for me? A calm voice came from behind him. Beast King's excited laughter cut off abruptly. He whipped his head around. The first thing that entered his vision wasn't a human body, but a large, reflective bald head. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Oh, I got it 1087 words. Chapter 26. Oh, I got it HM. That sound. Was it a human speaking? Why do I only see a giant egg? Beast King's tone was filled with confusion. Being so tall, he was looking down from a high angle, and all he could see was a round, smooth egg making noises. The voice spoke again, this time clearly annoyed. Hey, who are you calling an egg? I'm the Saitama you're looking for, okay? Beast King crouched down. Only then did he realize there was a person attached to the bottom of the egg. He was genuinely surprised. So you are a human. I thought the egg was talking. I almost mistook you for an egg monster. Saitama's face twitched, and his gaze turned unfriendly. What is up with this giant lion? Calling someone an egg the moment you meet them? You're mocking my baldness, aren't you? Noticing the human seemed a bit angry, Beast King shrugged. He bared his sharp fangs, his eyes filled with playful malice. He raised a claw and rubbed it against Saitama's smooth, shiny scalp. His scarlet beast eyes were full of mockery. Getting angry? Doesn't matter. As long as I confirm you're Saitama, that's enough. The doctor wants me to bring you back alive. Make your choice. Will you come back to the House of Evolution obediently, or do you want me to rip off all your limbs and drag you back? However, Beast King failed to notice that Saitama's simple, doodle-like face was gradually becoming sharp and serious. Meanwhile, on the side of the street, a creature resembling a gorilla, encased in silver battle armor, stood by the roadside. Beside him was a monster that looked like a giant mole. Armored gorilla scratched his head and spoke in a stilted, electronic voice. Beast King, that guy. The doctor said to operate in secret this time. Yet he ran straight onto a human street to find the target. Ground Dragon, the mole-like monster, twitched the whiskers on his cheeks. His small eyes were full of disdain. Who cares? What's there to be afraid of with these old model humans? This is much more efficient. Didn't we find the target immediately? That is true. Armored Gorilla didn't say anything more. After all, this method was efficient. They had found the target almost immediately after arriving. But for some reason, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart, growing stronger by the second. As panic began to affect his mental state, Armored Gorilla took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. It's fine. Beast King is the second strongest in the House of Evolution, surpassed only by that monster, Carnage Kabuto. This capture mission should be a piece of cake. Just then, the fleeing crowd began to stop. People noticed that in front of the ferocious-looking monster, a bald man was standing in the way. Some passers-by who followed Hero Association news suddenly remembered something and pointed at Saitama in surprise. I remember. That bald guy is the new S-Class hero from a few days ago, Caped Baldy. What? That guy looks like a C-Class hero, but he's actually S-Class? Who cares what he looks like? Since he's an S-Class hero, defeating this monster should be easy for him. Go get him, Caped Baldy. Beat that monster. Yeah. Go, Caped Baldy. You can definitely win. Get him. Hearing Caped Baldy repeated endlessly in his ears, veins began to pop on Saitama's forehead. Sensing the crowd's rising excitement, Beast King grew interested. Caped Baldy? What a hilarious and honest nickname. It suits you perfectly. Not only are you bald, but you also wear that ugly white cape. Ha 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 ha. However, Beast King stopped laughing. He could no longer suppress the bloodlust in his heart. He raised his sharp claws high. It seems you won't come quietly. Perfect. I'll tear off all your limbs and drag you back like a dead dog. Lion slash, meteor shower. His sharp claws glinted coldly in the sunlight, carrying a ferocious momentum as they struck downward, threatening to slice Saitama into pieces in the next instant. Seeing the claws about to land on his body, Saitama suddenly realized something and panicked. Don't ruin my clothes, you bastard. A punch filled with annoyance flew out. No flashy special effects. No hot-blooded catchphrase. Just a plain, unadorned punch that landed directly on Beast King's body. Splat. In the next second, that tall, majestic body exploded into a mist of blood and chunks of meat. 2 scarlet eyeballs popped out, rolled on the ground for a bit, and stopped at Saitama's feet. Seeing this, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement and praise. As expected of an S-Class hero, he killed that monster in one hit. Caped Baldy is amazing. I'm going to vote for you in the popularity polls. Long live Caped Baldy. At first I thought the bald head was ugly, but now I think it has a certain flavor. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Hearing that last comment, everyone turned their gaze to the speaker. Round face. Beard. Short hair. Heavy set. Wearing white socks. The full package. Originally, hearing everyone praise him made Saitama a little happy. But hearing that the praise consisted entirely of Caped Baldy, his fleeting happiness vanished instantly. And when that stereotypical-looking man spoke, Saitama broke out in a cold sweat. Could this be one of those guys I saw on the internet? Saitama didn't dare think further, nor did he dare stay any longer. His gaze scanned the surroundings, looking for a gap in the encircling crowd to escape. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something. Confusion flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Armored Gorilla and Ground Dragon were scared witless. Their brains had short-circuited. This. Beast King, the second strongest of the House of Evolution, was blown up in one punch. Damn you, Doctor, what kind of target did you give us? Realizing Saitama was looking right at them, the gorilla and the mole felt their souls leave their bodies. They chose to flee without hesitation. Armored Gorilla turned and ran. Boosted by his mechanical armor, he sprinted like the wind, disappearing around the street corner in moments. Ground Dragon was even simpler. Using his sharp claws, he dug a deep hole in the asphalt and burrowed underground to escape. Seeing the 2 suspicious-looking accomplices flee just from a glance, Saitama finally thought of a way to escape the crowd. Oh, I got it. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Are you kidding me? 1051 words. Chapter 27. Are you kidding me? Saitama pointed to the massive hole in the ground. Oh, well. That monster had accomplices. I'm going to chase them now. Bye. Without hesitation, Saitama began to dig. In a blur of motion, he carved out a tunnel and vanished into the earth. The onlooking crowd. Bro, that exit strategy is definitely unique. Meanwhile, underground. Deep within the thick layers of soil, a mole-like creature was frantically clawing at the earth, digging a tunnel to escape. Ground Dragon's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless terror and anxiety. He was scared out of his wits. Are you kidding me? That was Beast King, the strongest creation we have besides that monster. And he was killed in one punch. The doctor actually wants us to capture a monster like that alive. Are you insane, you bastard? Thank goodness I have the ability to burrow underground. Armored gorilla can only run on the surface, so he can draw the aggro while I make my escape. Just as Ground Dragon was congratulating himself, the soil in front of him suddenly collapsed. Immediately after, a smooth, shiny head popped into his tunnel. Found you. I knew you were in this direction. Ground Dragon, Crash. The surface of the street exploded upwards. Ground Dragon, who had fainted from sheer terror, flew out of the broken pavement. Saitama crawled out right after him. He grabbed the unconscious Ground Dragon by the scruff of his neck. Saitama chose not to kill him outright. Instead, he broke into a sprint, charging in the direction Armored Gorilla had fled. To Saitama, these guys were just little animals. If the lion hadn't provoked him first and mocked his baldness, he wouldn't have blown him up. Armored Gorilla kept looking back every 3 steps. Seeing no movement behind him, he finally relaxed a little. Looks like that human didn't chase me. That's a stroke of luck in a disaster. He must have gone after Ground Dragon. No, I have to transmit this intel back to the House of Evolution immediately. The doctor needs to know how terrifying the target is so he can prepare defenses. I'm never taking another live capture mission again. I need to get back to base. The top of Armored Gorilla's skull slowly opened, and a data antenna extended from his brain, transmitting everything he had seen and heard back to the House of Evolution. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something shiny. A glowing bald head. Almost instinctively, bypassing any conscious thought process, Armored Gorilla dropped to his knees. His face filled with terror as he began kowtowing frantically. Don't kill me. I'm just a normal gorilla. I've only been modified a tiny bit. Please don't kill me. To express his sincerity, Armored Gorilla even jettisoned his battle armor, leaving him looking like a regular gorilla that could speak human language. Saitama looked at the zoo animal kowtowing to him with total submission. It was getting weirder by the second. All right, stop banging your head. Where is this House of Evolution you mentioned? I want to go take a look. Saitama was genuinely curious. He had been a hero for fun for 3 years, and no one had ever come looking for him. Yet, shortly after registering as an S-class hero, some unknown organization was already calling him out by name. Naturally, he had to go see what was up. Oh! Armored Gorilla swallowed hard. He looked at Ground Dragon, who was dangling from Saitama's hand like a dead chicken, and his heart leapt into his throat. Is he really not going to kill me? To save his own life, Armored Gorilla spilled everything, revealing the exact location of the House of Evolution without holding anything back. Of course, before giving the address, he made sure to cut the transmission link. He couldn't let the doctor hear this betrayal. After getting the specific address, Saitama was about to leave when his phone suddenly rang. Hey, it's King. He picked up. King's voice came through from the other end. How's it going, Saitama? Did you sort out the codename issue? Mentioning this, Saitama's face instantly turned sour. Anyway, the codename isn't fixed yet. But it seems some organization wants me to come over and play. It's like a zoo, they have gorillas and lions. Do you guys want to come along? On the other end of the line, King paused. He had a pretty good guess which organization it was. Are you talking about the House of Evolution? Saitama's eyes widened slightly in surprise. How did you know? This gorilla just agreed to lead the way. When can you get here? Send me your location. I'll be there in a few minutes. Okay. 2 minutes later, a red streak of light tore through the sky and landed directly in front of Saitama. King patted non-existent dust off his clothes. The Titan situation is handled. So, those freaks from the House of Evolution came looking for you? Saitama pointed at the shivering armored gorilla and held up the limp Ground Dragon. Yeah, these two. And there was a pretty cool-looking lion, but I think I blew him up with one punch. Looks like it really is the House of Evolution. But what puzzled King was when Dr. Genus had set his sights on the caped Baldy. Up until now, Saitama had barely made a move in the main storyline, aside from taking the hero exam. How had he attracted attention? After thinking for 2 seconds, King gave up. What's the use of overthinking? The House of Evolution is just a small team of trash mobs. We can just steamroll them. King sighed internally. I almost used my brain there. My superintelligence tells me that right now, I should use super strength to solve the problem. Meanwhile, 100 meters underground. In a dimly lit laboratory, a young man with glasses, pale skin, and neatly styled bangs was drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the playback on his screen in disbelief. How could this be? Beast King was defeated so easily. He was my strongest creation aside from that monster. And even Armored Gorilla, Rank 3, and Ground Dragon, who excels at survival, were defeated instantly. Are you kidding me? Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Maybe there's an opponent inside who can satisfy me. 1014 words. Chapter 28. Maybe there's an opponent inside who can satisfy me. For the first time in nearly a century, Dr. Genus felt utterly lost and helpless. His genetically modified new humans were the forces he intended to use to overthrow the rule of old humanity. So why were they wiped out instantly when I just sent them to capture a human with slightly unusual physical strength? Genus's eyes were bloodshot, crisscrossed with red veins. He clearly refused to accept this result. Earlier, after watching the footage of Mosquito Girl's defeat, the first thing Genus noticed wasn't the terrifyingly powerful King, but the bald man following behind him. His intuition as a genius geneticist told him, that bald man is definitely not normal. Sure enough, a few days later, Genus heard that the bald man had become an S-class hero of the Hero Association. To uncover the secrets of Saitama's strength and achieve further breakthroughs in genetics, Genus had dispatched his few remaining elite generals to capture the target. But to his shock, these so-called elites couldn't even last a single round before being totally defeated. Aside from Carnage Kabuto, Beast King was the strongest entity in the entire House of Evolution. Yet, he was reduced to minced meat with a single punch. Just then, the laboratory door was pushed open. A clone, identical to Dr. Genus in every way, rushed in with a panicked expression. Damn it. According to Armored Gorilla's intel, S-Class Rank 7 King and the capture target are heading this way. What? Another piece of bad news. Dr. Genus's face grew even paler. He clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even notice his fingernails piercing his palms, drawing blood. He seemed to make a difficult decision. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Release Carnage Kabuto. The clone turned pale with fright, looking even more terrified than he had about the incoming enemies. He waved his hands frantically, trying to dissuade the original. You can't. You know Carnage Kabuto's personality defect. He isn't ready yet. Enough. Dr. Genus interrupted the clone sharply, anxiety visible in his own eyes. I know the consequences of releasing him. But we have no way out, do we? I understand. Realizing the original's mind was made up, the clone stopped arguing. He turned to relay the order. Just as he was turning, Dr. Genus spoke again. Also, set up plenty of traps on floors 1 through 8. Wear down the intruder's stamina and mental fortitude. Create a better combat advantage for Carnage Kabuto. Understood. In the sky. King stared at Saitama, who had been flying through the air for several minutes after a single jump, and fell into deep thought. Is this jumping, or is this flying? He had tried asking the caped Baldy, but he only got one answer. How can humans fly without superpowers? That was Saitama's logic. Before they arrived at the House of Evolution, King mentally summoned the system. The blue data panel appeared before his eyes. He wanted to see what 2 random skills he had pulled. Ding. Rewards distributed. Congratulations. You have obtained passive skill, Precision Control. Congratulations. You have obtained active skill, Energy Mastery. Ahem. The effects of these skills seemed self-explanatory from their names, but King clicked on the detailed descriptions just in case there were special effects. Precision Control. You can precisely manipulate any power within your body. Whether it is chi and blood, energy, or raw physical strength, you can control it with pinpoint accuracy. Energy Mastery. By using this skill, you can control surrounding energy and condense it into energy spheres for attacks. You can also transform energy into different forms to adapt to various situations. Note, the current limit of energy the host can control is peak dragon level. Not bad. King was pleased. The passive skill came at the perfect time. As King continued to gain rewards and his stats skyrocketed, his strength was becoming overwhelmingly powerful. However, this brought the issue of control. While he could unleash power freely, applying it with surgical precision was difficult. The active skill was also solid. King currently lacked a ranged attack method. While it might not match the raw destructive power of his physical body, it was better than having nothing. His combat power had increased again. Now, King had both melee and ranged capabilities, along with perfect control over his own strength. Right. The first, Taijutsu auto-training card, seems to have expired. I need to renew it. Feeling the warm current once again slowly strengthening his body, King nodded in satisfaction. As the silhouette of the House of Evolution appeared on the horizon, Saitama suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, "Where's your robot disciple, Genos? Isn't he coming?" King replied helplessly, "He got wrecked fighting the Titan. He's been sent back to the manufacturer for repairs, so he can't come for now." "I see." Chatting casually, the two arrived at the address of the House of Evolution. Looking at the dilapidated 8-story building in front of them, Saitama was about to walk in through the front door when King threw a punch. Boom. The air in front of him was compressed by terrifying force into an air cannon. Carrying violent momentum, it blasted straight forward, turning the entire building into dust. Saitama. He scratched his shiny head, looking at the empty lot where the building used to be, and muttered weakly, "Isn't that a bit rude? They might have set up lots of traps waiting for us to challenge." King retracted his fist and pointed at a metal door that had appeared on the now empty ground. "It's fine. The upper floors were just traps. The real core area is underground. Let's go." Saitama reached out, grabbed the gap in the metal doors, and with a toothacheing screech of metal, tore the entire gate in half. Staring into the dark tunnel leading down, Saitama suddenly felt a spark of interest. Why does this feel like an adventure? It's kind of fun. Maybe there's an opponent inside who can satisfy me. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Should we try it? 1101 words. Chapter 29. Should we try it? Just as the two were about to enter the tunnel, King's phone rang abruptly. He looked down and saw that it was the Hero Association again. Damn, why does the Hero Association call every time I'm about to do something? Is this some kind of karmic law? The moment he picked up, Sitch's anxious voice came through. "Mr. King, I'm terribly sorry. I know you just finished dealing with a dragon-level disaster, but are you free right now? Could you come to the Hero Association headquarters?" King's eyes narrowed. He rarely heard Sitch sound this panicked. Besides, according to the original plot, there should have been a period of peace after defeating the Titan. Did another major disaster appear? Is this the butterfly effect caused by my arrival? To be safe, King asked, "What happened?" Sounds of smashing and crashing came from the other end of the line. Sitch sounded distressed and slightly guilty. "Tatsumaki is throwing a tantrum again. She heard you solved another dragon-level threat and wants a rematch. She says if you don't agree, she'll keep wrecking the headquarters. King. This legal lowly really is a problem child. It never ends. When he fought Tatsumaki last time, it was practically a stomp. From the very beginning, she couldn't contend with him at all. Logically speaking, any normal person would have sensed the massive gap in strength and given up. But clearly, an arrogant person like Tatsumaki was not normal. After being one-shot, she actually came back wanting to fight again. King had no intention of accepting the invitation. He didn't have time to play games with this childish woman. "Sorry, I'm busy right now. I'm preparing to wipe out the House of Evolution with Saitama. If you're busy, then never mind. We'll try our best to calm Tatsumaki down. Mr. King, you should just rest well." "Wait, what? You and S-Class Rank 17, Caped Baldy, are wiping out the House of Evolution right now?" Sitch's eyes widened. He was familiar with the name House of Evolution. It was a rogue organization created by a mad scientist. The Hero Association had always found them a bit headache-inducing, but because there were too many other pressing matters, they hadn't dealt with them immediately. After all, compared to monsters actively slaughtering civilians, the House of Evolution hadn't made any major moves since its inception, though it was under strict surveillance. Sitch didn't know the full extent of their military power, but for the strongest man on Earth to take the initiative to exterminate them, they were definitely not to be underestimated. After hanging up, Sitch felt a wave of emotion. The Hero Association currently had 17 S-Class heroes, but their personalities were all eccentric and uncontrollable. If only every S-Class hero was like Mr. King, dedicated to eradicating monsters and evil organizations, how wonderful that would be. The sound of something smashing to the floor pulled Sitch back to reality. Hey, Sitch. Where is that damn Scarface? I just made a mistake last time. Tell him to get over here and fight me again. Sitch scratched his head of white hair. Looking at the petite woman floating above the control room, he felt a massive sense of disparity. The gap in maturity is a bit too big. Miss Tatsumaki, Mr. King is currently occupied with important business and can't come for a while. You should go back and rest first. After all, your injuries haven't healed yet. Ha! A dissatisfied shout rang out. Tatsumaki looked even more displeased. Her exquisite face was filled with anger, and a faint green psychic aura swirled around her. That Scarface refused my duel for some trivial matter. Is he kidding me? I don't accept this. Despite her words, Tatsumaki wasn't stupid. After the last battle, she had felt exactly how large the gap between her and King was. Tatsumaki, who prided herself on being the strongest Esper and believed she was second only to Blast in the association, had suffered such a crushing defeat for the first time in her life. She had given everything she had, even pushing her psychic power to the point of exhaustion, yet she couldn't even shake that man. It had taken her fully 2 days to wake up after that fight. And not long after waking up, she heard that King had solved a major dragon-level disaster. She felt like the sky was falling. Historically, she, Tatsumaki, was the one who handled major dragon-level threats. Now, that Scarface had beaten her to it. Her pride, self-esteem, and dissatisfaction at having her role usurped made it impossible for her to suppress her emotions. She stormed the headquarters again, demanding a rematch. That damn Scarface. Annoying small fry. Trash I haven't disposed of yet. He pisses me off. Hearing the stream of insults, Sitch's eyelids twitched. He could only continue trying to soothe the emotionally unstable lowly. If King heard these insults, the consequences would be unimaginable. I have to calm Tatsumaki down. At least make her emotionally stable. Underground tunnel. Dim lights embedded in the walls illuminated the deep passage. King and Saitama walked unhurriedly through the tunnel, looking like tourists. Both possessed the power to crush every living thing in this facility effortlessly. That overwhelming strength gave them the confidence to take their time. Looking at the seemingly endless tunnel ahead, King rubbed his chin and suddenly had a mischievous idea. Saitama, what do you think would happen if I filled this entire tunnel with an energy blast? Would the whole underground passage collapse? Hearing this, Saitama paused for a moment. Then, after thinking for less than a second, he gave a thumbs up. Sounds like a good idea. Should we try it? Sure. King was a man of action. He extended a finger forward. With a fluctuation of spiritual power, the surrounding ambient energy and his own internal power gathered at his fingertips simultaneously. In the next instant, a golden energy sphere capable of filling the entire tunnel expanded rapidly. Carrying destructive momentum, it shot straight forward. At the same time, a massive humanoid creature smashed through the laboratory doors. Clutching a blooded Dr. Genus in his hand, Carnage Kabuto laughed maniacally as he charged into the tunnel. He had only rushed forward a few dozen meters when his insect instincts screamed danger. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. I'm just a normal human without powers. 1096 words. Chapter 30. I'm just a normal human without powers. Carnage Kabuto's charging figure stopped abruptly. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Dr. Genus, who was clamped under Kabuto's arm, struggled to lift his head. Due to Kabuto's reckless rampage, he had accidentally banged his head earlier. His face was covered in blood, and his consciousness was hazy. Noticing the movement had stopped, he felt a wave of confusion and forced himself to ask. Kabuto, why did you stop? However, in that moment, Carnage Kabuto had absolutely no desire to answer Genis. His eyes stared fixedly down the dark tunnel ahead. Something's wrong. Why is my instinct screaming danger like this? Is something approaching? Carnage Kabuto trusted his insect instincts completely. Without a shred of hesitation, he turned around, intending to run back to the spacious combat training room. But in the next second, the dark tunnel was illuminated by a golden light. A wave of destructive energy crashed into his senses. Seeing the massive ball of energy flying toward him at breakneck speed, Carnage Kabuto was scared out of his wits. What the hell is that? He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly curled himself into a ball. His hard insect carapace locked together tightly, forming a perfect spherical shield. As for Dr. Genis, in the midst of such a drastic movement, Kabuto paid him no mind whatsoever. Thus, the moment Kabuto squatted down to ball up, he accidentally used too much force and crushed Dr. Genis, who was still under his arm, into a 2D smear. Blood and internal organs splattered onto the floor. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, but instead of triggering Kabuto's ferocity, it only heightened his fear. In the next second, the violent golden energy sphere swallowed him whole. Endless destructive power danced across his armor, and the carapace that seemed indestructible began to shatter piece by piece. The energy sphere didn't stop because of Kabuto's resistance. After a brief pause, it continued flying forward, slightly smaller in volume. Boom, boom, boom. A second later, the energy sphere landed in the spacious combat training room, setting off a massive explosion. The specially reinforced alloy walls were twisted and shattered. The armored ball slowly unfurled, revealing Carnage Kabuto inside. His outer shell was charred black, and he was coughing up green blood, indicating the immense damage he had taken from that single attack. Carnage Kabuto's face was filled with terror. He had no idea what had happened. The world suddenly felt absurd. His gaze swept over Dr. Genis, who had been flattened into a sheet of paper. Anger flashed in his eyes, and he stomped viciously on the remains, grinding them into a paste. It's all this idiot's fault. Telling me I'm the god of the new world, a new human far superior to old humanity. And look at this. I haven't even seen the enemy yet, and I was almost crushed into dust by their attack. No, I have to run. I can't stay in the House of Evolution. The intruder is absolutely not someone I can deal with. Carnage Kabuto possessed extremely keen insect senses, allowing him to detect danger in advance. And right now, he could faintly feel two auras approaching rapidly, auras that made his heart palpitate with fear. Most importantly, that energy sphere, which had nearly killed him, hadn't drained the intruder's energy in the slightest. This meant that the energy sphere wasn't some ultimate move. It was, at most, a casual attack. Before activating his so-called carnage mode, Kabuto's rationality always held the upper hand. To him, nothing was more important than survival. Meanwhile, on the other side of the tunnel, looking at the twisted and deformed metal walls around them, King sighed. Even though I used less than 1/10 of my energy, the materials in this House of Evolution are pretty sturdy. It only warped a bit. Saitama looked envious. He thought about his usual fights. Punch, punch, and another punch. To be honest, Saitama wanted a move like the Energy Blast King just used. The special effects looked super cool and super flashy. Too bad I'm just a human without powers. The caped baldy sighed silently in his heart. In the end, I'm just an ordinary person who only knows how to punch and kick. I can't fly, I can't shoot energy beams. I can't do anything except punch. King is stronger. Not only can he fly, but he's also popular, and he can shoot super cool light balls. Noticing Saitama's envious gaze, the corner of King's mouth twitched. He could roughly guess what this guy was thinking. Are you kidding? Who could compare to you? By now, King had received quite a few rewards from the system. Compared to when he first arrived, his overall strength had multiplied several times over. But even with such immense power, King knew clearly in his heart that he had absolutely no chance of beating Saitama. As he grew stronger, he could sense Saitama's hidden power more clearly. It was like an abyss, vast as the ocean, endless as the starry sky. Based on King's current estimation, if he went all out, he could at best tank one of Saitama's normal punches. Any more force, and he'd be beaten into a messy pulp. And that assumption was based on Saitama not growing stronger. In the One Punch Man manga, Murata version, Saitama was constantly growing, especially during combat where his growth was exponential. In a fight, Saitama could kill the version of himself from a second ago with one punch. That kind of growth rate was terrifying. Just then, sensing a presence, both King and Saitama switched to their serious faces. Their figures blurred and vanished from the spot. They both sensed a powerful aura trying to flee the House of Evolution. It was likely the monster armored gorilla had mentioned. While passing a particularly damaged section of the metal tunnel, King stopped. His gaze fell to the floor. There, stuck to the ground, was a pile of meat paste draped in a tattered white lab coat, next to a pair of smashed glasses. Nice. Dr. Genus got turned into a 2D waifu on the highway. King amused himself with that conclusion. Undoubtedly, this guy had done something different from the original plot, leading to Carnage Kabuto crushing him to death. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. How am I supposed to fight this? 997 words. Chapter 31. How am I supposed to fight this? Saitama saw King standing there, paused, and looked over curiously, frowning slightly. Who is this guy? Why did he die so brutally? King didn't bother hiding anything. This guy was the mastermind behind the House of Evolution. Seems he got killed by the very monster he created. What a shame. Saitama nodded. He didn't linger and continued walking forward. Got it. Let's go find that monster then. I can sense it running away. As they walked, Saitama's face gradually changed. From his usual simple, doodle-like art style, his features became sharp and angular. Originally, he had come here with a playful mindset, not taking these so-called monsters of the House of Evolution seriously at all. But now, realizing a monster that brutally murdered humans was just ahead, Saitama's heart, the heart of a hero for fun, was instantly ignited. His playful attitude vanished into thin air. Right now, he had only one thought: punch that monster until it explode. Seeing Saitama get serious, a drop of cold sweat rolled down King's forehead. He wiped it away casually and quickly followed. Just the killing intent leaking from Saitama made every cell in King's body scream danger, as if death were imminent. The gap between me and the caped baldy is just too big. As expected of the only true strongest in this world. However, King didn't believe Dr. Genus was actually dead. An old schemer who could rejuvenate his youth and hide in the shadows for so long wouldn't be stupid enough to face the notoriously violent Carnage Kabuto with his main body, completely defenseless. Both of them accelerated. A red streak and a yellow streak raced through the dark tunnel. In the blink of an eye, they burst into the training arena. In the vast, empty space, a humanoid creature standing 3 to 4 meters tall, covered in a poop-yellow carapace, was furiously pounding on the laboratory's main door, the easiest exit to breach. Under his relentless assault, the meter-thick high-strength alloy door was beginning to deform and loosen. Carnage Kabuto looked at the crumbling door, a smug smile appearing on his face. Trying to trap me. With just this door in the way, escaping is a piece of cake for the great me. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation. He stopped moving, his eyes filled with terror. Carnage Kabuto stiffened. Trembling, he slowly turned his head to look back at the tunnel entrance. There, a tall blonde man and a bald guy in a yellow jumpsuit had appeared in the training arena. Outskirts of City Z. In the wilderness. A towering tree, 100 meters high, stood alone. In the middle of its trunk was a spiraling, twisted hollow. Inside the hollow were various high-tech precision instruments. Countless tubes crisscrossed the space, all converging into a tank of green nutrient solution in the center. Crash. With the crisp sound of shattering glass, nutrient fluid spilled everywhere. A slender young man with black hair and long bangs stepped out. Confusion flashed in his eyes for a moment. Then, he clenched his fists as countless memory fragments flooded his mind. Damn Carnage Kabuto. I can't believe he actually killed me. Luckily, I had a spare body hidden away, or I really would have died. Indeed, this young man was the resurrected Dr. Genus. As an expert in genetic research, How could he rely solely on inferior clones? By extracting his original genes over a long period, Dr. Genus had created multiple replicable bodies. As soon as the original body's vital signs ceased, his consciousness would be randomly transferred to one of these spare bodies for resurrection. He had set up 4 resurrection points like this around City Z. However, the technology had limitations. Since consciousness needed to connect with the new body, the distance couldn't be too great, it had to be within City Z limits. Dr. Genus picked up a spare pair of glasses from the table, wiped them carefully, put them on, and donned a fresh lab coat. Carnage Kabuto really is a failed creation. Without my control, he must have escaped the House of Evolution by now. At this moment, Dr. Genus actually found himself hoping that the 2 powerful intruders would kill Carnage Kabuto. That way, at least it would prevent the monster from going on a massacre in the outside world. This location is only 5 kilometers from the House of Evolution. I need to get there and investigate. If those 2 fail, I'll have to recapture Carnage Kabuto myself. The House of Evolution contained many special facilities designed to counter Carnage Kabuto, which only he, with his original clearance authority, could activate. In Dr. Genus's view, once Carnage Kabuto started rampaging outside, it would lead to the destruction of the entire world. Yep. At this very moment, Carnage Kabuto, the being Dr. Genus feared would destroy the world, let out a terrified squeak. He flapped his insect wings frantically and huddled in the corner, shaking. A rhythmic sound, loud enough to shake the heavens, pounded in his ears. To his enhanced hearing, it sounded like thunder. Doom. 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 Doom doom. Carnage Kabuto felt nothing but sheer panic. It felt like he would be killed in the next second. He had almost zero desire to resist. In his insect perception, the blonde man on the left was like a god descended to earth. His entire body surged with power as vast as a raging river, and that thunderous heartbeat only highlighted his divinity. The bald man on the right looked weak and full of openings. But every time Carnage Kabuto directed even a sliver of killing intent toward him, his instinct screamed of instant death. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. It's Supermarket Sale Day. 1052 words. Chapter 32. It's Supermarket Sale Day. Looking at the trembling Carnage Kabuto, Saitama couldn't help but complain. This is the strongest monster of the House of Evolution. Isn't it just a giant rhinoceros beetle? And it's pretty ugly too. Saying that, he prepared to rush forward and explode the ugly thing with one punch. However, just then, King reached out and stopped the eager Saitama. Leave this guy to me. Don't you have something more important to do? Saitama tilted his head, face full of question marks. More important? Do I have something important to do today? Hearing this, King silently held up one finger. Do you remember what day of the week it is? Today is. Saitama's voice cut off abruptly. His eyes slowly widened as if recalling something of utmost importance. Today is Saturday. Which means. Bloodshot veins slowly crept into the whites of his eyes. Saitama vanished from the spot, turning into a blur. He punched straight through the specially reinforced superalloy wall, his heart-wrenching scream drifting back through the air. Today is Supermarket Sale Day. Carnage Kabuto was dumbfounded. He stared at the wall that had been punched open like a blooming flower, his heart nearly stopping. Are you kidding me? The main door's durability was several grades lower than the wall's, yet he had pounded on it for a full minute just to warp it slightly. And you're telling me this bald human punched through the wall with a single hit? Accompanied by continuous booming sounds, metal debris flew everywhere. All 10 layers of reinforced walls were blasted through in an instant, leaving a massive, gaping tunnel to the outside world. Watching this, King couldn't help but sigh. Saitama's obsession with discount goods was truly beyond human comprehension. Even though he was now an S-class hero with a generous salary, he couldn't shake the habits formed over years of poverty. Only buy on sale. Seeing that the unfathomable bald man had really left, leaving only the blonde man with the deep, ocean-like aura, Carnage Kabuto's panic subsided slightly. However, He remained extremely cautious. The reason King stopped Saitama from one-shotting this guy was mainly because he wanted to experience Carnage Kabuto's strength firsthand, and also to test out the so-called Carnage mode. With that in mind, King took a step forward. His golden hair fluttered in the wind blowing from the hole behind him. His majestic, domineering face stimulated Carnage Kabuto's nerves. King crooked his finger at Carnage Kabuto, his tone filled with disdain for the weak creature before him. "Choose, fight me, or die right now." The provocative words landed in Carnage Kabuto's ears like a depth charge. His mental state was already fragile and unstable. He had been under high pressure from fear and despair since the intruders arrived. Now, being provoked like this. In an instant, all his accumulated emotions turned into unparalleled rage, giving him the courage to strike even at a god. Roar. Carnage Kabuto let out a beastly roar. His wings buzzed, and he shot forward at breakneck speed. His massive fist descended from the sky, smashing viciously toward King. King put his hands back in his pockets. He didn't even have the desire to block with his hands. He simply released his surging chi and blood, forming a crimson barrier around himself. Immediately after, his immense spiritual power surged, wrapping his body in psychokinesis. Beneath the blood barrier, a layer of faint green psychic shielding also formed. Carnage Kabuto's fist tore through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom, and slammed heavily into the blood barrier. Boom. Invisible airwaves rippled outward from the center of impact. The specially made superalloy floor beneath their feet caved in. However, as the attacker, Carnage Kabuto stumbled back several steps, clutching his throbbing fist. The reason that had been drowned by anger returned momentarily. King's blood barrier didn't even crack, let alone shatter. And beneath that was another layer of psychic shielding he hadn't even touched. Is this the power you're so proud of? How pathetic. Provoked again, Carnage Kabuto trembled with rage. Anger once again washed away his remaining sanity. Don't look down on me, you trash of the old era. I am the new human who will rule the world. In the last second before his reason vanished completely, Carnage Kabuto decisively unleashed his full power. His body began to expand rapidly. From 3 or 4 meters, he ballooned to 7 or 8 meters tall. His poop-yellow carapace fell away, replaced by blue-green skin. His eyes, which previously had whites and pupils, turned completely scarlet. Carnage Kabuto, Carnage mode. I didn't want to use this mode. In this state, I will have limitless stamina for 7 days and 7 nights, and I will be consumed by the urge to kill. You forced me into this form, so use your life to pay for it. Carnage Kabuto turned into a blue-green streak of light, shuttling back and forth across the spacious training ground. Moving at near teleportation speeds, he appeared behind King. He let out a furious roar. His hands became a blur of after-images. Fists like a torrential storm, carrying berserk power, bombarded the blood barrier. Kill, 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 kill. The superalloy floor beneath them groaned and twisted under the strain. Ripples of shockwaves and thunderous impacts echoed endlessly in the training ground. The more Carnage Kabuto fought, the more excited he became. In this state, even though his fists were fracturing from the relentless impact, he couldn't feel it. Die. Finally, under the sustained assault, a crack appeared on King's blood barrier. The crack expanded rapidly, almost covering the entire surface of the shield. Seeing this, the smile on Carnage Kabuto's face became even more savage and twisted. His punching speed increased even further. Standing in the center of the storm, King yawned. With a thought, he repaired the blood barrier instantly. Since I've experienced the power of this mode, it's time to test its defense. Saying this, King voluntarily deactivated both the blood barrier and the psychic shield, exposing his physical body. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 33, 8 Lifetimes of Good Fortune. 1083 words. Chapter 33, 8 Lifetimes of Good Fortune. Sensing that the human before him had voluntarily lowered his heavy defensive shell, Carnage Kabuto, smelling fresh blood and flesh, went even crazier. He roared and pounced. His bulging blue-green muscles twitched rhythmically, continuously supplying near-infinite stamina to his powerful frame. His shattered fists regenerated rapidly under the binding of new granulation tissue. Thick, viscous saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he smashed a vicious punch toward King. The fierce wind from the fist brushed King's cheek. His expression didn't change. He simply threw a kick. Bang! A sonic boom exploded. Carnage Kabuto flew backward faster than he had come, smashing violently into the superalloy wall before slowly sliding down. King had deliberately held back his strength. Although he had the ability to one-shot the monster, he didn't plan to kill Carnage Kabuto just yet. After all, at this stage of the story, finding a sandbag as durable as Carnage Kabuto wasn't easy. King looked at his skill bar. The recently acquired Energy Mastery lay there quietly. Although he had only tested it once, the power of manipulating energy had surprised him. Even after significantly reducing the output, it had nearly killed Carnage Kabuto. He pointed a finger at the monster ahead. Golden energy gathered wildly at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, a massive energy sphere 3 meters in diameter formed. Using his new passive skill, Precision Control, King adjusted the power of this sphere to the mid-dragon level, intending to test what kind of explosion different intensity levels would cause. With a thought, the energy sphere, carrying destructive fluctuations, shot out in a straight line, locking onto Carnage Kabuto. Carnage Kabuto instinctively sensed the danger, but being in Carnage mode, left him with nothing but a bloodthirsty desire for battle. He would never dodge any attack. His leg muscles exploded with power. His massive body shot out like a lightning bolt. Posturing for a tackle, Carnage Kabuto collided head-on with the energy sphere. Violent energy ripples flowed continuously. Carnage Kabuto roared constantly, his tough skin and muscles grinding away at the energy sphere's power. He began to punch again. Every punch shattered parts of the energy sphere. Even though his fists turned charred black and his skin melted away, he never took a step back. Die 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 die. After a flurry of chaotic smashing, Carnage Kabuto actually managed to shatter the energy sphere. King was clearly somewhat unsatisfied. The control aspect of the energy sphere still needed improvement, for example, increasing the density further and reducing energy leakage. Not bad. You successfully blocked one energy sphere. So, how about 10? Violent energy gathered behind him. In an instant, 10 golden energy spheres appeared floating in the air, all aimed at the heavily injured Carnage Kabuto. Go! He pointed forward. The 10 created energy spheres instantly surrounded Carnage Kabuto. A dazzling pillar of golden light shot into the clouds, instantly obliterating this specially reinforced area. A massive explosion echoed through the sky. From within the dense golden energy, a tattered figure flew out and crashed heavily onto the ground. Carnage Kabuto was in a miserable state. His lower body was missing, and his upper body was mangled, with internal organs slipping out from the gaping wounds. Even so, he remained in carnage mode. New granulation tissue wove together constantly, attempting to regenerate his body. King nodded. It seemed the damage output of the energy spheres was decent. Just 10 mid-dragon level spheres were enough to kill Carnage Kabuto at his peak. To be honest, the ultimate creation of the House of Evolution wasn't particularly strong within the dragon level hierarchy. Even with Carnage mode active, he barely touched the threshold of High Dragon. In the extended canon, audiobooks, Carnage Kabuto was defeated by Superalloy Darkshine in a 15-minute simulation, and most S-class heroes could beat him. Only a few specific ones failed, like Metal Bat, who needed to ramp up his fighting spirit to increase his attack power. Since the simulation didn't account for fighting spirit, he was killed by Kabuto in 10 minutes. Looking at the still roaring Carnage Kabuto, who clearly hadn't regained his sanity, King shook his head helplessly. What a greedy little kitten. Fine, I'll treat you to a big one. Go out with a bang. King raised his hand and condensed an energy sphere tens of meters in diameter. Destructive waves rippled within it, its power was comparable to a nuclear warhead. After continuous compression, the massive sphere shrank to the size of a fist. However, its form became extremely unstable, flickering and warping constantly. Without hesitation, seeing Carnage Kabuto about to finish regenerating, King shoved the energy sphere into the monster's mouth, turned around, and ran. His speed was incredible. In just a few seconds, He was over 10 kilometers away. Only then did he turn back to look. Boom. 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 A pillar of golden light that shook heaven and earth pierced the clouds. A violent shockwave dispersed the cloud cover high above, and the earth trembled continuously. Wow! A peak dragon-level energy sphere is ruthless. That blast didn't just vaporize Carnage Kabuto, it turned the entire House of Evolution into ash. Too bad I still couldn't test the maximum combat limit of the energy spheres. Carnage Kabuto was just too weak to handle it. King shook his head helplessly. He called the Hero Association to clean up the mess, then turned and left. Meanwhile, Hero Association headquarters. Tatsumaki, who had finally been calmed down and was sulking in a chair, suddenly heard the news. King had destroyed an evil organization called the House of Evolution in such a short time. She instantly panicked. That damn Scarface. Why does he keep stealing all the work every single day? No, I can't be slower than him. Knowing she couldn't beat King in a direct fight, Tatsumaki decided to compete in areas outside of pure combat strength. For example, who solves more monster incidents? Who defeats more dragon or demon level threats? Who clears missions faster? Although King had never agreed to compete in any of these things. But in Tatsumaki's view, being able to compete with her was basically 8 lifetimes of good fortune for him. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. I should just sell takoyaki instead. 1073 words. Chapter 34. I should just sell takoyaki instead. House of Evolution, surface level. The roar of a motorcycle engine echoed through the wilderness as Dr. Genus, clad in his white lab coat, arrived urgently at the scene. He stood silently before the massive crater that used to be the House of Evolution. He pushed up his glasses awkwardly, struggling to maintain his composure. From kilometers away, he had seen the pillar of golden light that pierced the heavens. The location was precisely where his House of Evolution stood. The clever Dr. Genus immediately realized that this spectacle was undoubtedly the work of the two intruders, likely engaging Carnage Kabuto in battle. I hope they can defeat Carnage Kabuto. If possible, Dr. Genus didn't want Carnage Kabuto to massacre the human population of the entire world. But upon arriving at the scene, he realized just how wrong he was. Dr. Genus crouched down and sifted through the dust, finding a fragment of poop-yellow carapace that hadn't completely shattered. Digging deeper, he found chunks of blue-green flesh scattered everywhere, almost cooked through. This is Carnage Kabuto's flesh? And he was beaten to death even after activating Carnage mode? Bean-sized drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Dr. Genus felt a wave of confusion and collapsed weakly onto the ground. He couldn't help but wonder, what was the point of my decades of genetic research? His ultimate creation, the incredibly powerful Carnage Kabuto, had died so miserably even in his strongest form. Moreover, he was easily slain by the old humans he had always looked down upon. He let out a self-deprecating laugh, dusted off his lab coat, and stood up. Maybe I should stop this genetic research nonsense. What's the point? I should just go sell takoyaki instead. Hero Association headquarters. Just as Tatsumaki was about to throw another tantrum, the main doors of the Hero Association slid open again. A bald man in a yellow jumpsuit, carrying bags of discount groceries, walked in. Saitama looked left and right. Confirming that everyone was present and things seemed calm, he finally relaxed. This time should be fine. He had just bought a bunch of goods during the supermarket sale and happened to pass by the Hero Association branch. Remembering that he hadn't changed his codename yet, he decided to come in and discuss it again. If possible, Saitama really didn't want to operate under the name Caped Baldy, even if it was descriptively accurate. Sitch walked up, looking surprised. Mr. Caped Baldy? Weren't you with Mr. King wiping out the House of Evolution? Why are you here? Saitama paused. Before he could answer, Tatsumaki, who had been floating in the air behind him, landed on the ground. Her tone was filled with targeted hostility. TCH. Just a baldy who recently got promoted to S-class. Looks like you deserted in the middle of the battle. What a piece of trash. I don't like your face. Get lost. Tatsumaki was already furious about King, and since Saitama had been recommended by King, she automatically grouped them together. Her annoyance with King transferred directly to Saitama. Saitama, who had just been inexplicably insulted, looked confused. His mind was filled with question marks. What? He had tolerated Caped Baldy. He just wanted to change his name. Why was he getting scolded now? Saitama's mouth twitched. He pointed a finger at Tatsumaki, his face shifting into a minimalist art style. Whose kid is this? Why is she inside the Hero Association? Is she lost? Kid. Hearing that word, Sitch and the staff felt their souls leave their bodies. Mr. Caped Baldy doesn't understand the rules here. That word is a taboo that absolutely cannot be mentioned in front of Tatsumaki. Tatsumaki's face darkened instantly. Violent psychic energy began to swirl around her. Ha! You annoying Baldy. You look like a boiled egg. I am the S-Class Rank 2 hero, Tornado of Terror. I'm 28 years old this year. I am not the kid you're talking about. Hearing this, Saitama was amused. He trotted over to Tatsumaki, placed his hand on his own head, and then leveled it over the top of hers. Look at you. You're only like 1.5 meters tall. Even elementary and middle schoolers are taller than you. If you're not a kid, what are you? Tatsumaki. Sitch. Sitch facepalmed helplessly. He had hoped to mediate and ease the tension between them. Now, there's absolutely no need for mediation. Tatsumaki is definitely going to blow her top. Veins popped on her exquisite cheeks. Anger burned in her heart, and a deep green light flickered in her eyes. Wrapped in her psychic aura, Tatsumaki slowly floated into the air. Her green curly hair writhed like snakes as she spoke coldly. Dead Baldy, you seem pretty cocky. Is that Scarface giving you this confidence? Get out here. She pointed a finger, and a faint green glow surrounded Saitama. He floated up as well. Hey! Before Saitama could fully appreciate the sensation of flight, he was wrapped in telekinetic force and smashed through the Hero Association's main doors, hurtling toward the outskirts of the city. Tatsumaki, wearing a cold expression, turned into a streak of deep green light and chased after him. Everyone knew what she intended to do in the wilderness. Seeing Saitama taken away by an enraged Tatsumaki, Sitch panicked. Although Mr. Caped Baldy was also an S-Class hero, Tatsumaki, rank 2, was the pinnacle of the association's combat power. The outcome of a fight between them seemed obvious. Most importantly, Mr. Caped Baldy was King's close friend. If Tatsumaki beat him up badly, it was hard to imagine the fury King would unleash. Undoubtedly, Mr. King, the strongest man on Earth, was far stronger than the Tornado of Terror. That was clear from their last fight. Tatsumaki had passed out from psychic exhaustion, while King, after such an intense battle, didn't even have a scratch on him. Thinking of this, Sitch hurriedly dialed King, hoping he could come and stop this from escalating. Once the call connected, Sitch quickly explained the situation and begged King to come quickly, or else Mr. Caped Baldy might meet with an unfortunate accident. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Red with Rage. 1016 words. Chapter 35. Red with Rage. Upon hearing the news, King was a bit surprised. Although Saitama and Tatsumaki did fight in the original story, that happened much later in the series. Why was it happening so early now? After thinking for 2 seconds, King understood. It's mostly because of me. Saitama probably got targeted by an enraged Tatsumaki because of his association with me, and got dragged off to fight. However, rather than worrying about whether the Caped Baldy will be okay, I should be worried about whether Tatsumaki will pass out from psychic exhaustion again. Sitch was still waiting for King's response on the phone. All he heard from the other end was a calm statement. Just be prepared. Arrange for medical personnel to bring her back. She'll probably be unconscious for a while again. Sitch subconsciously assumed King was referring to Caped Baldy, but then he noticed a specific word in the sentence. Again. Could it be? His eyes widened instantly as an unbelievable hypothesis slowly formed in his mind. To verify his guess, Sitch asked cautiously, "Mr. King, may I ask who exactly is the person needing rescue you refer to?" "Tatsumaki, of course. Saitama's strength is not inferior to mine." This sentence, broadcast over speakerphone, echoed through the entire control room. The staff members looked at each other in shock. They had just seen Saitama. His simple art style and shiny egghead gave off a plastic NPC vibe. Yet, the strongest man on Earth, whom they revered, personally admitted that this newly born S-class hero was his equal. People subconsciously felt it was absurd, yet somehow, inexplicably reasonable. Because those were words spoken by King, the strongest man on Earth. In the sky, Saitama flailed his limbs, enjoying the novel sensation of flight. But at the same time, he clutched one arm tightly to his chest. In his embrace were the discount goods he had just bought from the supermarket. He didn't want these hard-earned treasures ruined by a child's tantrum. Noticing that Saitama cared more about a plastic bag than her, Tatsumaki felt slighted. Her expression grew even colder. "Caped Baldy. It's unbelievable. You still haven't realized the severity of your situation. Drop that bag of trash." Saying this, Tatsumaki concentrated her psychokinesis on Saitama's arms, trying to forcibly pry them open and throw away the bag of unknown items. Realizing that this green-haired brat wanted to throw away his discount goods, Saitama instantly panicked. With a slight flex of strength, he shattered the psychic energy binding him. Hey. You kids just don't understand frugality. These are treasures. How can you just throw them away?" Having broken free from the telekinesis, Saitama lost his lift and plummeted straight toward the ground. Feeling her psychic hold completely shattered in an instant, Tatsumaki froze in midair, her large green eyes filled with disbelief. "Are you kidding me? It's one thing for that Scarface, the strongest man on Earth, to break free. But why can this average-looking baldy break my psychokinesis too?" Tatsumaki's confidence wavered slightly. In just a few short days, she had encountered two people who could easily break her psychic restraints. Before this, even dragon-level monsters capable of causing major disasters couldn't move an inch under her power. They could only be crushed into meat paste. An unprecedented sense of humiliation washed over her. Tatsumaki screamed furiously in the air, pouring out majestic psychic power toward the falling Saitama. "You damn bald man. Unwanted trash. A loser who will never grow hair in this lifetime. An idiot who will always look like a boiled egg." A string of insults. Perhaps not very damaging to a normal person, but every single one was a critical hit against Saitama. With every sentence, Saitama's face grew darker. Until the final insult landed. A vein finally popped on Saitama's forehead, and his fist slowly clenched. "I think that name the Hero Association gave you, Caped Baldy, fits you perfectly. Not only are you an ugly baldy, but what is up with that ridiculous cape and yellow jumpsuit? It's hilarious." While Tatsumaki continued her mockery, the surging psychic power had already surrounded Saitama, wrapping him in a deep green glow. "What an idiot, surrounded by my psychokinesis without even realizing it. And you want to be an S-class hero?" With a thought, Tatsumaki turned her vast psychic power into infinite ropes, instantly binding Saitama where he stood, intending to drag him into the air to torture him properly. With the explosion of psychic force, the ground beneath Saitama's feet shattered instantly. Layers of spiderweb cracks covered the surface, spreading for kilometers. Tatsumaki was dumbfounded. "Why?" She exerted force again. Countless psychic ropes pulled taut in the void, but they couldn't lift that thin human body off the ground. For some reason, this scene gave Tatsumaki a sense of déjà vu. "Ah, I remember. The last person who resisted my psychokinesis with such ease was that Scarface from 2 days ago." Tatsumaki gritted her teeth, continuously pouring power into her pull. The ground for kilometers around had been reduced to dust, trees and boulders were floating into the sky. But even so, the bald man in the yellow jumpsuit was like a nail driven deep into the Earth's core. No matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't budge him. Just then, Saitama raised his hand and casually slapped the empty air. Smack. The space around him twisted and deformed, shattered by the sheer force. He simply rolled his shoulders, and the psychic ropes binding him snapped effortlessly, as if they were made of cheap plastic. Saitama's face had now become sharp and angular. Even his doodle-like eyes had turned serious and fierce. Listen here, brat. Today I'm going to teach you what it means to respect others. Insulting nicknames are prohibited. That's right. Saitama was red with rage. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Are you kidding me? 1019 words. Chapter 36. Are you kidding me? A measly bald fish like you dares to talk big. Tatsumaki laughed in anger. At least that Scarface guy is known as the strongest man on Earth and has a bunch of legendary achievements. What do you have? A shiny head. And you think you're worthy of lecturing me? She raised her hand. Countless chunks of earth floating around them transformed into high-speed projectiles under her psychokinesis, all smashing toward Saitama. Saitama's eyes sharpened. He threw a nonchalant punch. A violent gale, carrying terrifying force enough to twist space, instantly pulverized all the incoming earth chunks. Tatsumaki frowned. She realized this bald man's strength wasn't simple, just the wind from his punch had impressive power. But so what? She flipped her wrist. The shattered earth turned into a cloud of fine particles, glowing with faint green light. In smaller forms and greater numbers, they swarmed Saitama again. At the same time, Tatsumaki diverted over 50% of her psychic power to suppress Saitama directly, preventing him from escaping. Looking at the faint green glow radiating from his body, Saitama felt like he had become a glowing anime character, irradiated by nuclear waste. He swung his arms curiously, instantly shattering the psychic energy wrapping his body. Tatsumaki gritted her teeth, trying to suppress him, but she couldn't control his movements at all. Wow, look at all that mud flying in the sky. Saitama looked at the cloud of dirt particles with wonder, then took a deep breath. A violent suction force erupted. The air within a radius of dozens of meters was sucked into a vacuum by this single inhale. Immediately after, contracting his abdomen, Saitama opened his mouth. A torrent of solidified air burst forth. Whoosh! A gale resembling a tornado swept out. Even with psychic reinforcement, the cloud of particles was blown away in an instant. Tatsumaki was shocked beyond words. She couldn't believe that besides Scarface, there was someone else who could move freely under her psychic suppression. Nice. The view is much cleaner now. With a path cleared by the gale, Saitama smiled. He slowly lowered his body. The muscles in his legs exploded with terrifying physical power. The ground beneath him collapsed from the recoil, and he launched himself like a compressed spring released. Tatsumaki saw only a blur. The shiny bald head appeared right in front of her, throwing a red-gloved fist as if playing around. Relying on her rich combat experience, she instantly judged Saitama's intent. A sneer curled her lips. You look like a brute force melee type, trying to get close to gain an advantage? Laughable. Majestic psychic power erupted, forming an incredibly thick shield around her body. With Tatsumaki's god-tier mental strength, even if hundreds of missiles exploded on this shield simultaneously, they wouldn't scratch her. But in the next second, that seemingly slow red fist hit the psychic shield like Mike Tyson punching a pane of cheap glass. Crack! Under Tatsumaki's constricting pupils, the psychic shield shattered into a shower of light green fragments with a crisp sound. Oh, it opened. Saitama chuckled and stepped forward, grabbing Tatsumaki by the scruff of her neck with one hand, lifting her up like an angry kitten. Tatsumaki's eye twitched. A sense of absurdity washed over her. I'm being held up by one hand? By a newbie S-class ranked way below me? By a stinking boiled egg? She realized that, just like before, she couldn't rely solely on psychic suppression against this physical monster. She needed to switch to attack methods. With a thought, her oceanic psychic power compressed rapidly, transforming into needles filled with destructive mental energy. Go! These psychic needles moved silently, not even disturbing the air as they flew. They had near 100% accuracy. Moreover, since each needle contained massive spiritual power, a hit would directly destroy the target's mind, turning them into an imbecile. Of course, against an S-class hero, This mental breakdown would probably only last 2 or 3 days. That was exactly what Tatsumaki wanted. Since this baldy is so annoying, let him be an idiot for a few weeks. In the very next second, a scene capable of shattering Tatsumaki's worldview unfolded. Saitama didn't even bother to defend, or perhaps he didn't sense them at all. The dozens of psychic needles, potent enough to lobotomize a person, slammed into him. But the expected mental impact didn't happen. Like clay oxen entering the sea, the needles dispersed rapidly and vanished without a trace. Impossible. No one can tank that move with their physical body and be fine. Are you kidding me? Tatsumaki felt shocked for the first time. Even Scarface had been forced to dodge that attack. And you're telling me this baldy tanked it? Saitama raised an eyebrow. He felt like a vein in his head had twitched just now. Hiss. I guess I should stay up late reading manga less often. My head feels a little dizzy. He yawned. Looking at the Tatsumaki dangling in his hand, he remembered all the insults directed at his smooth head earlier, and his face darkened. Saitama extended a finger and poked Tatsumaki's cheek, black lines covering his face. Hey, brat. Do you understand your mistake now? Don't go around insulting people's sore spot. Let go of me. You stinking boiled egg. Water-boiled egg. Small fry. Trash. What the hell? You're still cursing? I'm really going to get angry. Saitama had originally intended to let it go. After all, why should an adult like him be petty with a child? But his step back was met with a barrage of mockery. Even with his easygoing personality, he was starting to get genuinely annoyed. Hearing this, Tatsumaki stared at Saitama silently, her eyes seeming to waver. Just when Saitama thought the brat was going to apologize, Tatsumaki opened her small mouth and bit down hard on Saitama's extended finger. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Seriously unlucky. 1242 words. Chapter 37. Seriously unlucky. This was Tatsumaki's final act of stubbornness. Her proud psychokinesis had been utterly useless against this bald man, but that didn't mean she would willingly admit defeat. Even when facing Saitama's extended finger, she had to express her resistance somehow. Looking at Tatsumaki biting his finger with all her might, Saitama felt a little panicked, even though it didn't hurt at all. He tried to shake her off, but her teeth were clamped onto his finger like magnets. Even as her entire body flailed around, she wouldn't let go. Damn brat. Are you a dog? Let go, you bastard. Realizing she wouldn't let go no matter what, Saitama scratched his non-existent hair and came up with a plan. He landed on the ground, a mischievous grin appearing on his face, the kind he usually wore when activating his superintelligence. For once, Saitama chose not to use his superstrength, but instead deployed his superbrain. Serious thinking, brainstorming. He stared at Tatsumaki, meeting her gaze full of stubbornness and defiance, and smiled. Are you really not letting go? Tatsumaki didn't speak, or rather, she couldn't speak because she was biting his finger, but her stubborn eyes said everything. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Seeing the slightly creepy smile on the bald man's face, Tatsumaki felt a bad premonition. Is he going to do something weird to my body? He really is a hopeless pervert. A lecher. However, Saitama rummaged in his pocket and somehow pulled out a feather. Hee. Face judgment, brat. In an instant, an intense ticklish sensation assaulted her. Tatsumaki's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Damn it, what a despicable tactic. Using tickling? No. If I let go now, it means I've completely lost to this smelly baldy. I absolutely cannot let go. Even though her face turned beet red from holding back laughter, Tatsumaki kept biting Saitama's finger, biting harder even, showing no signs of releasing. Even when Saitama increased the firepower, pulling out 3 feathers at once, she refused to yield. After tickling her mercilessly for a while and realizing she was struggling to breathe, her face as red as a ripe apple, Saitama finally stopped. With the intense, mind-numbing itch finally gone, Tatsumaki gasped for air. Her eyes burned with rage, like a hissing cat, looking ready to kill Saitama with a glance. She was drenched in sweat, her form-fitting high-slit dress clinging to her body, her face still flushed from holding back laughter. As the S-Class Rank 2 hero, her willpower was no joke. Once she decided on something, she would never give up. TCH. Finding that even this move didn't work, Saitama's face crumpled like a bitter melon. With no other choice, he dialed that magical number. Hey, King. A green-haired brat is clinging to me. She's biting my finger and won't let go. How do I get rid of her quickly? Hearing Saitama's description, King burst out laughing. Bro, is Tatsumaki actually a dog? He truly hadn't expected this. In his imagination, Tatsumaki would have thrown a tantrum with ineffective attacks and then gotten knocked out by one of Saitama's fingers. Unexpectedly, refusing to admit defeat, she had stubbornly bitten onto the caped Baldy's finger like a ferocious chihuahua. King pondered for a moment. Based on Tatsumaki's personality, he offered a highly effective method. After hearing the plan, Saitama paused, asking uncertainly, "Are you sure that works? It sounds a little unreliable. Just use it. If it fails, I'll treat you to hot pot. Deal." Saitama cleared his throat. Following King's instructions, he leaned close to Tatsumaki's ear. Feeling the warm breath on her earlobe, Tatsumaki felt a jolt like an electric shock run through her body. Her eyes widened instantly. Saitama cupped his hands around his mouth to ensure the sound went directly into her ear. "You weakling." The atmosphere instantly froze. The world seemed to fall silent for 2 seconds. Just as Saitama thought the move had failed, Tatsumaki opened her mouth and let go. Immediately after, a torrent of curses erupted. "Ha! Did you just call me a weakling? You damn bald man. Boiled egg. Small fry. Pauper. Ugly freak. Pervert. Creep. Bastard. Spandex-wearing weirdo. You. Stop. Flick." A finger flick landed squarely on Tatsumaki's forehead. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed straight to the ground, unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Tatsumaki, Saitama rubbed his phantom hair with lingering fear. That was close. If I let that brat keep cursing, my head would have been insulted countless more times. I really don't know how kids are raised nowadays. Such foul mouths. Parents should really discipline them better. Saitama grumbled as he picked Tatsumaki up by the scruff of her neck and ran toward the Hero Association. From start to finish, he never saw Tatsumaki as an opponent. Just a flying child with a bad temper. After all, the little guy hadn't hurt him. She just cursed his baldness a few times. Hurting her would be bad. But mostly. Saitama looked at the unconscious Tatsumaki and felt a wave of retrospective fear. If I accidentally injured this kid, what if her parents come looking for compensation? Saitama didn't want to lose all his newfound wealth just because he beat up a child. If Tatsumaki knew his thoughts, she would definitely explode with rage again. Meanwhile, King put away his phone, shaking his head with a smile. Judging by Saitama's tone, the battle was over. Speaking of which, this little girl was quite pitiful. As the S-Class Rank 2, Tatsumaki's combat power was top tier, even in the grand scheme of the series. Aside from the cheat characters like Blast, she was arguably the strongest on the human side. But in the past few days, what level of opponents had she faced? First, King, whose base state was the Gate of Death physique, stacked with the 7th gate. A certified stat monster. And just now, she faced the ultimate representative of stats, a being with no mechanics, just pure, overwhelming power. Suffice it to say, no matter who she fought, losing wasn't unjust. King ended his train of thought and refocused on the matter at hand. In front of him, a young man in a white lab coat stood frozen in place, a look of terror on his face. The atmosphere was incredibly stiff. Dr. Genus's mouth twitched. Seriously unlucky. He cursed himself for forgetting that culprits often return to the scene of the crime to admire their handiwork. Just moments ago, Dr. Genus had been scavenging through the ruins of the House of Evolution, hoping to find surviving data or test subjects. Most importantly, he needed the data on infinite regeneration and cloning. This was crucial for the success of his future takoyaki business. Dr. Genus planned to use these two technologies to mass-produce infinite octopus tentacles, saving on raw material costs. Additionally, He wanted to find a couple of helpers, preferably former monsters under his command, for easy management. So far, he had only found the deserter, armored gorilla. As for Mosquito Girl, he knew she wasn't dead, but she had been slapped too far away. There was no point looking for her right now. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 38, Silver Fang. 1,341 words. Chapter 38, Silver Fang. Unfortunately for Dr. Genus, less than 2 minutes into rummaging through the ruins, the thunderous roar of the King engine exploded in his ears. Dr. Genus looked up and saw that majestic, domineering face. The serious expression exerted immense pressure, and coupled with the 3 scars over his left eye, the fear he instilled was no less than that of a hideous monster. In the end, it was Dr. Genus who broke the deadlock. He forced a smile and extended his hand. What a coincidence. You must be the legendary strongest man on Earth, King. I've heard so much about you. The corner of King's mouth curled up. He reached out and shook the hand firmly, smiling. I've heard your name a few times too. The mastermind behind the House of Evolution, the man who successfully developed genetic technology to rejuvenate his youth, the creator of Carnage Kabuto and numerous modified monsters. Dr. Genus. Am I right? The smile on Dr. Genus's face froze instantly. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Crap, what is this? Hearing his entire resume listed out, Dr. Genus felt numb. How does he know everything about me? Realizing that King clearly possessed all intel on him, Genus's plan to pretend to be a mere hiking enthusiast shattered instantly. He tried to pull his hand back, but he found that King's grip was like an iron clamp. Once locked, it was impossible to escape. After struggling for a few seconds, Dr. Genus gave up. I admit defeat. Do whatever you want. Kill me if you wish, it doesn't matter. But please, I beg you, don't destroy everything in the House of Evolution. Take my research data. Dr. Genus adjusted his glasses, sneering internally. So what if you kill this body? I'll just switch to another one, live under a new identity, and never cross paths with you again. King nodded. He slowly raised his palm, his eyes sharp as a blade. In that case, I will grant your wish and bestow death upon you. Oh, by the way, not just this body. I will also destroy the 3 other clone bodies you have hidden in other districts. I'll make sure your soul is completely liberated. Saying that, King prepared to strike. Wait. I was joking. Don't kill me. Hearing King casually reveal his entire resurrection plan, Dr. Genus was speechless. He only dared to ask for death because he had backup bodies. But if King was going to wipe out all his bodies at once, then begging for death was just suicide. King snorted coldly. He didn't speak further, just stared at Dr. Genus with those majestic eyes. Surging chi and blood, hot as an ocean, began to radiate from his body. The heartbeat in his chest thumped continuously, a dull, thunderous sound tearing through the night sky. The sonic waves of the King engine even caused ripples in the surrounding air. Feeling the aura of the man in front of him growing stronger and the killing intent becoming palpable, Dr. Genus was drenched in sweat. Am I going to die here? Just as he closed his eyes to accept his fate, the pressure on his body vanished instantly. Hey! Dr. Genus opened his eyes in confusion, only to see King walking past him, patting him on the shoulder as he went. Look how scared you are. I have no need to kill you. Just go be a good citizen and sell takoyaki. Maybe I'll come by as a customer someday. Watching King walk away, Dr. Genus didn't even realize his glasses were crooked. His expression was complicated. Is this the demeanor of the strongest man on Earth? The magnanimity of the strong? No wonder he didn't kill me. In his eyes, I'm probably just a pathetic clown. Summoning an unknown amount of courage, Dr. Genus raised his head, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Wait, please. King stopped and turned around, puzzled. He really hadn't expected this Dr. Genus, who had been scared out of his wits by his pressure, to have the guts to call him back. Facing King's gaze, Dr. Genus's body trembled uncontrollably. But for him, The answer to some questions was far more important than his physical life. Did you kill Carnage Kabuto? Before he died, did he activate Carnage mode? The one where his whole body changes color? Hearing this, King shrugged and casually criticized. Honestly, your genetic modification project is a failure. The strongest monster you created was just trash. Even that so-called Carnage mode was achieved by sacrificing his brain. If I were you, having researched genetics for so many years without producing anything useful, and seeing my ultimate creation easily overthrown by the old humans I despised, I would have run off to sell takoyaki long ago. Having delivered this barrage of dissatisfaction regarding the genetic engineering project, King turned and left, leaving Dr. Genus sitting dazed in the dust of the House of Evolution's ruins, letting the grey dirt soil his pristine white lab coat. Sure enough. Even others think so. I really should just go sell takoyaki. Hero Association headquarters. An elderly man with a head full of silver hair and a straight posture, wearing a long-sleeved black shirt, sat in the reception area, sipping tea slowly. A moment later, having finished his tasks, Sitch walked over with a smile. What brings you here today, Silver Fang? It's rare for you to visit the headquarters personally. S-Class Rank 3, Silver Fang, Bang. Bang raised an eyebrow, his aged voice revealing the aura of a grandmaster. This old man hasn't been here for a while. I just came to see. There's a new S-Class hero recently. Did that guy, Sweet Mask, actually agree to it? The Sweet Mask Bang referred to was currently A-Class Rank 1. It wasn't that Sweet Mask couldn't advance to S-Class, he voluntarily stayed at A-Class Rank 1 to act as a gatekeeper, filtering out anyone unworthy from reaching the S-Class. Because of this, the number of S-Class heroes hadn't increased for a long time. But this time, the precedent was clearly broken. Sitch rubbed his large nose. Mr. Sweet Mask disagreed at first. But when he heard that Mr. King personally recommended him, he changed his tune immediately. Oh! Bang's eyes widened slightly in surprise, his white mustache twitching. Personally recommended by King? This caped baldy must be quite an outstanding young talent then. Though that codename is really too ugly. Mentioning King, a look of seriousness flashed in Bang's eyes. The reason he stayed at S-Class Rank 3 wasn't just because he didn't care about ranking up. It was also because he genuinely couldn't beat Tatsumaki. As a martial arts grandmaster, Bang was naturally specialized against humanoid opponents. His water stream rock-smashing fist had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Against humanoid opponents, as long as the size difference wasn't too extreme, Bang could fight anyone. But Tornado of Terror, Rank 2, was the only S-Class hero Bang admitted he couldn't defeat. Her terrifyingly powerful psychokinesis was a tier above everyone else in the S-Class. Previously, Bang had heard rumors of King's godlike achievements but had always maintained a degree of skepticism. After all, no one had ever truly witnessed those feats, they were all hearsay. But a few days ago, the people at the Hero Association saw it with their own eyes. King fought Tatsumaki and brought her back unconscious, while he himself remained almost unharmed. After that, the sliver of doubt in Bang's heart regarding King's strength vanished completely. He had to admit, the title strongest man on Earth was well deserved. To defeat the Tornado of Terror almost unscathed, aside from King, perhaps only Blast, S-Class Rank 1, had a chance of doing that. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Why won't this old man let go? 1084 words. Chapter 39. Why won't this old man let go? Bang lightly tapped the table with his finger. A subtle force sent the teacup flying into mid-air. After tracing a perfect parabola, it landed precisely back in his hand. He took a slow sip and set the cup down gently. Not a single drop of tea had spilled throughout the entire process. Watching this, Sitch sighed in admiration. As expected of the legendary martial arts grandmaster, it is truly an honor for the Hero Association to have Old Man Bang among its ranks. Just then, the main doors opened, and a voice filled with exasperation reached everyone's ears. Can someone come carry this brat away? Are all the kids in the Hero Association this naughty? Bang wondered who was causing a ruckus in the Hero Association and turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. When he saw the scene before him, the wrinkles on his face smoothed out in an instant, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? At the entrance, Saitama stood holding the unconscious Tatsumaki by the scruff of her neck with one hand. His yellow jumpsuit had a few tears here and there. In his other hand, he clutched a plastic bag filled with unknown contents. Seeing this bizarre scene, Bang seriously suspected that his senility had kicked in and he was hallucinating. If he wasn't mistaken, that bald man was the newly promoted S-Class hero, Caped Baldy, Saitama. But why was S-Class rank 2, Tatsumaki, dangling from his hand, looking knocked out cold? Noticing signs of battle on both of them, Bang's eyes narrowed. A conclusion surfaced in his mind, one even he found hard to believe. He turned to Sitch, who looked equally shocked, and asked slowly, "Mr. Sitch, could you tell me what happened earlier?" Sitch was also deeply shaken. Tatsumaki, the ace of the Hero Association, had been defeated twice in just a few days. King defeating her was understandable. He has legendary achievements and is the strongest man on Earth. It's not jarring. But Caped Baldy is a brand new S-Class hero. How did he do it? Suddenly, Sitch remembered King's words on the phone. Tatsumaki, of course. Saitama's strength is not inferior to mine. So, everything Mr. King said was true. After learning the full story from Sitch, Bang's shock didn't diminish. Instead, he felt even more overwhelmed. Mr. Sitch, are you saying that Saitama was dragged out by an enraged Tatsumaki for a duel, and he walked back carrying her unconscious body, almost completely unharmed? If that was true, then this Caped Baldy's strength was unfathomable. He might very well be the strongest hero after King. Intrigued, Bang walked over to Saitama. As soon as they met, he extended his hand with a warm smile. Isn't this S-Class rank 17, Caped Baldy? A pleasure to meet you. This old man is S-Class rank 3, Silver Fang, Bang. Saitama tossed Tatsumaki onto a stretcher held by waiting staff and looked blankly at the old man wanting to shake his hand. Who is this old guy? Ah, hello. But as the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling face. Since the old man was so friendly, Saitama shook his hand even though he didn't know him. Got him. The corner of Bang's mouth curled up. He subtly twisted his wrist. He had already infused his palm with the power of the water stream rock smashing fist, converting it into a trap-like mechanism. The moment they shook hands, it would trigger. He wanted to feel just how strong this Saitama, who had defeated Tatsumaki, really was. If Saitama was easily flipped over, it would prove he knew absolutely nothing about martial arts techniques. This was the outcome Bang desired most. It would mean Saitama was an unpolished gem. If he could carve the marks of the water stream rock smashing fist onto him, he could create a martial arts prodigy. Although he had been wild and reckless in his youth, indulging in vices, now in his old age, Bang only wanted to find a worthy successor to pass on his martial art. But in the next second, something surprising happened. Bang twisted his wrist, sending the subtle force of the water stream rock smashing fist into Saitama's body. But it vanished like a clay ox entering the sea. Bang froze. He took a deep breath and exerted more force, unleashing more of his technique's power. Yet, Saitama remained immovable. He even looked at Bang with genuine confusion. What is this old man doing? Ever since he grabbed my hand, he's just been standing there frozen like a statue. Bang's gaze turned serious. Drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, tracing the deep wrinkles of his face. As a martial arts grandmaster, his intuition was extremely accurate. In his perception, what he was trying to flip wasn't a human, but a mountain thousands of meters high. I can't move him at all. But looking closely, Saitama was full of openings. Every movement had massive flaws. Anyone with even a little martial arts knowledge could easily exploit those gaps to take him down. So, there was only one reason why Bang couldn't flip him. This guy possesses a physical body terrifying to the extreme, stronger even than Superalloy Darkshine. Among the S-Class heroes, Superalloy Darkshine represented the pinnacle of physical prowess. He possessed terrifying strength and speed, along with unparalleled defense that could tank most dragon-level attacks unscathed. Bang had sparred with him before, but he had never felt this sensation of bottomless depth from Darkshine that he felt from Saitama. No wonder he could defeat Tatsumaki. Realizing that Saitama truly knew no martial arts but possessed such immense power, Bang swallowed hard. His imagination ran wild. If I can get this guy to learn the water stream rock smashing fist, this martial art will surely flourish worldwide. It might even reach its peak. Ultimate physical strength combined with ultimate martial arts. That would be insanely powerful. As a grandmaster of his generation, Bang made a decision right then and there. I must take this Saitama as my disciple. Saitama was getting more confused. We've been shaking hands for a whole minute. Why won't this old man let go? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 40. Please spar with me. 1075 words. Chapter 40. Please spar with me. Saitama didn't want to break the old man's heart. Seeing Bang's smiling face, he couldn't bring himself to just shake him off forcefully. So, Bang continued chatting cheerfully with Saitama while gripping his right hand tightly with both hands, as if afraid he would run away. Feeling those calloused, broad palms constantly stroking the back of his hand, beads of sweat appeared on Saitama's forehead. A terrifying possibility suddenly crossed his mind. He had seen it on TV before. Some men had unconventional preferences. They didn't like women, instead, they preferred men of the same gender. And there were many old men with eccentric fetishes who specifically liked young boys much younger than themselves. Don't tell me. Saitama's face stiffened as he looked at Bang's wrinkled, smiling face. Bang seemed oblivious, continuing to chat enthusiastically with Saitama while his hands kept caressing the back of Saitama's hand. No way. In reality, there was another meaning to this. By stroking Saitama's hand, Bang was subtly using the internal force of the water stream rock smashing fist to sense the flow of the opponent's meridians, thereby judging if he had any talent for martial arts. Although this judgment wasn't 100% accurate, it usually revealed something. However, Bang's brows slowly furrowed. This was the first time he had sensed such strange meridians. His internal force, upon entering this body, vanished without a trace, leaving not even a ripple. Refusing to believe it, Bang continued to stroke Saitama's hand, sending waves of internal force into his body, but he never got any response. But to Saitama, it just looked like this serious-looking old man was stroking his hand faster and faster, with an unreadable expression on his face. Damn it. Saitama couldn't take it anymore and yanked his hand back. Before Bang could react, the caped baldy coughed twice and subtly took a few steps back. Old man, look, at your age, having hobbies is normal. But can your hobby be a little more normal? I can't really accept this. Seeing Saitama backing away from him like he was a plague, Bang was stunned for a moment. Then, realization dawned on him, and his old face turned green instantly. Saitama, what kind of person do you take this old man for? I was a ladies' man in my youth. It's not what you think. Sigh. After his outburst, Bang clasped his hands behind his back and sighed deeply. His aged eyes revealed a sense of loneliness, like a hero in his twilight years. What a pity. I was planning to invite you to my dojo to experience some martial arts, and maybe share some A6 grade Wagyu beef someone gifted me. Looks like this old man will have to eat it alone. Chem. Saitama locked onto the keyword instantly. His eyes became sharp and serious. His body turned into an after-image and vanished from the spot. Sensing an object approaching at superspeed, Bang's pupils constricted. He instinctively tried to assume the stance of the water stream rock smashing fist. But in the next second, his stance was dismantled before it could even form. Saitama grabbed both of Bang's hands firmly, his eyes shining. Old man Bang, I think I'm very interested in martial arts. Set a time. King and I will come to your dojo to hang out. Hearing this, Bang rejoiced internally. Not only had he snagged Saitama, but he had also caught an even bigger fish, King, the strongest man on earth. As expected, A6 Wagyu works wonders. Although he felt a bit sentimental that the legacy of his water stream rock smashing fist was worth less than a box of beef, at least there was hope for passing it on. Speaking of which, Bang sighed inwardly. His water stream rock smashing fist dojo currently only had one disciple left, Chiranko, a weakling with no talent. If he didn't recruit some talented disciples soon, this exquisite martial art would vanish into the river of history forever. In that case, let's make it tomorrow afternoon. This old man will have the Weiju ready. Here is the address of the dojo. Saitama took the business card, turned around, and left the Hero Association with his discount groceries. Watching the retreating figure of the caped baldy, Bang slowly raised his hand, his shock beyond words. As a martial arts grandmaster, he hadn't even been able to react to Saitama's speed. Even his instinctive stance was dismantled instantly. He truly is a monster in terms of physical ability. The next day, morning. King yawned lazily as he sat at the dining table. He looked at the massive, bright red king crab in front of him. He raised his hand and tapped a finger lightly on the hard shell. Precision control, activated. King's power seemed to transform into countless extending threads, precisely hitting every joint and seam of the king crab. Crack. With a crisp sound, every piece of the shell popped open simultaneously, revealing the snow-white crab meat inside. After devouring the meal like a whirlwind, King was just about to clear the table when a rhythmic knocking came from the door. Thud. 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 Still very rhythmic. Still the crisp sound of metal hitting metal. Sigh. King opened the door helplessly. Gino stood outside, looking serious, holding bags of gifts big and small. Reporting, King-sensei. I have returned. All right. Come in and sit. In the living room, King and Gino stared at each other. Neither spoke first. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. King sensed the weird vibe, but he was too lazy to break the silence himself, so he observed Gino's instead. After being wrecked last time, Gino's had undergone another comprehensive upgrade. His firepower and overall specs had improved significantly. His mechanical arms, previously black and white, were now predominantly jet black. The components looked more precise, and the core in his chest shone brighter. Based on King's rough estimate, after this upgrade, Gino's should have reached the peak demon level. A few seconds later, Gino's broke the deadlock. He spoke seriously, his golden mechanical eyes filled with resolve, but the words that came out of his mouth were shocking. King-sensei, please spar with me. I beg of you. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Inescapable. 1048 words. Chapter 41, Inescapable. Me. Spar with you? King was a bit confused. In the original story, Gino's had foolishly challenged Saitama to a spar and ended up being scared witless by a single punch. After transmigrating, King had accidentally taken Gino's as a disciple. Now, this guy wanted to spar with him instead. Was this the result of the timeline converging? Gino's looked dead serious. His eyes were filled with unwillingness regarding his own weakness as he clenched his fists tightly. King-sensei. After the last battle, I realized just how weak I am. I also understood your teaching. Actual combat is the sole criterion for testing truth. If I want to keep getting stronger, I must fight stronger opponents. And you, sensei, are the strongest person I have ever met. Please spar with me. You can go for the kill if you want. But please, use your full strength. Seeing Gino's resolute expression, King felt a headache coming on. He wasn't afraid of Gino's challenge. He was afraid he would misjudge Gino's durability, use a tiny bit too much force, and accidentally reduce his disciple to spare parts. The current budget-burning warrior was simply too weak. So weak that if King genuinely wanted to kill him, a flick of his finger would shatter his entire body. But looking at Gino's determination, King knew that if he refused, this cyborg would stick to him like chewing gum and pester him daily. Fine. Let me call someone else over too. King waved his hand and dialed a number. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in King's eyes as well. Surging chi and blood roared within him like a turbulent sea, and his aura changed abruptly. Just as Gino's wanted to challenge the strong to improve himself, King was starting to have the same idea. He really wanted to know, after becoming so much stronger, could he withstand one of Caped Baldy's normal punches? Even if he couldn't, it didn't matter. The Caped Baldy wouldn't kill him. At worst, He'd be crippled for 2 seconds before regenerating. Wilderness, far from the city. Yellow sand filled the air, drifting lazily over an endless expanse of barren earth. In the middle of this yellow wasteland, 3 figures stood facing each other. On the left was a young man with sharp blonde hair and a white sleeveless shirt, exposing mechanical parts all over his body. In the center stood a tall man with long blonde hair reaching his shoulders. His majestic, domineering face, coupled with 3 jagged scars over his left eye, exuded a terrifying, intimidating aura. And on the right was a man constantly checking his watch, his shiny bald head reflecting the sun. "King, are we cutting it a bit close? We have to be at Old Man Bang's dojo in 2 hours. What if we're late and he doesn't give us the A6 Wagyu beef?" Facing Saitama's worry, King patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. These 2 spars should be over very quickly." Yes, very quickly. Because in both fights, the difference in power levels was astronomical. Genos versus King, a foregone conclusion. King versus Saitama, also a foregone conclusion. "Alright, you 2 fight first. I'll watch from the side." Saying this, Saitama pulled a manga out of nowhere. With a flicker, he reappeared on top of a distant mountain peak where the dust pollution wasn't as bad, lying down to read comfortably. Watching Saitama lazily reading manga on the mountain top, King nodded at Genos. "You may begin." Hearing this, Genos' expression instantly became incredibly serious. The core in his chest burst with brilliant blue light, and every component in his body surged with power. He raised both hands. His arms shifted and transformed, turning into complex cannons. Violent energy gathered in the muzzles, glowing with a crimson light. "Please enlighten me, King-sensei." Overclocked incineration cannon. Genos didn't hold back. He used his ultimate move right from the start. Facing the unfathomable strongest man on Earth, he dared not be careless. A violent beam of orange light, crackling with lightning, shot forward. It scorched the earth wherever it passed, carrying chilling momentum as it rushed toward King in the blink of an eye. Facing an attack strong enough to obliterate most demon-level monsters and even injure dragon-level ones, King simply stood still. When the beam was less than a meter away, he casually slapped it aside. Genos' full-power ultimate move was swatted away like a fly. The overclocked incineration cannon slammed into the sand dunes, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, but it failed to affect King in the slightest. A faint green psychic shield wrapped around King's body, blocking the flying debris. Genos knew his ultimate move likely wouldn't harm King, but he didn't expect it to be slapped away so casually. With a loud shout, he activated his thrusters. Propelled by flames, he left a trail of fire and vanished from his spot. In a flash of lightning, Genos appeared behind King. His arms moved at extreme speed, unleashing a storm of punches. Machine gun blows. King spun around abruptly. Facing the airborne Genos, he raised his right hand. Bad news. Genos' mechanical eyes constricted. He instinctively thought King was about to attack him while he was vulnerable in the air. "Since I can't dodge now, I have to neutralize it with full force offense." His thrusters fired at maximum output, increasing his punching speed to a new level. However, King didn't attack as Genos expected. Instead, he stood his ground, his right hand moving in a blur. Every single rapid-fire punch Genos threw was effortlessly caught or parried by King, dealing 0 damage. "Are you kidding me?" As yet another punch was easily caught, a sharp glint flashed in Genos' eyes. The fist King was holding suddenly erupted with blinding light. Incinerate. This was Genos' plan all along. Realizing that every punch would be precisely caught, he devised a countermeasure. While King was in contact with his fist, he would fire an incineration blast at point-blank range, making it inescapable. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The winner is decided. 1059 words. Chapter 42. The winner is decided. Dazzling fire pierced the sky. The mountain peak behind King was reduced to ash by the violent beam, leaving only a flattened hillside. Genos hadn't even caught his breath when he realized he couldn't pull back his right hand, which had just fired the incineration cannon. The smoke cleared. King was almost completely unharmed. With his majestic vitality combined with the psychic shield, Genos' attack hadn't even scratched him. Seeing this, Genos fell silent and lowered his head deeply. He had watched King fight several times, so he knew what this meant. King-sensei's true strength lies in his physical power. Yet I'm not even qualified to make him use it. Are you kidding me? Genos snapped his head up. His mechanical eyes burst with blinding golden light. 2 microcannons extended from his pupils, firing rapid laser beams instantly. The lasers tore through the air, striking the faint green barrier on King's body, but they couldn't penetrate an inch. Achem! King was surprised. This move had never appeared in the original story. Was this a new technique Genos came up with? Looks like another butterfly effect. My arrival really has changed a lot of minor details. This move is excellent for sneak attacks, but its power is ultimately lacking. Its range is also far inferior to the incineration cannon. King objectively critiqued the intensity of the lasers while enduring them. Critiquing during battle wasn't out of disrespect for Genos, but to fulfill his duty as a teacher. In a spar between master and student, what the student needed was for the teacher to point out flaws in real time so they could improve. It's not over yet. Genos roared. The lasers from his eyes stopped as his thrusters ignited. He vanished from his spot, leaving a trail of fire as he zipped through the air. With a mechanical roar, Genos flashed behind King. Flames erupted from his heels, adding immense momentum to a vicious kick aimed at the psychic shield. Incinerate. A cannon port extended from the tip of his foot. An incineration blast erupted point-blank against the surface of the psychic shield. Tongues of scorching fire and golden energy instantly swallowed King's figure. Genos retreated to create distance. Blue arcs of electricity jumped across the surface of his mechanical body, and his gaze was heavy. Using so many moves in succession, especially firing an overclocked incineration cannon right at the start, had put his chassis under heavy load. Did it work? Or at least, did it break King-sensei's defense? A figure slowly walked out of the firelight. The surrounding flames and energy were kept a meter away by the psychic shield wrapping his body. King was still untouched. Facing the wary Genos, the corner of King's mouth curled up. He finally offered praise. Good concept. Turning every part of your body into a cannon, not limiting yourself to your hands. It can catch enemies off guard in battle. Did you come up with this yourself? Hearing this, Genos shook his head. This concept was not my original idea. It is an improvement I made based on observing your combat style, King-sensei. When you fight, you subconsciously use every part of your body as a weapon. Therefore, I also added cannon ports to every part of my body that can attack the enemy, allowing for energy strikes at any moment. So I gave him the inspiration. King had to marvel. Whoever invented psychokinesis was a genius. It was really useful. The reason he kept the psychic shield up wasn't because he feared injury from Genos' attacks, but simply because he cherished his clothes. This kid Genos was crafty. Every time he fought, he unleashed super high-temperature incineration cannons, clearly aiming to burn off his opponent's clothes and leave them naked. If King took a direct hit from Genos' blast, his body would be fine, but his clothes would be vaporized instantly, turning him into a streaker. Just then, Genos changed the topic, his tone becoming urgent. King-sensei, please stop defending blindly. Attack me. Please use your full strength. From the start of the battle until now, Genos had been attacking relentlessly, while King had never launched a single attack, only defending and critiquing. Genos believed that a battle for improvement should be a mutual exchange of blows. Only in a life-or-death crisis could one feel the significance of becoming stronger, not just one side endlessly dealing damage. Seeing the persistence in the mechanical boy's eyes, King scratched his head. This guy has probably used up most of his attacks. It's time to end this. The moment Genos finished speaking, King turned into a crimson streak of light, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. So fast. Genos' pupils constricted. His heavy mechanical fist tore through the air with a metallic clang, smashing toward King's approaching face. But in the next second, King's figure vanished from his mechanical scanners. Too slow. Don't always rely on mechanical scanning. Learn to sense your opponent's position. The deep voice came from behind him. Without turning his head, Genos instantly transformed his back into a cannon port. An incineration blast covered the entire area behind him, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. Did I hit him? No. Genos froze. He stared blankly at the hand already pressed against his core, right in front of him. Golden short hair fluttered in the sand-filled wind. King had somehow moved from behind him back to the front. His fist, containing immense power, was mere centimeters away from Genos's core. As a cyborg, even if his body was torn apart, Genos wouldn't die. His true lifeline was that blue core. In other words, if King extended his hand just a few centimeters forward, Genos's core would be crushed, and he would die instantly. He stood there, stunned. He hadn't expected the spar to end so quickly. If this were a real battle, the moment the opponent's attack was centimeters from his core, Genos would already be dead. He said nothing more. He just stared at King, his eyes filled with confusion. The winner was decided. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. The Source of the Energy Burst. 976 words. Chapter 43. The Source of the Energy Burst. Seeing Genos looking completely lost, King leaned down and patted him on the shoulder. It's fine. You still have plenty of room to grow. After this fight, I have a lot of points to recommend for your improvement. I'll tell you slowly later. Genos paused. Just as he looked up, King grabbed him by the collar and threw him away. He flew through the air, confused, while a voice drifted clearly into his ears through the howling wind. Now, let me show you what a battle between true powerhouses looks like. But you'd better stay far away, or you might die just from grazing the shockwaves. A battle between powerhouses? Could it be? Genos scanned the area. Besides himself, only two people remained. King-sensei, and the unfathomable S-class hero, caped Baldy, Saitama. Is this why King-sensei called Mr. Saitama here today? Are they going to fight? Genos had heard the rumors. The ace of the Hero Association, S-Class Rank 2 Tatsumaki, the ceiling of the association's combat power, had been defeated by both of them in succession. He realized that the battle he was about to witness might very well be a clash between the strongest beings in the world. King stood in the yellow sand and waved to Saitama, who was still lazily reading manga on the mountaintop. We're done here. Come down. Oh. Saitama leaped down from the sky, landing directly in front of Genos. He shoved the manga into Genos's arms. Genono. Genos. Hold on to this manga for me. Be careful not to damage it. It's a limited edition. Since becoming an S-class hero, Saitama's savings had skyrocketed. He was no longer satisfied with reading low-quality pirated manga. He had even bought a limited edition signed by the author. Clutching the manga, Genos retreated several kilometers. Despite the immense distance, he could still see the scene clearly using the telescopic function of his mechanical eyes. A battle between the strong. What will it look like? He quietly activated his recording function. If he had a heart, it would probably be pounding out of his chest right now. In the wind and sand, King and Saitama stood facing each other. Saitama, you remember what I told you, right? King spoke calmly. Saitama clenched his fists, his face full of motivation. His simple art style suddenly became sharp and serious. Of course I remember. As long as I don't use a serious punch, if I can defeat you within 10 punches, you'll buy me every new fighting game released in the next month, right? Yap. Receiving King's confirmation, Saitama was instantly filled with energy. Say no more. Let's do this. Seeing Saitama eager to try, King didn't dare to be careless. He immediately opened the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, of the 8 inner gates. Blue-tinged white steam erupted from his body. Surging power transformed into invisible waves of air, sweeping in all directions. Even from kilometers away, Genos could sense the domineering aura radiating from King, looking down on the world. Doom. 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 The sound of the King engine resonated through the entire area, as if all things in heaven and earth were trembling slowly to the rhythm of his heart. Vitality as deep as an ocean rippled within King. Psychokinesis wrapped around his body, further enhancing his speed and defense. At the same time, invisible ambient energy gathered towards him. Instead of condensing into energy spheres, it coated King's body entirely. After absorbing the ambient energy from several kilometers around, King's overall attributes spiked once again. His golden hair danced like snakes. Vitality overflowed, and the blue-white steam turned deep blue, tinged with crimson red. In this moment, King utilized all his skills, reaching his strongest state since arriving in this world. The suffocating fluctuation of power even pierced through the clouds above, revealing the clear blue sky. Wow! Pretty cool. Saitama couldn't help but praise. The special effects were top-notch. Looks like you're ready, King. I'm coming. As his voice fell, the muscles in Saitama's legs exploded with terrifying power. The ground beneath him instantly turned into a bottomless abyss, and he vanished into an afterimage. King flickered as well. A red streak and a yellow streak collided instantly in mid-air. Invisible shockwaves drastically altered the surrounding terrain. Genos, kilometers away, felt his mechanical parts creaking and groaning. Fearing he would be shattered by the aftershocks, he helplessly retreated another 5 or 6 kilometers. Terrifying power. Just the aftershocks of the battle nearly incapacitated me. Is this the true strength of King Sensei and Mr. Saitama? Hero Association Headquarters. Report. Super high energy reaction detected 1035 kilometers from City Z. The energy level far exceeds any dragon-level disaster recorded to date. The panicked voice of the staff member echoed in the control room. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. What? Exceeds any dragon-level disaster? Are you joking? Exceeds all dragon-level. That would be the legendary god-level threat. A disaster capable of causing human extinction. In this moment of panic, Sitch, having weathered many storms, managed to stay calm despite his nervousness. He ordered immediately. Focus the satellites on the area of the energy burst. See if we can identify the cause. Soon, the satellite feed was projected onto the main screen. Although the image was blurry and shaking due to intense energy interference, and the audio was filled with static like snowy noise, a sound familiar to everyone came through clearly. The roar of an engine. Thunderous explosions. The familiar King engine echoed throughout the control room. Sitch froze. The source of the energy burst is Mr. King. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Crimson Dragon. 988 words. Chapter 44, Crimson Dragon. An absurd yet logical hypothesis formed in Sitch's mind. Before he knew it, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. King would never unleash his power recklessly. Moreover, these energy fluctuations were highly unstable. This left only one possibility. The strongest man on Earth is currently fighting another powerhouse. Sitch rushed forward, almost pressing his face against the massive screen. He stared intently at the blurry footage and shouted, "Who is King fighting? Can the satellite get a visual on the opponent?" The energy fluctuations alone were enough to surpass almost any dragon-level disaster, bordering on the legendary god level. This proved that the person fighting King possessed strength far exceeding most dragon-level threats, perhaps even a god-level monster. The satellite image gradually cleared. A yellow jumpsuit and a shiny bald head came into view. The staff members gasped in shock again. It's Caped Baldy. The one fighting Mr. King is S-Class rank 17, Caped Baldy. What? Sitch's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing alarm shrieked through the room. The entire screen turned blood-red in an instant. A massive exclamation mark appeared in the center, followed by a line of text terrifying enough to send chills down everyone's spine. Warning, energy reaction exceeding dragon level detected. Preliminary assessment, god level disaster. First punch. King and Saitama collided head-on in mid-air. King's fist shone with golden energy and boundless vitality, wrapped in faint green psychokinesis. He had pushed his power to the absolute limit. Saitama's fist, on the other hand, wore only a cheap-looking red rubber glove. It carried no flashy aura whatsoever. However, the moment their fists met, King truly understood what One Punch Man meant. He understood the horror of the caped baldy. His flashy special effects shattered instantly. King's right arm emitted a sickening crunch as bones snapped, twisting into a grotesque shape. Terrifying force poured into his body. King felt as though every bone on his right side had been pulverized, and his internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. Like a cannonball, King was blasted backward. He smashed heavily into the earth, instantly kicking up a sandstorm that stretched to the horizon. The ground behind him shattered under the immense impact force. Spiderweb cracks spread out, and a crater hundreds of meters wide formed instantly. But in the very next second, a green light flashed over his body. King's shattered bones and ruptured organs regenerated instantly, leaving him completely unharmed. He flew out of the collapsed crater as if nothing had happened. His clothes didn't even have a single bloodstain. Of course there's no blood. My entire right arm was mashed into pulp inside the skin, but the skin didn't break. Seeing this, Saitama's expression changed slightly. He froze for a moment. He stared blankly at his own fist, then looked at King, who was smiling at him like nothing had happened. Suddenly, a light sparked in Saitama's eyes. Someone actually took one of my punches. That's great. For so long, Saitama had been searching for a fight that could make his blood boil. But no matter the monster, they always died in one punch. This situation had persisted until Saitama lost all passion and interest in fighting. It was just too boring. It was like using an instant kill cheat in a game. At first, it's fun and makes you feel godlike, but eventually, it becomes dull. But now, seeing King tank a punch and stand up unscathed, Saitama felt joy for the first time in ages. Maybe King can give me the fight I've been looking for. With that first punch, Saitama had actually held back a lot. Although he knew King was the strongest man on Earth and undoubtedly powerful, Saitama didn't dare gamble. What if I used too much force and accidentally killed my best friend? But now, Saitama clenched his fist. His figure vanished, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Since King can easily tank the first punch, using a bit more force shouldn't be a problem. Second punch. King, having just recovered, saw Saitama move. A sense of extreme danger exploded in his mind. Violent wind pressure suddenly materialized beside his cheek. Holy SHT**. King hurriedly sidestepped, barely dodging Saitama's left hook. The punch missed. Destructive power erupted from the fist's surface. The space in front of it let out a crisp cracking sound, nearly shattering on the spot. The terrifying shockwave carried the force forward, instantly flattening a mountain hundreds of meters tall in the distance. Seizing this opening, King's eyes narrowed. He raised his fist high and smashed it into Saitama's abdomen. Violent force penetrated Saitama's body, creating a visible white shockwave behind him. As for King himself, he was numb. Physically numb. Newton's third law: for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. His punch felt like a normal person smashing their fist full force into a steel plate. His knuckles were practically pulverized. Unsurprisingly, this punch caused zero damage to the caped baldy. It merely sent him flying backward. Realizing his body was being pushed back by the immense impact, Saitama awkwardly adjusted his posture in midair. Seeing this, King realized instantly, this is the perfect opening for an attack, and the time to burn my youth. Vitality as heavy as mountains and seas erupted from his body, piercing through his skin. The steam rising from him turned completely crimson. Every muscle in his body exploded with supreme physical power. Under the influence of precision control, every muscle fiber tore and repaired, unleashing power beyond its limits. In this moment, his majestic vitality burned like a raging fire. And in that instant, it coalesced into a roaring crimson dragon. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. Almost beaten to death. 1061 words. Chapter 45. Almost beaten to death. Looking at the crimson dragon roaring into the sky, Saitama, who was still flipping through the air, couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, so cool." But that wasn't all. With a thought, King enveloped the entire Crimson Dragon in vast psychokinesis. His body became a vortex, madly devouring the surrounding energy. Golden and green brilliance flowed through the crimson vitality, as if cladding the dragon in indestructible armor. Every muscle in King's body was tearing apart, and the moment blood seeped to the surface, it was instantly healed. "Night Guy!" King charged out. The space in his wake twisted into a spiral. Terrifying power shook the entire earth as the berserk Crimson Dragon expanded rapidly in Saitama's vision. Facing this godlike kick, Saitama's expression turned serious. He stabilized himself in midair, the muscles in his arm expanding instantly, and threw a plain, unadorned punch. This was the limit of Saitama's normal punch. Any more force, and it would cross the line into a serious punch. The boundary between normal and serious punches was roughly around 40% of his power. Anything above 40% exceeded the realm of normal. Meanwhile, Genos, who was spectating, suddenly had a very bad feeling. Crap. He had been so absorbed in watching the fight that he only just realized they're about to clash with their ultimate moves. The aftershocks from their earlier exchange had nearly wrecked him. Now that they were using their big moves, he needed to get much, much farther away. Already 20 kilometers out, Genos turned and sprinted even further into the distance. Normal punch. The red-gloved fist collided with the Crimson Dragon. Massive energy fluctuations turned into a vortex of color. Violent shockwaves swept in all directions from the point of impact. Amidst the yellow sand, the ground beneath King and Saitama vanished, replaced by a bottomless abyss several kilometers wide. Even the surrounding area continued to crumble, destroyed by the explosive force. However, this time was different. The red-gloved fist didn't destroy everything in its path instantly. The roaring Crimson Dragon actually managed to stalemate the caped Baldy's fist for a brief moment. Saitama was surprised. He looked at the blood-red dragon, which was cracking but still pushing forward. It took a punch and didn't break. The corner of his mouth curled up slowly. The excitement for battle was gradually reawakening in his heart. "King, you really brought me a huge surprise." Saitama's face became even sharper. He slowly raised his left hand, which he hadn't used since the fight began. "In that case, I'll get a little more serious." Third punch. Fourth punch. Fifth punch. His left hand moved at extreme speed, launching 2 rapid punches. The speed was so fast that only the afterimage of the red glove remained in space. Consecutive normal punches. The power of 3 consecutive normal punches stacked together. The Crimson Dragon, which had held on briefly, finally shattered with a thunderous boom. Crimson vitality sprayed across the sky, quickly dissolving into specks of energy and vanishing into the air. King was sent flying backward, disappearing into the raging sandstorm on the horizon. Achem! Where did King fly off to? His vision obscured by the sand, Saitama looked around but couldn't find King anywhere. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. King walked out leisurely. Aside from his tattered clothes, there wasn't a scratch on him. "Saitama, how was that move?" Hearing King's question, Saitama smiled and nodded, his eyes showing approval. "Not bad at all. Out of all the opponents I've fought so far, you're definitely the strongest, King. That big red dragon just now wasn't just super cool, it was also pretty tough. 1 punch wasn't enough to break it, I had to add 2 more. As expected, the gap is still too big." Hearing Saitama's enthusiastic review, a wave of melancholy washed over King. As a transmigrator with a cheat system, he still couldn't compare to the caped Baldy. He couldn't even stand shoulder to shoulder with him. King had just used every trump card he had obtained since arriving in this world, unleashing his strongest attack, only to receive a comment like that move was cool. Moreover, while King looked unharmed walking out of the dust, it was only because he healed fast. After taking 3 normal punches, not only was the Night Guy dragon shattered, but King himself had suffered severe injuries. His entire body had been vibrated into meat paste in an instant. His bones were crushed into powder like the crumbs on a rice cracker, and his internal organs were mashed together. If King hadn't focused all his effort on protecting his head to maintain consciousness, those 3 punches would have killed him. Thankfully, the system's products were high quality. The terrifying recovery speed of extreme regeneration was insane, healing such total body comminuted fractures in just 2 seconds. Seeing King still standing there, the fighting spirit ignited in Saitama burned brighter. He clenched his fist excitedly. King, look, you just took 5 normal punches and seem fine. How about for the next 5 punches, I switch to serious punch? The caped baldy felt he was rediscovering his lost passion. Perhaps the thrilling, hot-blooded battle he had always dreamed of could be found here today. Hearing Saitama's suggestion, King's face twitched. He was almost certain that if he tried to tank a serious punch, he would be instantly vaporized into a bloody mist, with 0 chance to regenerate. Even in the original story, the dragon level, above dragon, cosmic overlord Boros didn't tank a serious punch directly. Boros was blown to pieces by consecutive normal punches. If he had taken a serious punch head-on, he would have been ground to dust instantly. Facing Saitama's invitation, King shook his head, declining firmly. Let's forget about that. This is just a friendly spar today. No need to get that serious. Just stick to normal punches. Fine. Disappointment flashed across Saitama's face, but he quickly regained his motivation. Only 5 punches left. As long as I can defeat King within 5 punches, all the fighting games released next month will be mine. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. 8 Inner Gates. Gate of Death open. 1015 words. Chapter 46. 8 Inner Gates. Gate of Death open. King suddenly thought of something. Opening the 8th gate, the Gate of Death, was usually a guaranteed death sentence. Although it granted immense power, the price was one's life. Because once the Gate of Death was opened, it would continuously burn the user's life force and vitality, damaging the body until it burned out and died. System: can extreme regeneration heal the negative effects of the Gate of Death? King asked mentally. The system gave a quick answer, its cold voice echoing in his mind. Extreme regeneration can heal the physical damage caused by the Gate of Death. However, the Gate of Death itself consumes the user's life source. Opening it for too long will cause irreversible damage. Currently, the host can safely maintain the Gate of Death for a maximum of 10 minutes. Friendly reminder: after closing the Gate of Death, the host will enter a weakened state regardless of the duration. Weakened state duration: 30 minutes. Weakened for how long? King's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the penalty to be so light. And what surprised him even more was that the system rewarded 8 Inner Gates technique actually allowed him to toggle the Gate of Death freely. Simply put, King now had a 10-minute super burst mode. The only cost was a 30-minute cooldown of weakness. That is insanely worth it. Thinking this, King didn't hesitate. The majestic vitality surging within him like an ocean circulated rapidly, rushing toward the final chakra gate. 8 Inner Gates, 8th Gate of Death open. Crimson steam erupted from his body, flickering like roaring flames. His golden hair turned blood red, and glowing red patterns began to spread across his skin. Sensing King's aura suddenly skyrocket, even Saitama raised an eyebrow. King, how many forms do you have? You just transformed into an even cooler one. King didn't answer. He stared blankly at his own hands, which were wreathed in burning red energy, feeling somewhat dazed. Power. Unparalleled power surged through his body. It was at least several times stronger than when he had the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, open. I wonder if this level of power can contend with the caped baldy's normal mode. With that thought, King took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity slightly, and assumed a charging stance. Seeing this, Saitama knew the fight was on. He immediately mirrored the stance. As if by prior agreement, both figures vanished from their spots simultaneously. Over the 100-meter abyss left by their previous clash, a red streak and a yellow streak collided violently. Violent energy scattered in all directions. Immediately after, the massive explosion resulting from the energy collision swept outward. A gigantic mushroom cloud, kilometers wide, rose into the sky, visible from cities thousands of miles away. At this exact moment, the Hero Association's satellite feed cut out completely. In other words, mere mortals were no longer qualified to witness the battle that followed. 20 kilometers away, Genos felt his parts creaking again. With no choice, he retreated further back. Is this the power of King Sensei and Mr. Saitama? This is the work of gods. Genos suddenly felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness both King Sensei and Mr. Saitama are on humanity's side. If either one of them stood against us, humanity would likely be extinct. Meanwhile, in the center of the abyss, the desert terrain had been completely altered. Sand poured into the bottomless pit like water down a drain. The surrounding desert mountains had been flattened by the shockwaves of their terrifying collision. Saitama looked at King, whose fist was currently deadlocked with his own, and excitement flashed in his eyes. This is the first time I've found an opponent who can match my punch. Don't disappoint me, King. King poured his burning crimson vitality into his fist, barely managing to maintain the stalemate with Saitama. But he could feel it. This state would last less than 5 seconds before his power was completely overwhelmed and crushed. Even with the gate of death open, and even facing Saitama's normal punch, the bones in King's arm were developing massive fractures. In that case, a red glint flashed in his eyes. The moment he retracted his fist, extreme regeneration had already repaired the shattered bones. Tsukizo. Evening Elephant. In less than a second, King threw over 1,000 punches. Intersecting air cannons tore white trails across the sky, stretching for nearly 100 kilometers. People in the distant city looked up in shock. The originally blue sky was now covered in dense white streaks, with compressed air flowing in the center of the trails. At the center of this barrage, Saitama didn't even dodge. He used his unreasonable physical body to tank thousands of King's punches head-on. His iconic yellow jumpsuit developed a few tears, and half of his white cape was blown away. Seeing this, Saitama's mouth twitched. King, you ruined my clothes. This hero suit was custom-made and expensive. I'll pay you back 10 times the price later. Fight me, Saitama. Red after-images flickered rapidly in the void. The entire area seemed to turn into a stream of crimson light. King's voice, sounding small amidst the roaring wind, drifted into Saitama's ears. Receiving the guarantee of compensation, Saitama finally let loose completely. He, too, turned into an afterimage, flickering through the void. In Genos' vision, both figures suddenly vanished. Even his mechanical eyes could barely catch faint traces of movement, he couldn't see their bodies clearly at all. Boom, boom, boom. A mountain peak exploded violently, the berserk force erasing it from existence. The ground beneath them turned into massive craters hundreds of meters wide. Scenes like this played out continuously. Every collision left behind a crater, and the space around them began to twist and warp under the relentless impact. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Nothing but battle remains. 1027 words. Chapter 47. Nothing but battle remains. At this point, both of them were fighting fiercely. Neither remembered the wager about the 10-punch limit. All that remained was the exhilarating thrill of combat. King threw a flurry of punches. Violent air cannons grazed the shiny bald head, tearing the air behind Saitama apart and creating near-vacuum pockets. Saitama's eyes sharpened. Seizing an opening, he decisively smashed a fist directly into King's abdomen. Goo! King's stomach caved in. He was launched backward by the immense impact. He dug his feet into the ground, carving out a trench over a kilometer long before finally stabilizing himself. That really hurts, you bastard. With that single punch, King's internal organs had been almost completely pulped. But the skill, extreme regeneration, was simply too broken. Even with all his organs ruptured, repairing them took only an instant. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The crimson steam around him erupted even more violently as he turned into a red streak of light, charging forward again. Saitama hadn't felt this good in a long time. The smile on his face was even more excited than when he played video games, and his usually dead eyes were shining with light. Aside from not using a serious punch, he had almost no restrictions in this fight. Even the so-called 10-punch agreement had been thrown to the wind. How could Saitama not be happy to finally find an opponent who could trade blows with him? It was like a lonely powerhouse sitting silently on a mountain peak, watching everyone else struggle at the foot of the mountain, feeling nothing but the solitude and desolation of the summit. But suddenly, someone broke through the base, climbed halfway up the mountain, and looked at him. In that moment, the loneliness and frustration in his heart transformed into excitement and joy. Maybe this is the battle I've been wishing for. His vision blurred, and King's figure appeared instantly in front of him. A fist wrapped in crimson steam warped the space around it, smashing toward the shiny bald head. Saitama spun, his waist driving the power of his punch. His left fist slammed viciously into King's wrist. With the crisp sound of bone fracturing, King's wrist was instantly bent at a grotesque angle by the immense force. White bone even pierced through the flesh and poked out. However, with a flash of green light, the broken wrist returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, looking as if it had never been injured. King seized the opening created by Saitama's punch. He focused all his crimson vitality into his right fist and slammed it into Saitama's chest. Majestic force penetrated the body, shattering the remaining ground behind Saitama. Layers of broken earth rose into the air along with a cloud of debris. Despite landing a direct hit, King couldn't bring himself to smile. This guy's defense is ridiculously high. As the attacker, King felt it most acutely. Not a single one of his punches had caused any damage to Saitama. He hadn't even broken the skin. King could summarize the current situation in one sentence. He was like a normal person tirelessly punching a plate of superalloy steel. And that steel plate was fighting back, smashing him into a bloody pulp every time it hit him. Their eyes met, and they vanished simultaneously. Only the piercing sonic booms echoed in the air, followed by violent energy explosions erupting wherever they collided. Invisible shockwaves swept the area, shattering the exposed bedrock again and again, forming another crater hundreds of meters wide. Originally, this area was a vast desert. But under the clash between King and Saitama, the golden sand had been completely obliterated. From a bird's-eye view, the desert was now scarred with over 100 massive black pits. Even the remaining ground was covered in dense cracks. The scene looked utterly bizarre. 50 kilometers away, Genos felt the intense tremors from the ground again and nearly lost it. Is your power too strong or what? Although he really wanted to watch, at a distance of 50 kilometers, even the telescopic mode of his mechanical eyes couldn't see anything clearly anymore. City Z, downtown area. A young man wearing black hakama pants, a red shirt, and a pompadour hairstyle walked carelessly down the street, carrying a shiny metal bat. Despite looking like a delinquent, he was one of the 17 S-Class heroes. S-Class rank 15, Metal Bat. Metal Bat was currently on his way to his little sister's piano recital. Thinking of his adorable sister performing under the spotlight with everyone watching, he couldn't help but smile. Hey, Zenko is the best. As an ultimate siscon, Metal Bat viewed his sister as his everything. If anything happened to her, he would go berserk on the spot. Just then, a rumbling vibration came from the ground. The skyscrapers and the street beneath his feet began to tremble continuously. Pedestrians around him exclaimed in surprise, grabbing onto nearby objects to steady themselves. What's happening? An earthquake? But the alarm didn't go off. You still trust those disaster warnings? Earthquakes are normal. It'll stop in a minute. True. But with such a serious quake, I probably don't have to go to work. I can go home and rest for the day. Unlike the civilians who were relatively calm or even relaxed, Metal Bat was drenched in cold sweat. He froze in place, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes stared dead at the outskirts of the city. Hey, this energy signature. Are you kidding me? Who the hell is fighting out there, you bastards? Compared to ordinary people, as an S-Class hero, Metal Bat's sensitivity to energy was far superior. Therefore, while ordinary people were just commenting on the sudden earthquake, Metal Bat could vaguely sense the terrifying pressure, a pressure so immense that it crushed any thought of resistance. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. This guy is a literal Superman. 1039 words. Chapter 48. This guy is a literal Superman. City Z, semi-rural outskirts. Atop a high mountain peak stood an elegantly decorated dojo. Although it looked somewhat deserted, it couldn't hide the unique aura of a martial arts sanctuary. In the main hall, an elderly man with grey hair but a robust physique sat quietly on the floor. Beside him, a skinny young man with long yellow hair was busy serving tea and handling chores. This duo was, of course, Bang, Silver Fang, and his only remaining disciple, the talentless Chiranko. Bang was waiting. There was still an hour before his scheduled meeting with Saitama. He only hoped that the guy would show up for the sake of the Wagyu beef. The freshly brewed tea sat on the table. Bang calmly picked up his cup, ready to savor the aroma. In the next second, boom, 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 an invisible wave of air, carrying violent energy fluctuations, swept over them. The entire mountain trembled continuously, and the majestic dojo began to shake as if on the verge of collapse. Chiranko, who was serving tea, lost his balance. The teapot crashed to the floor, splashing boiling water everywhere. What's happening? An earthquake? While Chiranko was confused, Bang was already trembling all over. His aged eyes stared dead at the distant wilderness, his soul nearly frightened out of his body. Such terrifying power, and these seemed to be just the aftershocks of a battle. Are you kidding me? Although the world called him a martial arts grandmaster, at this moment, he felt like a helpless child. His martial arts, the techniques and moves he had practiced for years in the face of these massive shockwaves, they seemed so weak and insignificant. As a martial arts master, Bang had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He was almost certain that if he participated in a battle of this level, he would be annihilated instantly. Bang was just curious, how powerful must someone be to fight with such intensity? The image of a tall figure with long blonde hair appeared in his mind, and his old body shuddered involuntarily. One of the combatants is likely him. Then, is the one fighting Mr. King a legendary god-level threat? 10,000 meters in the sky. Saitama was having a blast. He completely forgot the fact that he couldn't fly and was trading blows maniacally in midair. Scorching red energy evaporated from King's skin. With a roar, he rained down punches like crimson meteors. Every punch caused space to tremble. Saitama's gaze flickered constantly, he precisely caught every one of King's punches and countered. Their fists collided simultaneously. Saitama's red-gloved fist remained unharmed, while King's fist twisted and shattered. However, King ignored the injury and smashed his intact right fist forward again. Saitama's eyes focused. A punch at the absolute limit of his normal strength flew out, blasting King's right hand into a shower of flesh and bone fragments. But in the split second they traded blows with their right fists, King's shattered left fist had already regenerated. And so the cycle continued. Rings of piercing sonic booms exploded around them constantly. Their figures maneuvered and clashed in the high atmosphere, every exchange unleashing boundless shockwaves. Above City S, a massive storm cloud was gathering. Dense grey clouds churned, and lightning flickered within. According to the weather forecast, City S was due for a thunderstorm today. Torrential rain was brewing high above. But in the next instant, a crimson figure was blasted backward like a cannonball, crashing into the storm clouds like a red meteor. Immediately after, a yellow streak of light followed, diving straight into the clouds. Inside the thick, dark clouds, King tumbled through the air, trying to bleed off the impact force. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth but evaporated instantly in his burning aura. He felt like his internal organs had been put through a blender. It really hurts, you bastard. Just now, King had made a mistake, and Saitama seized the opportunity to land 3 consecutive normal punches on his body. If he hadn't been in the gate of death state with his physical stats massively boosted, those 3 punches would have turned him into a mist of blood. While his thoughts raced, the churning clouds in front of him burst open. A bald head in a tattered yellow jumpsuit descended from above, a fist expanding rapidly in King's vision. A massive sense of danger flooded his body. Saitama's punch was aimed at his head. Clearly, the caped baldy had recognized King as a near-equal opponent and assumed a headshot would be bearable. But in King's eyes, this move was tantamount to an execution. Extreme regeneration only worked if he remained conscious. If his head exploded, there was a high probability he wouldn't recover. With that thought, King crossed his arms in front of him, forcibly blocking Saitama's incoming punch. Even though the bones in both his arms cracked simultaneously, he blocked it. Just as King prepared to counterattack, Saitama raised his other hand and punched again. A shockwave carrying immense impact force exploded within the storm clouds. It instantly obliterated the thick, heavy clouds that had been gathering for hours. The thunderstorm vanished, replaced by a clear, sunny sky for miles around. In the air, the sound of howling wind filled King's ears. He stared at his arms, which had been blasted into a mist of blood, his eyelids twitching. How did his attack power increase again? He was certain Saitama wasn't using a serious punch. He was consistently fighting at the upper limit of his normal punch range. This meant that Saitama was continuously getting stronger during the battle. King was struggling more and more. From barely holding his own at the start to now getting his bones shattered with every punch, less than 5 minutes had passed. He finally realized why this show was called One Punch Man. Whether it was one punch or not, this guy is a literal Superman. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/Segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. A Crimson Dragon Blotting Out the Sky. 1078 words. Chapter 49. A Crimson Dragon Blotting Out the Sky. This battle was earth-shattering in every sense. Their power was simply too overwhelming. To avoid destroying the planet's surface, they had ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, almost exiting the atmosphere. Watching Saitama soar freely through the sky, King finally lost it. Bro, did you forget that you can't fly? Sure enough, with Saitama, there were no limits, only things you couldn't imagine. Saitama had always been unable to fly simply because he believed humans shouldn't be able to fly. But whenever he forgot that setting, he would inexplicably start flying. They clashed again. After a stalemate lasting less than a second, Saitama's fist pushed forward with crushing force, turning King's entire right arm into a mist of blood. The immense impact sent King tumbling uncontrollably through the air. Even using psychokinesis to slow himself down, he couldn't stop immediately. Green light flashed. The right arm that had exploded into blood mist began to regenerate visible skin and flesh. Shattered white bones reassembled instantly. Damn. This guy really did get a lot stronger. Perhaps even Saitama himself didn't realize it, but his strength was increasing rapidly. If in his daily state, Saitama's combat power grew by 1% a day, then in combat, it grew by 1% every second, and the rate of growth accelerated over time. Once the caped baldy truly got serious in a fight, his power growth would reach a terrifying level. He could literally kill the version of himself from a second ago with one punch. And now, although he hadn't entered a true state of hyper-excitement because serious punches were banned, his spirit was sufficiently aroused. Before King could even stabilize his tumbling body, Saitama flashed in front of him. A fist expanded rapidly in King's pupils. In that instant, extreme danger exploded in King's mind. Without hesitation, he burst forth with full speed, turning into a streak of light and retreating nearly 1,000 kilometers in an instant. The punch missed. Violent wind pressure swept forward, punching a hole through the cloud layer covering nearly half the planet. If someone looked down at Earth from space at this moment, they would see the clouds covering the globe neatly parted down the middle, like a center-part hairstyle. Don't run, King. Watching King flee into the distance, Saitama shouted and gave chase at breakneck speed. Serious series, serious chase. After all, the rule only said no serious punches. Other moves in the serious series were fair game. Essentially, the difference between the normal series and the serious series was just how much effort Saitama felt like putting into the action. For example, a normal table flip meant flipping the ground with a little force, while a serious table flip meant flipping it with a lot of force. On the other side, King gasped for breath as he flew. In just 6 minutes of combat, he had regenerated hundreds of times. The drain on his stamina was severe. However, this was also where King was most devious. Having finally disengaged from continuous combat, his stamina began to recover rapidly. The energy he had just spent was mostly replenished in the blink of an eye. If put in game terms, it was like out-of-combat stamina regeneration. He just hadn't had a chance to trigger it while being punched. Just then, a chill shot through his brain. Violent wind pressure, accompanied by ear-piercing sonic booms, assaulted his eardrums. King's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Without a shred of hesitation, he turned toward the source of the sound and unleashed dozens of punches. Sikizo. Evening elephant. Dozens of air cannons pierced the sky, leaving white trails. Wherever they passed, space twisted, and heaven and earth trembled. The energy contained within was enough to crush a dragon-level monster into meat paste with a single shot. However, a red-gloved fist effortlessly pierced through the combined barrage of air cannons and landed squarely on King's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Like a falling meteor, King plummeted from the sky and smashed heavily into a forest below. The moment he hit the ground, the immense kinetic energy carried by his body poured into the earth, instantly annihilating the surface for kilometers around. Visible shockwaves swept in all directions. The shattered ground rose into the air along with countless uprooted trees. The entire forest was wiped out in a single impact. In the center of the massive crater, King lay there, dazed. Faint green psychokinesis swirled around him, blocking the falling dust. He looked down. There was a bloody hole in his chest large enough to see through. Aside from his arms still being attached by some skin and muscle, his entire upper torso had been practically blown apart. Hiss. His attack power has reached this level already. King grimaced in pain. The gaping hole filled with new flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye, restoring him to perfect condition instantly. Since the caped baldy is constantly getting stronger, there's no point in dragging this out. Eventually, I might get one-shot by a normal punch. In that case. King staggered to his feet. Blood flowing from a wound on his forehead was evaporated by the crimson steam burning on his skin. Doom, 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 doom. A slow, steady heartbeat exploded like thunder. It sounded like a roaring engine. Invisible sound waves rippled outward from King. Heaven and earth trembled rhythmically with the beat of the King engine. The air seemed to freeze, and gravel began to float into the air. In the next second, the already blazing crimson vitality shot into the sky, rapidly taking form. Dragon tail. Dragon body. Dragon head. Dragon scales. A giant dragon, thousands of meters long and resembling a red mountain range, stood tall between heaven and earth. It let out a deafening roar at the bald head in the sky above. Possessing the gate of death physique, opening the gate of death again on top of it, and then stacking the ultimate move, Night Guy. If King aimed this kick at the ground, the entire planet might explode. This kick had thoroughly stepped into the realm of God level. Night Guy. The crimson dragon soared upward, blotting out the sky. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, Flying to the Moon. 1012 words. Chapter 50, Flying to the Moon. This was the single strongest attack King could unleash to date. A crimson dragon, thousands of meters long, soared into the sky. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth, and its palpitating aura spread across thousands of miles instantly. People within range felt an inexplicable panic grip their hearts. It was a primal fear encoded in their genes, the fear of a prey sensing the apex predator. The sight of the giant dragon ascending was visible from all nearby cities. Every human in the vicinity witnessed this world-shattering spectacle. Facing this attack, Saitama's expression gradually turned serious. The fierce gale whipped against his body, making his tattered white cape snap loudly in the wind. He simply floated in midair and assumed a punching stance. Both fists clenched tight, his arm muscles bulged instantly, poised to strike. The momentum of this move is pretty good. Facing this, Night Guy, Saitama, even without getting serious, could actually sense a hint of danger. He hadn't felt this sense of crisis in a long time. And now, King was able to make him feel it. Although the feeling disappeared once he adjusted his mindset to be slightly more serious, it was enough to prove the strength of King's attack. To show equal respect, Saitama raised his fist, his gaze sharpening. Serious pun. Wait, I'm not allowed to use that. Just as he was about to unleash a serious punch, Saitama froze, remembering that King had banned him from using the Syria series for attacks. In that case. As he pondered, the roaring crimson dragon arrived right in his face from below. The destructive wave, carrying an ocean of majestic vitality, crashed directly into him. One above, one below. 10,000 meters in the air. A head-on collision. Consecutive normal punches. Nearly 100 normal punches overlapped, forming a wall of red fist shadows. Carrying unrivaled power, they smashed down onto the crimson dragon below. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. All sound turned into nothingness. Colors lost their meaning, fading into monochrome gray. Time seemed to stand still. In the next second, color exploded back into the world. A violent energy storm swept outward from the center of their clash, covering 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. At the heart of the storm, Saitama's hundreds of punches bombarded the surface of the crimson dragon, shattering it with crushing force. Why does it feel softer than last time? If the previous crimson dragon felt like a block of frozen tofu, this one felt like soft tofu. It crumbled after just a few punches. The moment that thought crossed his mind, amidst the scattering crimson fragments, King kicked Saitama in the abdomen. That's right. The 1,000-meter crimson dragon was just a decoy, a result of overflowing energy. The true power was condensed entirely within King's physical body. At this moment, King's body was on the verge of collapse. Instead of releasing the massive energy externally, he had sealed it all inside, subjecting himself to immense internal pressure. Even with his terrifyingly durable physique, cracks of blood appeared all over his skin, threatening to burst him open at any moment. But every time a crack spread, extreme regeneration instantly repaired the damage. King was effectively dancing on the edge of disintegration. Saitama realized he had been hit. His body was about to be launched by the boundless force. But his reaction speed was godly. In a split second, he countered, landing dozens of normal punches squarely on King's body. In the sky, a yellow streak of light shot toward space at breakneck speed. In 0.1 seconds, it broke free of Earth's gravity, flying in a slightly crooked trajectory. Saitama tried to control his body in the air but couldn't stop. He continued hurtling uncontrollably away from Earth. His yellow jumpsuit was completely torn at the abdomen, revealing 6 chiseled abs. Clearly, King's ultimate, sublimated, night guy, had only managed to destroy Saitama's clothes. Although it caused no physical damage, the residual kinetic energy still acted on Saitama, sending him flying into space against his will. Saitama's eyes narrowed. He reached out and grabbed the empty void on either side. With grip strength beyond human imagination, he forcibly grabbed the air around him, solidifying it in an attempt to slow down. His hands ignited with blazing friction fire as he clawed at the atmosphere, but it was a drop in the bucket. Soon, as oxygen vanished, Saitama completely broke through the atmosphere and entered outer space. He frowned. The lack of oxygen was uncomfortable, so he instinctively pinched his nose. Finally, after flying for another 10 seconds or so, he crashed heavily onto the cratered surface of the moon. He rolled over and slowly climbed out of the crater he had made, curiously examining his surroundings. Dead silence. The lack of air meant sound couldn't travel. All Saitama could hear was the thump-thump of his own heart and the rush of blood in his veins. I got kicked all the way to the moon. That guy King really is amazing. Saitama floated in the low gravity, stretching lazily. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. He hadn't had a fight this enjoyable in a long time. Ever since his hair fell out, his strength had peaked, and every enemy died in one punch. But this fight with King. Even though he couldn't fully let loose because serious punches were banned, he was satisfied. Alright, time to go back to Earth. Saitama picked up a moon rock and tossed it lightly, gauging the gravity difference. Then, he crouched down. His feet planted on the lunar surface. The solid muscles in his legs tensed instantly, ready to unleash unparalleled physical force. Crack. With a soundless explosion, spiderweb cracks spread across the surface of the moon. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Not bad. 954 words. Chapter 51, Not Bad. With the force exerted by his legs, nearly half the moon's surface shattered instantly. A massive cloud of debris floated into the vastness of space. Saitama aimed at the direction he had come from. His body ignited with intense flames from atmospheric friction as he plummeted like a meteor, diving straight back into Earth's atmosphere. Oh, right. Remembering something important, Saitama nervously hugged his tattered white cape to his chest, terrified it would burn to ash during re-entry. Apart from the yellow jumpsuit, this white cape was the most expensive part of his hero outfit. Hero Association headquarters. Damn it. Is the satellite feed still not fixed? Sitch asked nervously as staff members frantically adjusted the screens. While King and Saitama were fighting, the Hero Association had continuously detected terrifying energy fluctuations akin to a god-level disaster, but they couldn't get a clear picture. No matter which satellite they used, all they saw was a blur. The signal was completely jammed by the aftershocks of the battle. Sitch was extremely anxious. Leaving aside King, the universally recognized strongest man on Earth, no one had expected the newly joined S-class hero, Caped Baldy, to be this powerful. Just the shockwaves from their spar were flagged as a god-level threat capable of causing human extinction. Although Sitch didn't know why they were fighting, he just wanted to get a clear visual to ensure the situation didn't spiral out of control. He knew that these powerhouses often had a few screws loose in their heads. Once these crazy-strong individuals got carried away fighting, they wouldn't stop to consider the safety of the people around them. Suddenly, the machine that had been blaring alarms stopped flashing red. The piercing siren that had been ringing in everyone's ears for so long cut off abruptly. Is it over? Just then, a staff member adjusting the satellite screen exclaimed. It's done. Satellite feed restored. The battle between Mr. King and Mr. Saitama seems to have concluded. Sitch rushed over. Seeing the massive abysses and craters scarring the earth on the screen, confusion flashed in his eyes. If I remember correctly, Mr. King and the others were fighting in a desert, right? Did they change locations? No, not exactly. The staff member was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he stared at the map coordinates on the screen. This area is that desert. But their battle leveled the entire desert. It's been turned into a basin. Sitch. You guys are way too excessive. He rubbed his temples, taking several deep breaths, constantly telling himself. It's fine. These people cannot be measured by normal standards, or even human standards. No matter what happens, there is no need to be shocked. So, where are Mr. King and Mr. Saitama now? Have you located them? Sitch almost blurted out the hero codename but remembered that Saitama seemed to hate it, so he corrected himself. The atmosphere in the room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Sitch had a bad feeling. He sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Just say it. I can accept anything happily now." Seeing Sitch's permission, a younger staff member was glared at by his seniors until he stepped forward to explain, bracing himself. We haven't found Mr. King's location yet. But we have located Mr. Saitama. Where? In the desert? In the jungle? Or did they fight their way back into the city? Don't tell me they're at the Hero Association headquarters. Seeing the staff member hesitate, Sitch ran through every possible answer in his head, even the ridiculous ones. Mr. Saitama appears to be on the moon. He is currently falling through the atmosphere. It seems he jumped back, and he stomped a massive crater into the lunar surface. Sitch. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Mid-air. Amidst the scattering crimson fragments, King floated in the void, looking completely drained. Just moments ago, he had tanked dozens of Saitama's normal punches. His entire body had been reduced to minced meat in an instant. If not for his powerful vitality allowing him to remain conscious with only half a head left, he would have truly died this time. At this moment, the gate of death had closed. King entered a 30-minute weakened state, feeling unable to muster much strength. Of course, unable to muster much strength was relative. If he wanted to, he could still punch a dragon-level monster to death. Thinking about his battle with the Caped Baldy, King couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was genuinely laughable this time. It seemed that the smooth sailing after his transmigration had made him arrogant. He was actually stupid enough to seek out the Caped Baldy for a spar. How ridiculous. From start to finish, King hadn't managed to break Saitama's physical defense even once. It felt like he was just tickling him. Even at the very end, stacking the double gate of Death State and using Night Guy, he still couldn't break Saitama's defense. Well, say no more. You win, brother. You win. Ding. Detected that the host has engaged in intense combat with the caped baldy Saitama for over 5 minutes and survived. Reward, stat points x 5,000. 5,000 stat points. Not bad. King allocated them casually, adding 3,000 to strength and 2,000 to speed. What he needed most right now was stronger attack power. Defense was no longer a concern thanks to his ridiculously overpowered regeneration ability. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. A Master of Combat Strategy. 991 words. Chapter 52. A Master of Combat Strategy. Waves of warm energy surged through King's body, continuously strengthening his physique. He had finally managed to figure out some of the system's rules. Blame this damn thing for not coming with a user manual. The system provided rewards in various ways, through multiple choice options, or by achieving certain special accomplishments. And every reward was generous. It didn't skimp by giving skill proficiency points or useless trial cards. After adapting to his weakened state, King deactivated his psychokinesis and plummeted toward the ground. Just before impact, he reactivated it, landing steadily on his feet. That's called bungee jumping, baby. King-sensei. An anxious voice rang out. King turned to see Genos sprinting toward him. Seeing the battle end, Genos had rushed over immediately to see if he could be of assistance. For example, with post-battle supplies. Genos scanned King with his mechanical eyes. Confirming there were no injuries, he finally relaxed. King-sensei, after such an intense battle, you must be thirsty. Please, have some water. He pulled a bottle of mineral water from somewhere and handed it to King with meticulous care, his expression so serious one might think he was handing over classified documents. Oh. King felt a bit awkward at the excessive seriousness but took the bottle. He unscrewed the cap and downed it in big gulps. He was indeed thirsty after that fight. Considering he had lost a few 100 liters of blood during the regeneration process, dehydration was a legitimate concern. After a few gulps, he heard the scratching of pen on paper. A bad feeling rose in his gut. King looked forward and saw Genos scribbling furiously again. His pen moved so fast it was a blur, filling the page with text. What is this guy writing now? Figuring Saitama would take a while to aim his jump back from the moon, King decided to peek at Genos' notes. In the original story, the reason the caped baldy could jump back to the ship so accurately was mainly because Boros' ship was enormous, visible as a black dot from the moon. This time, the landing target was tiny. Saitama would probably have to aim carefully before jumping, and there was a high probability he'd land in the wrong place. When King's gaze fell on Genos' notebook, he froze. After an intense battle, King-sensei immediately replenished his hydration. This demonstrates the critical impact of hydration on the outcome of a battle. Although as a cyborg, water intake does not affect me significantly, this highlights the importance of logistical support. King-sensei's combat philosophy is profound and extensive. Furthermore, the act of removing one's shirt during battle is worth considering. King-sensei fought without clothes. Does this indicate that clothing has a non-negligible impact on combat performance? Whether humans actually need to wear clothes is a point worth investigating. King. A cool breeze blew past. He stiffly looked down, realizing he was indeed naked. Well, makes sense. I exploded into meat paste hundreds of times during that fight. It would be weirder if my clothes were still intact. But we're in the middle of nowhere. Where am I going to find clothes? With no other choice, King channeled his internal energy, forming a layer of crimson bioarmor over his skin to cover his nakedness. After this battle, he had discovered another use for his vitality energy. Since it could form a 1,000-meter dragon 4, Night Guy, it could naturally be condensed into other shapes. King clenched his fist. He felt strange. After this battle, It felt like something inside his body had broken. To understand this strange sensation, King opened his status panel for the first time in a while. Name, King. Gender, male. Abilities, King Engine, Extreme Regeneration, Precision Control, Energy Mastery. Strength, 15,500. Speed, 14,000. Stamina, 12,000. Defense, 10,000. Spirit, 4,000. Note, the threshold for dragon level is 1,000 in all stats. Looking closely at his data, King noticed a discrepancy. Why are all my stats 1,000 points higher than they should be? Calculating his initial stats plus all the system rewards he had received so far, his current numbers were exactly 1,000 points higher across the board. Could it be? Combining this with the feeling of something breaking inside him, King formed a hypothesis. This battle was a true life-or-death struggle. He had danced on the edge of death countless times. He had likely shattered a layer of his limiter, resulting in this boost. Don't underestimate a 1,000-point increase. In the system's judgment, a monster just entering the dragon level only had 1,000 points in all stats. Just as King was about to chat with Genos, a howling wind tore through the air. A meteor wrapped in blazing flames descended from the sky and smashed into the ground a few kilometers away. Boom. Instantly, the earth trembled. Violent shockwaves swept up the sandstorm, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. What happened? Another enemy? King-sensei, rest easy. I will hold them off. Genos immediately went into combat mode. His palm cannons aimed at the impact site, his core shining brilliantly. He was ready for battle. Just as his nerves were pulled taut, King patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax and step back. It's fine. It's just a certain bald guy coming back from space. Hearing the word bald, Genos immediately knew who it was. He lowered his cannons and pulled out his notebook again. King-sensei refers to Mr. Saitama as bald, accurately creating a codename based on physical characteristics. This demonstrates King-sensei's hawk-like observational skills. He teaches us that we must observe our opponents carefully in battle to find their weaknesses and secure victory. King-sensei is truly a master of combat strategy. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 53, Chapter 54, The Higher. 999 words. Chapter 54, The higher-ups of the Hero Association should just get lost. From the massive crater, a yellow figure shot out amidst the rising dust. Hiss. Why don't I see King? Did I land in the wrong place? Saitama patted the dust off his body and looked around in confusion. Just then, a red streak of light carrying Genos arrived instantly in front of him. Seeing King, Saitama suddenly smiled. You're amazing, King. You took my consecutive normal punches and look completely uninjured. You really are strong, King. Thinking back to the scene where his entire body exploded into a mist of blood, leaving only half a head struggling to survive, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Not uninjured. In fact, there were only scraps left. King extended his hand for a handshake, his tone smiling. So, did you enjoy the fight? Seeing King's extended hand, Saitama reached out and shook it firmly, marking the complete end of this battle. Of course. It's the first time someone has been able to fight me for so long. Even if I could only use the normal series, I'll take it. By the way, why can't I use the serious series? Didn't you take the consecutive normal punches without getting hurt? In Saitama's logic, if you can tank a normal punch, you should eat consecutive normal punches. If you can tank those, you should eat a serious punch. If you survive a serious punch, then get ready for the serious series, serious beatdown. King didn't know how to answer Saitama. He couldn't exactly say that if he took a serious punch, he would explode into a bloody mist instantly. This wasn't humility. King had self-awareness. Even with his strongest form, the Gate of Death, there probably wouldn't even be mist left after a serious punch. Just then, Saitama seemed to remember something, and his expression became unnatural. Seeming to guess what the caped baldy wanted to say, King smirked and said calmly, "Let's be clear. You punched me over 100 times and failed to defeat me. No fighting games for you this month. Hearing this, Saitama, who still had some residual excitement from the battle, instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant, looking dejected. All right. Indeed, even Saitama hadn't expected King's strength to exceed his expectations so much that hundreds of normal punches couldn't take him down. In Saitama's view, an opponent of King's level could no longer be defeated by normal punches. He needed to get serious. However, King changed the subject, causing the dejected Saitama to look up again, anticipating his next words. He. A mischievous glint flashed in King's eyes. You had fun abusing me in the fight just now. Now, it's my turn. We still have plenty of time before we head to Old Man Bang's dojo. If you can beat me in any single round of a game, I'll cover both your fighting games and hot pot expenses for next month. Hearing this, Saitama's eyes lit up. He almost jumped 3 feet in the air, his face turning incredibly serious instantly. Yes. Watch me crush you. I'm telling you, I learned a bunch of new combos recently. I'll dominate the gaming world in minutes. Watching King and Saitama interact, Gino stood aside, thoughtful. He tactfully didn't interrupt King-sensei's enthusiastic conversation but stood silently nearby, following them while secretly eavesdropping. Halfway through listening, Gino seemed to have an epiphany. He quickly pulled out his notebook and pen and began writing rapidly. King-sensei and Mr. Saitama have begun discussing gaming content. While it appears to be entertainment, the essence of their gaming is actually using the virtual world to train reaction speed and combat strategy, experiencing the ultimate mysteries of martial arts through controlling characters. As expected of King-sensei and Mr. Saitama, this is the humble philosophy of the world's peak powerhouses. King, who was chatting, saw Gino's writing furiously again. He took a peek and almost lost it. How does this guy write so many complex sentences every single day? Under the scorching sun, 3 shadows stretched long on the ground. Hero Association, conference room. Sitch sat silently in the corner, looking helplessly at the executives debating fiercely in front of him. A bunch of people having useless discussions. They don't know how to talk about anything practical. The main purpose of this meeting was to discuss whether S-Class rank 17, Saitama needed a rank promotion. Saitama's recent actions had made the Hero Association pay more and more attention to this powerhouse recommended by the strongest man on Earth, King. They realized that this seemingly ordinary bald man might be a hidden master type. I heard that the Caped Baldy, rank 17, not only defeated Tornado of Terror, rank 2, but also fought evenly with King, the strongest man on Earth. That's truly impressive. Yes. He also wiped out the House of Evolution with King and eliminated the unstable threat of Dr. Genus. It seems this new S-Class hero has the potential to become one of our association's greatest trump cards. Why don't we raise his rank? Agreed. I agree too. Same here. The meeting regarding Saitama's promotion finally concluded with a chorus of agreements. As the executives left one by one, Sitch sighed deeply, worrying about the future of the Hero Association with these parasitic higher-ups. Things that could have been discussed in a few sentences took a full 2-hour meeting. Were you just spouting nonsense for the first hour and a half? Sitch scratched his graying hair in frustration, tucked his briefcase under his arm, and turned to leave the conference room. Am I really the only executive in the Hero Association who actually does any work? The higher-ups of the Hero Association should just get lost. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 54, Chapter 55, They're All Bald. 1056 words. Chapter 55, They're All Bald. Saitama's apartment. Aura 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 aura. On the screen, a muscle-bound giant roared passionately, his fists raining down on the petite lowly character opposite him. However, facing this storm of attacks, the little girl simply raised her arms. Using exquisite evasion techniques, she effortlessly blocked or dodged every single strike. Damn it. Why can't I hit you? Are you cheating? Outside the screen, Saitama, the controller of the muscle giant, the bald demon capable of one-shotting almost anything in reality, was turning beet red. Veins popped out on his shiny bald head, his eyes were wide and round, and his fingers mashed the controller buttons faster and faster. On the other side, King, controlling the lowly character, stretched lazily with a relaxed expression. Facing Saitama's desperate offense, he had only kept one finger on the controller from start to finish, toggling between the dodge and block buttons. This time, they had set the round timer to 60 seconds. When time ran out, the player with less health would lose. Before the match started, King made a promise to Saitama. For the first 50 seconds, he absolutely wouldn't attack. He would let Saitama go all out on offense. Only in the last 10 seconds would he start fighting back. Initially, hearing this rule, Saitama was overjoyed. Bro, if I just land a couple of hits in the beginning to chip your health, and then run away for the last 10 seconds, you're guaranteed to lose. However, once the match actually started, Saitama gradually realized something was wrong. Why can't I do any damage? Why? This game had a block gauge. Once you blocked a certain number of hits, the gauge would deplete, and you couldn't guard for a short time. But there was a hidden mechanic, perfect block. If you blocked at the exact moment an attack landed, it triggered a perfect block, which consumed 0 block gauge. Because of this, King triggered a perfect block with every single hit. Saitama couldn't shake his defense at all. Damn it. Eat my ultimate move. Seeing only 2 seconds left until the final 10-second mark, and King's health bar still completely full, Saitama panicked. Without hesitation, he unleashed the ultimate move he had spent over 40 seconds charging up. On screen, the muscle giant strode forward and threw a punch wreathed in flames. Facing this heavy blow, the lowly character once again assumed a blocking stance, crossing her arms in front of her chest. Seeing this, the corner of Saitama's mouth curled up in an imperceptible smile, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes, go ahead and block. In this moment, hope surged in Saitama's heart. He finally saw a sliver of a chance to beat King in a game. Although his muscle giant character's ultimate was a single-hit attack, it had the unblockable property and dealt massive damage. As long as it hit, it would take half of King's health. Then, in the last 10 seconds, no matter how King played, he couldn't possibly make up the difference. I'm finally going to win. Saitama stared unblinkingly at the screen, failing to notice the eerie smile appearing on King's face beside him. In the next second, the lowly on screen simply tapped the dodge button. She rolled on the ground twice, cleanly evading the flaming heavy punch. Saitama. Are you kidding me? He froze completely, momentarily forgetting to operate his controller. Just then, King pointed at the timer on the screen and kindly reminded him. It's the final 10 seconds. My turn. Saying that, King placed his other hand on the controller. 2 fingers were poised to strike. Bad news. Saitama turned pale with fright. He hurriedly tried to distance his character, but it was too late. The lowly threw 2 light kicks, putting the muscle giant into hit stun. Then she flew forward 3 heavy punches, 2 light punches, a sweep kick, and finally unleashed her ultimate move to strangle him. A full 100-0 combo. This fluid sequence took less than 10 seconds. The KO happened exactly at the last second of the countdown. KO. Clatter. The controller fell to the floor. Saitama slumped down, looking as if his soul had been sucked out, staring blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't believe he had lost again, even under rules so favorable to him. This wasn't the first loss. It was the 50th consecutive loss. To the side, Genos continued to diligently record the gaming process between King and Saitama, his golden mechanical eyes showing a serious and rigorous attitude. During the gaming process, King-sensei and Mr. Saitama appear to be merely playing games. In reality, they have engaged in 50 rounds of slaughter within a virtual universe. King-sensei's combat power in the virtual universe is clearly a tier above, effortlessly cutting Mr. Saitama down. I quit. It's annoying. I'm gonna watch TV. Saitama sighed deeply, temporarily abandoning the idea of continuing to play against King. He turned on the TV instead. Soon, he switched the channel to the daily news. He watched boredly, even feeling sleepy. The agitated emotions from being crushed for so long finally calmed down. Boring news is easier for relaxing the mind. Suddenly, the broadcast switched to the next story. When he saw the content, Saitama's pupils constricted sharply. Wait, why is this guy bald? On the screen, a mugshot of a fierce-looking bald man with a hammer-shaped head was displayed on the left. On the right, the anchor continued to report. Today, a terrorist group calling themselves the Paradise Group has mobilized and gathered in front of the mansion of City Z's richest man. The disaster level is Tiger. Citizens are advised to be cautious. The members of the Paradise Group have the following characteristics. Please be vigilant. Happy smiley. Characteristic 1. Most members wear black civilian tech combat suits. A very small number wear yellow. Characteristic 2. All members of the Paradise Group are bald. Seeing the first characteristic, Saitama didn't react much. But when he saw the second one, he bolted upright from his lazy reclining position. Are you kidding me? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 55, Chapter 56, Monster King Orokai. 991 words. Chapter 56, Monster King Orokai. Realizing that the so-called Paradise Group was comprised entirely of bald men, Saitama frowned deeply. A bad feeling rose in his heart. If I let this Paradise Group continue causing trouble, one day I'll be walking down the street, and someone might point at me and accuse me of being one of them. No way. I can't let that happen. With that thought, Saitama made a decision. I have to deal with these guys. I can't let them ruin the reputation of bald people. Still in his pajamas, Saitama leaped up. In a flash, he changed into his hero suit, the white cape fluttering as he moved. His simple, doodle-like face was gone, replaced by sharp, angular features. He looked incredibly serious. I'm heading out for a bit. To defend the dignity of baldness. After Saitama closed the door, King and Genos were left staring at each other. Just as King was wondering if he should say something, Genos sat up straight, his expression solemn. King-sensei, do you remember? You said that after our spar today, you would point out my flaws. Please enlighten me. Did I say that? King scratched his head. I guess I did say something like that. Alright, I'll give him a few casual pointers. King proceeded to explain his concepts for modifying Genos' mechanical body. As a cyborg, what Genos needed was to add more components to his frame to enhance his firepower and mobility. The solutions King offered were eye-opening for the current Genos. First, adding detachable mechanisms to his joints that could be reassembled at any time. This way, even if his arm was cut off in battle, he could immediately reattach it. Second, adding a few auxiliary cores. Relying solely on the main core to power his increased firepower was clearly insufficient. Finally, he needed to learn more close-quarters combat techniques. He shouldn't rely solely on firepower, he needed sufficient melee capability when enemies closed the distance. In reality, these were all upgrades Genos would receive later in the story, but King was just mentioning them ahead of time. After hearing several proposals in a row, Genos' mechanical eyes shone brightly. He felt enlightened. So that's how it is. Improvements can be made in these directions. Thank you, King-sensei. I think I know how to become stronger now. Excuse me for a moment. Bowing respectfully, Genos rushed out the door in a hurry, speeding toward Dr. Cusino's lab. He couldn't wait to undergo modifications based on King's suggestions to further enhance his strength. Looking at the now empty room, King rolled over nonchalantly and continued scrolling on his phone. System didn't give a mission, the timeline is peaceful, and that fight was exhausting. I'll just rest today. Compared to Saitama, who just swung his fists, King was mentally exhausted from today's battle. If not for the instant speed of his regeneration, the pain of being blown apart repeatedly would have driven him insane. Every time was bone-crushing, tendon-snapping agony. No one could endure that easily. So, while his physical injuries healed instantly, the mental fatigue was unavoidable. Today is a holiday. I'm resting. Meanwhile, deep underground beneath City Z. The area that should have been solid earth had been hollowed out. A labyrinth of tunnels crisscrossed the entire underground. These tunnels weren't rough burrows dug by moles, they were incredibly neat, with tiled walls and unlit torches placed every 10 meters. Shockingly, the tunnels were filled with a massive number of monsters, and each one possessed strength not inferior to tiger level. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe that such a massive monster nest lay beneath the sprawling metropolis of City Z. At the intersection of the central pipelines, a gigantic cavern existed. Inside stood a creature straight out of mythology. Covered in dark purple scales, with dragon-like tails tipped with sharp fangs writhing behind him, and layers of gaping maws on his shoulders. His face resembled a dragon or a serpent. Standing a full 100 meters tall, his presence was overwhelming. Monster King Orokai, the figurehead leader of the Monster Association. At this moment, Orokai rolled his scarlet eyes, looking up at a bloated figure standing on a high platform. His chaotic, deep voice echoed through the cavern. Those two strong ones have finished their battle. Do we proceed as planned? Clearly, as a dragon-above entity, Orokai had sensed the battle between King and Saitama. Energy fluctuations of that level made even him wary. From the shadows, a sinister voice with a long, drawn-out tone floated down. Continue to hide. The time is not yet ripe. The Monster Association's combat power hasn't reached its peak, and a new variable has appeared. The shadows receded, revealing the speaker, a creature resembling a pile of meat. Pink skin piled up on a bloated body, a single giant eye taking up almost the entire face, and small, tentacle-like hands growing all around it. Gyoro, Psychos. The strategist of the Monster Association and a dragon-level monster. Gyoro looked up at the ceiling, narrowing its single eye. According to known intelligence, one of the combatants was King, the strongest man on Earth. This wasn't surprising. After all, Gyoro had listed King as one of the greatest threats long before this battle. What truly shocked it was the other entity. That bald man who had just been promoted to S-class, possessed power not inferior to King's. It seems humanity is truly full of hidden powerhouses. It is not yet time for us to emerge. We must endure. Even King wouldn't have guessed that his battle with the caped baldy would actually delay the Monster Association's emergence. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/c/segaris. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.